welcome, ladies and gentlemen, fans of collegiate esports, to the League of Legends College Championship. Yesterday, 8 teams entered the LCS studios for a chance at the title, with 4 teams surviving the first day of games. Here you can see today's competitors getting set up on stage. University of Toronto looking to prove themselves as the new kings of Canadian college esports against Carnegie Mellon, a school known for its tech programs but not yet for esports. Their team is looking to change that this weekend. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Rains, and making my maiden voyage on the Analyst desk today while crewing up alongside special guest Will Medios Hartman and my color commentary cohort. Usually joining me on the desk in the casting studio is going to be Aiden Zyrene Moon. How you boys doing?
I'm pretty good. Official Captain Flowers chaperone. Can't be without you. I can't. If you leave me alone for 5 minutes, I know the desk starts.
I got to be watched over. It's not my fault, I swear. All right, you boys ready for some collegiate esports action today? Because before we look at our matches, we're going to go ahead and review things and how they shook out in the quarterfinals. Robert Morris University took the 3-game series against the University of Maryland. On Saturday, they will face Maryville, who are coming in hot after toppling the reigning champs of UBC. On the left side of the bracket, Mega Zero and the team from Carnegie Mellon knocked out Texas A&M, leaving them to take on the University of Toronto, who knocked out the Western Region champs Simon Fraser, resulting in a rematch of the Eastern Finals. Now, something I think that surprised a lot of college fans yesterday was the fact that our Western Region teams, UBC and Simon Fraser, were knocked out.
Exactly. Number 1 from the West, SFU, but also the 2-time defending champions of UBC got knocked out. So the West is completely out. So we're going to have a new region on top because the West has won all 3 years in the past.
And that was close series both times. You can't say that it was super dominant performances from either side. It could have gone either way, but it was Toronto and Maryville advancing out of those series, whereas Carnegie Mellon and RMU won out in our battle theater matchups.
Yeah, CMU up against Texas A&M. That was pretty much why people like to watch Collegiate League of Legends. You'll see like Mega Zero, Best Riven NA on Riven. Then you also see Mino Haxor playing Thresh and being this playmaker. There were a whole bunch of level 2 all-ins, which won't really happen too much in pro play as people play really passive, but this was just complete bloodbath from start to finish for Carnegie Mellon.
Got to see some really, really cool Thresh plays as well. The flays, the death sentences, the flashes all over the place. This dude was making moves happen.
Yeah, we even saw some Zach too, right? It's not something that you would probably see on 7.9. I don't know your opinion on Zach on the previous patch.
I think Zach he wasn't bad on 7.9, but he wasn't good on 7.9 either. He was kind of okay. I think he didn't really need all the buffs he got in 7.10, so he's kind of crazy now. But he's playable, but I probably wouldn't pick him in that patch just because there's always better options.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now, speaking of patch 7.9, that patch's impact and changes were one of our points of discussion yesterday. And after seeing a full day of games, what are our impressions?
I think the Rift Herald is definitely very important, and people are picking up on that very quickly. Collegiate League of Legends was already kind of going to the Rift Herald because they didn't know what to do previously and like how to siege turrets, etc. But this does this for them. So I want your opinion on this, Medios. What do you think of this new Rift Herald?
I think the new Rift Herald is crazy. It's so good, and I think it actually makes the game really interesting because for a while, League has always been so bot lane centric because of the dragons, and now Rift Herald basically, even if you trade a top lane for bot lane advantage kind of game, if you get that Rift Herald and you get a good opening where the other team's not prepared for it, you can just straight up take their inhibitor from a tier 1 in like 2 minutes. So I think Rift Herald is really, really valuable, and I'm interested to see which team can use it better and control it better.
It's also soloable too by like every champion in the game, so it's pretty easy to pick up if you leave it alone for a minute.
Yeah, they actually changed a lot of the mechanics in Rift Herald, so he will reveal his back to just the single person hitting him. So interested to see how many people are gonna like try to solo it or sneak it, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and the other thing in 7.9 that I think we really saw was Doran's shield kind of jump up. Whole bunch of AD carries taking it, whole bunch of top laners. Vladimir mid, now another thing that really likes that item for the sustain, but also gives him like 5 more AD against minions, and Vladimir's always kind of sucked at last hitting underneath turret, etc. And this kind of helps him out a little bit more.
And you know, we did see some Vladimir yesterday. We'll have to see what we get to see today, see what we're going to have in store, because the teams are readying up on stage, so we're going to go ahead and send things over to the casters to get us into game.
Thank you very much, Captain, and thanks, guys, at the desk. I am Optimus Tom Searfoss, and kicking off the first semifinal match with me is Mr. Mark Zimmerman.
How you doing, Tom? I'm pretty excited for this one. very different styles of games yesterday between these two teams.
Definitely. There's basically more player-centric versus more team-centric. And today, it's a rematch of that Eastern Region Finals. The University of Toronto versus the Carnegie Mellon University. And for Carnegie Mellon, they are seeking vengeance for that 3-1 loss they suffered those many months ago.
Yeah, yesterday, CMU came out of the gate firing on all cylinders and really showcased the individual skill of their players. They did have a weaker opponent, so it's a little easier to shine in that regard, but we didn't get to see a lot of that out of them for their team play, and this is something that they're going to need to make sure is on point to advance in this tournament.
Yeah, especially when you consider that their opponents today in the University of Toronto, these guys, we talked about them yesterday, they're all master tier or challenger tier players, but the thing that really stood out for them in their games yesterday was their team cohesion.
Right, I mean, we had some questions about how this team would be able to integrate their substitute jungler, but after seeing how well Toronto moved around the map, utilizing picks like Tom Kench, those questions were definitely answered. And on top of that, Susis, the guy who actually subbed in, had an amazing series with 3 solid Kazakhs games.
That's very true, and we'll see if the team can continue forward in this tournament as mid laner Jish explains what the victory would mean for his team.
Myself personally, because I'm graduating, so I'm going to be leaving the team after this year. So I've had a couple of tries at this, and like if I win, it would all pay off in the end. It would also mean a lot for our school. We don't have that much support, so hopefully a win will open their eyes, let them acknowledge us a little bit more.
Definitely a pretty big feeling to be able to end your college run with a victory, not only over your competitors in your own region that you've already beaten once, but to actually have a chance at the actual trophy itself. That's huge.
Yeah, and Jish is echoing what we've heard from Toronto kind of at the beginning of the tournament, is that they're a club team. They want the school to recognize them. They want to just basically bring pride to the University of Toronto.
Yeah, I mean, that's the nice thing is you go back to your own campus, you're a little bit of a celebrity now, you actually won something, you were playing in front of thousands of people. That's something almost no one in college gets to say.
All right, well, with the teams about ready to jump into Champion Select, let's get into these starting lineups. On the blue side, it's going to be the University of Toronto. In the top lane, it's Gao Gai. Their jungle is Susis. Mid laner, we just heard from him, Jish. Bot lane of Airy with the support JJ, and their coach, Axel. And of course, these guys, very, very dominant team play yesterday against Simon Fraser.
Yeah, but over on the other side is going to be the red team on the Rift, Carnegie Mellon University. In the top lane, Mega Zero. Jungle is Tiggy. Mid lane, Yasui. Bot lane, Koggle, supported by Mino Haxer and the coach, Taeyeon Ari.
And as we mentioned, this will be a rematch of the Eastern Conference Finals. University of Toronto did wind up taking that win away from Carnegie Mellon University, but Carnegie Mellon battled their way through the wildcard tournament, came in against another #1 seed in Texas A&M yesterday, and what was the only 2-0 on the day yesterday, too.
Yeah, kind of surprising given that, but they had this different style where they were a lot more lane dominant. Some of the other teams were going, they picked the Riven in the top lane, something we hadn't seen really. There were other people playing carries, of course, but it was more the Fiora, the kind of things you're used to seeing in the competitive scene. A little different look out of Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, well, that was Mega Zero, best Riven in North America.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bit of a reputation for it. I'm not saying he shouldn't have done it.
And it was something he specifically was picking into the Rumble top lane as well, which we haven't necessarily seen the Rumble versus Riven matchup for quite some time. We'll see if it's a factor as we jump into picks and bans for game #1 here. Gragas being banned away by the University of Toronto. Carnegie Mellon, on the other hand, though, taking away that very powerful pick of Lulu support.
Right, so the thing for Toronto yesterday was even though that they showed this great team play, they really only showed it on a single comp. They ran the same thing basically 3 games in a row with an Orianna, a Tom Kench, a Kazakhs, and then a playmaking AD carry a little bit with the Twitch who's able to stealth up, and then the last game on the Ashe. So Carnegie Mellon might target that stuff away. They're focusing right now on more shielding supports with the Lulu Karma ban, and Toronto banning the Twitch out themselves, so maybe a different look today.
Yeah, well, Toronto was banning away the Virus and the Caitlyn yesterday. This time around, it's going to be the Twitch that they banned themselves, which they used quite effectively in 2 out of their 3 games. Airy, especially in game #2, really put the team on its back. But with so many shields taken away with the Orianna ban, they do leave open the Ivern pick, so Susis is going to be taking that one to the jungle. It's the first time we've seen him not on Kazakhs.
Right, and it's a very different style champion than Kazakhs as well. Kazakhs, very scrappy early on. He finds you isolated in the jungle. He can win a lot of those duels. Ivern plays completely different, mostly about pathing, being annoying, getting in their face, taking their camps away from them, and then being able to go in for gank assists and those kinds of things. So not exactly what we saw out of Susis yesterday, but I mean, he was a huge factor in those victories, was always fed at the end of the game, and Ivern going to be looking to get other members fed instead. And
of course, by taking the Ivern, since it's such a high priority pick, they've already banned away 2 of the later scaling game carries in the Twitch and the Varus, so the Caitlyn will get taken away from Carnegie Mellon. Of course, we did see Airy playing Ashe yesterday in game #3 that Toronto kind of steamrolled over Simon Fraser University with, so I don't think they're too worried about that one. But the interesting thing is going to be, do they take the Tom Kench away? And they will.
Yeah, that's a huge takeaway because if you caught the games yesterday, JJ Other than the first game where they really got pushed in under the turret, he was able to move around the map extremely well at different points in the game, find openings in the top lane, find roams in the mid lane, especially when they comboed it with the Twitch. They were able to get a lot of picks around the map, and it continued throughout the entire game. Mid-game, once the turrets start getting knocked down, he finds people in the long lane. A very nice takeaway there by Carnegie Mellon, but you can't just pick it. You have to be able to use it as well.
That's very true, and we'll see if they can have similar success as a team cohesive unit without the usage of kind of that pseudo-global that Tahm Kench brings to the table, but they are going to continue with their protect the carry style composition. They may not have access to the Tahm Kench. Braum provides a very similar role, being able to protect him with the Unbreakable Shield, and you got the quintessential protect the carry in Kog'Maw.
Yeah, you see Toronto's game plan kind of coming online here, get the later game scaling AD carry with the better support tool available in Ivern. Obviously, the Nunu's still available, and we saw a little bit of it yesterday, but not sure if that's going to be Carnegie Mellon style. Instead, they're going to go with the Galio lock-in, another kind of protect style champion. He combos great with assassins who want to dive in as well, obviously being able to get that heroic entrance to knock people up, but that also works well if you're just trying to get some damage reduction on your main carry of Caitlyn.
Yep, he's very similar to another top lane champion, which we'll see if it gets banned away in the second ban phase, which is the Shen, which we only saw in a couple of games yesterday, but was very high priority ban, specifically in our second series. However, we'll see if it's left on the table this time around. Is the Fiora ban going away from Carnegie Mellon side, and a surprisingly a Yasuo ban from Toronto against Carnegie Mellon.
I mean, the thing about some of Carnegie Mellon soul laners in Mega Zero and Yasui, if you're a fan of obviously the LCS and also the Challenger Series, you've probably heard these names before. Both of them are pretty aggressive playmaking type players. So Yasuo, while not the strongest champion in the game, is one that has a lot of ability to take over a game if it starts going off. And like we said, Mega Zero, he played that Riven yesterday. You know he's willing to play some of these more solo queue focused champions.
And we see the Kennen ban coming away from the side of Carnegie Mellon, so already setting up Mega Zero for a little bit more success. He does have the Galio pick, however, so this may be a little bit more protection kind of style that we see coming out from Mega Zero. We'll have to see, what the side of University of Toronto wants to kind of respond with here, as they do have one more ban available to themselves. And I know that top lane matchup was actually something they were a little bit worried about. We got a chance to follow behind them backstage, and I heard the Gao guy talking to JJ, and they were kind of saying, all right, don't get solo killed. And he's like, all right, I'm going to get solo killed. He's like, no, you're not going to get solo killed.
I mean, we talk about Galio being a tank, but you can still make some solo kills happen. Kuni on Hanser at MSI instantly, so if you're not careful in the matchup, Galio can make a play or two on you. And the scary thing is with the Fiora ban, the Kennen ban, as well as Gragas being banned in the first ban phase, there's not a great tank top to match up with him, and some of Galio's worst matchups in terms of the carry things have already been banned out. So Gao Guy might be in a little bit of a rough spot here. We'll have to see what he goes with. Other tanks still do all right into Galio, but they just tend to perform a little worse. So if you wanted to go with a Nautilus or something like that, it's not the end of the world. But I wouldn't mind seeing them go for something a little different, so they're not 100% all in with this AD Kog'Maw.
Yeah, well, they do wind up banning away the Kassadin that Yasui was a monster on. Not only did they dismantle it in the game number 1, but then played it to great effect in game number 2. And it does look like the Renekton is going to be another carry threat that they wind up taking into the top lane here. We didn't see Gao Guy playing it yesterday, but it's still a very effective, especially early game pick in that top lane.
Yeah, and I kind of like this team comp so far we've seen out of Toronto here. You have two diving backline buddies in the Vladimir and Renekton, putting a little bit of pressure on the Kate. The Kog'Maw is mostly protected already with the Ivern and the Braum. Doesn't need, another Orianna and a Nautilus or something like that. I like the idea of getting a couple other threats. On the flip side, though, the last locking going to be the Cassiopeia. Notorious back in the summer of Season 6, having the ability to really give Vladimir a hard time when he wants to sustain early on. With the changes to the Doran shield, I'm actually going to be interested if that's still the case, because you are able to get a lot more early regen with that item that you wouldn't have initially from the Q damage that the poison that comes in from Cassiopeia. It's going to now refresh the Doran shield healing every single time.
Yeah, so a little bit more sustained because of the Doran shield, and we'll see if Jish winds up picking it up for Vladimir in the mid lane. However, Yasui was a very formidable Cassiopeia.
Yeah.
So this could be a very interesting matchup. It's also, as you mentioned, something that both of these mid laners kind of eventually want to scale into later game carries. Vladimir being a little bit more tanky and annoying, whereas Cassiopeia just melts through people in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, of course, is the fact that you can say the scaling is very different between these two teams, where the Galio, Kate, and Cassiopeia should make the better late game team comp, because even though the Kog'Maw, you can say, should outperform the Caitlyn, the rest of the team not quite able to back it up quite as well. Renekton will still have that drop off, even though he's in a better spot than he was back in the day.
That's right. So, of course, you guys can Let your voices be heard on Twitter. Tweet at LOL Esports and hashtag UOTWin or hashtag CMUwin to show your school spirit. Let us know who you guys are rooting for. We got a full best of 5 series on our hands today, Mark, so we got plenty of League of Legends action ahead of ourselves, so it gives you plenty of time to flip-flop.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I do. I watch one game, maybe 2, change my vote. I will say that I think coming into this match, people are saying University of Toronto is the favorite team. We talk about Carnegie Mellon really stomping a couple people, but they're going up against the highest rated team in solo queue in University of Toronto, so they have a tough match ahead of them.
That's definitely true. University of Toronto, we saw their team cohesion in their series yesterday. We, of course, saw them beat Carnegie Mellon University in the Eastern Conference Finals, but game number 1 here, this is a rematch of these two teams. Carnegie Mellon, they took down a #1 seed yesterday. They're looking to do the same thing today.
Gonna be tough, though. They, like we said a couple times, lost to them in the Eastern Conference Finals of the Campus Series, so gonna have to find something a little different this time around, a new angle to attack University of Toronto.
Yeah. I'm going to be keeping my eyes actually on the jungle matchup here. We mentioned that Ivern, very different play style to the Kazakhs that we saw Sissus using yesterday to some great effect, as we already see a little bit of an invade going on the top side of the map. Yeah, Rootcaller actually lands on the Mega Zero's Galley. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to have to flash over the wall, almost goes down.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a crazy combination. I didn't initially think about. Braum, one of the strongest level 1 champions with his ability to get his passive down and stun somebody up. Well, Ivern gives everyone a gap closer to make sure you can actually proc that stun. No need to flash. So a great level 1 invade there on the side of University of Toronto, making sure that they can get a small advantage early into the game.
Getting some deep wards down around the opposing red buff as well. Tiggy just decides to back away from that, being tagged with a Braum Q of his own. So already some early game advantages for University of Toronto, and Gagai's got to feel a little bit more confident about that top lane matchup now, knowing that Mega Zero is flashless in that lane.
Right, I think that's something that we talked about, people not always respecting Galio's trade potential. He does go for that triple Doran's Ring start early on, maxes his Q, and after a couple levels is able to start insta-clearing the wave. It makes it hard to trade with him because you're always busy dealing with minions. Now, it's a lot easier to deal with him. You can't play quite as aggressive without that flash. Can't go in for any trade kills. And here you see...
Yeah, you want to talk aggressive?
There's that Cassio.
Yeah, already we see Yasui getting very aggressive with a Twin Fang spam down onto Jishu's Vladimir. Of course, Cassiopeia, not the best laner in the game, however, extremely harass-oriented with their super short cooldown on that Twin Fang. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, Carnegie Mellon University with the Caitlyn in this matchup against the Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw already a very difficult AD carry to lane with, but when you match it up against something like the Caitlyn, you're going to be in for a bad time bot side.
Definitely, but we talk about how the Doran's shield helps out with the Vladimir Cassio matchup. It also helps out in this bot lane matchup for the Kog'Maw. You see him going with that Doran's shield early on, and it negates a lot of some of that early harass that you might need to deal with. It's still there, it still hurts, it's still annoying, but it is something that's going to help him out in terms of the last hitting being a big difference that the old Doran shield did not have, having that extra bit of damage that comes in.
In the bottom side of the map, maybe a little bit of a focus as well as Carnegie Mellon's bot lane duo got first blood, I believe, in every single game they played yesterday. So 2 for 2 on that, but that's when they had the Thresh be a little bit more playmaking centric. Is we see Tiggy going for a bit of an aggressive invade. Does want to see the Friend of the Forest being propped over there, but he knows that Sussus is around. He has to flash away, but gets tagged by the Root Crawler, and there's the assist coming in from Gaugai. Blast cones over the wall, but he takes Renekton with him, and this is going to wind up being first blood for Renekton.
Oh god, you thought Mega Zero was in a bad spot before. Get ready for a red buff for Renekton coming up to your lane now with an early kill. Eventually, Gaugai will go back and be able to cash in that gold as well, so things not off to a good start for CMU here. I didn't hate the idea of Tiggy trying to find an opportunity to jump onto the Ivern, but it's really hard to punish him, and given the fact that your top side was already weaker, losing his flash, and Renekton being a little bit stronger in that early game, it's a very risky invade to go up for in that top side of the map.
Yeah, so he wound up seeing the Friends of the Forest being procced as well, so he knew that Ivern was in the area, but by the time he decided to try to run away, he was right behind him. So Lisa and unfortunately Tiggy gonna fall for first blood here, and as you mentioned, making things extremely difficult for the Renekton on the top side of the map, but looks like that Sussus is going to walk right past the war, but trying to assist on the bottom side of the map. The heal coming out from Kog'Maw early on to keep Braum alive, but also give him the speed boost. Now Sussus misses the Root Crawler there. Kog'Maw's going to be safe because he's in Tom Kench's belly, but the stun from the Braum passive goes off, but there is some thick skin. Now Tiggy's down here to try to turn something around. They want it blocking down onto Uri, and the Kog'Maw gets exhausted, but the turnaround is here from Braum. Mino Haxer has to flash away, and now they've turned on to Tiggy. He's extremely low. A flash forward from Uri will pick up the kill, and that's going to be UOT forcing a kill bot side.
Yeah, Tiggy with no flash available, down a summoner in that skirmish. A little risky of University of Toronto to keep going in like that, but the exhaust being up, able to negate some of that Lee Sin damage, keeping Uri healthy enough to be able to eventually flash in and finish off Tiggy.
Yeah, those are not quite done yet. One of the things that Ivern likes to do is sit in a lane after a little while and push that lane in with everybody, because he does have the brushes to kind of keep them safe. And he's, of course, able to keep them healthy with those shields. So they shove into the bot side of Carnegie Mellon University. And right here, after Coggle gets spit out and Mino Haxor comes in, you think that UOT is going to back away, and you think this is going to get turned around. Right,
well, he lands the Q and gets a little bit of Lee Syndrome there. I think he can get in on him. Has to W out. That extends to Mino Haxor. He has to flash out, and then it's that I think I can help mentality where Lee takes an extra step forward, even though he doesn't have that extra flash to get out. Leaves him a little bit too far forward. He gets finished off. Braum, extremely strong in these early skirmishes, able to keep getting repeated stuns off. Almost got 2 onto the Tom Kench there. That's what forced that flash away. And a lot stronger in the early game skirmishes, 3v3 kind of situations than Tom Kench's. Tom, pretty good in a single trade where he's able to save someone from a big burst of damage. There, not that situation at all.
Yeah, and actually the fact that Braum is now in a melee versus melee support matchup as opposed to being in a melee versus the mage support, that's where they usually see those melee supports struggling a lot, but he definitely shines. He's not the strongest laning support, but you can see the power of that passive when somebody is literally standing next to him. He is a bully when it comes to that.
Right, and that's one of the things that we saw in the meta a little bit was once you get rid of the Lulu and the Karma, the only other really strong mage support right now that we tend to see is the Zyra. And if you're not going to take her, then you're going to see a lot more of these tank matches come up. The most famous two being the Tom Kench and the Braum.
Yeah, and the other one on the table is Nami, which is pretty bad against the Braum Unbreakable Shield, just eats the entire tidal wave. Like
right, you'll be able to bully him in lane, but once you get out of the lane, it starts not being very fun. Even the bubble will get blocked by it, so very hard to play Nami into Braum past laning phase.
Well, one of the things that was not so fun was the University of Toronto's mid lane matchup as Jishu getting bullied by Yasui early on, but it seems to have evened out here. Bot side, though, we were just talking about it. We decided to talk about mid lane for half a second, decided to give us a little bit of action, but now the Kog'Maw and the Braum are on the offensive in this Caitlyn versus Tom Kench matchup, and going to be continuously shoving in on that side, of course, with Ivern on the bottom side of the jungle, and them seeing Tiggy on the top clearing that ward. Could potentially have an earlier Dragon play. It is an Ocean Drake, though. It's not the most influential one. Pretty good in lane phase, though.
Right, interesting to see the Kog'Maw going for just the Boots 2 upgrade. Early on, he doesn't have a tier that he needs to stack, and is going to go for that Blade of the Rune King build, obviously, but is more focused on dodging some of the skill shots that come out with the Caitlyn and Tom Kench Q, and focus more on lasting in lane, much more than trying to actually go for these aggressive trades, going for an early Cutlass or anything like that.
You can see already, he's got a little bit of extra damage coming out from his W, extending the range, dealing a little bit of percentage HP damage as they continue to put the harass down. Whenever the Unbreakable Shield is up, it seems like they're just mixing and matching those two abilities from Kog'Maw and Braum to effectively harass down this melee support.
Right, and that's one of the things about Caitlyn lanes in general is she is expected to win them, but once she falls behind another lane, she becomes very difficult to actually win trades with because she just relies on having a range advantage. Here, Tiggy trying to influence that bot lane, gets an angle here.
Yep, he did want to get him spotted out on a ward, and he is going to land the Sonic Wave. However, JJ jumps right in front of that, and he thinks twice about it, but now all of a sudden, Ivern is behind Tiggy again. This is so unfortunate for the Lee Sin. He's getting knocked down extremely low. A flash forward from Sussus will secure the kill. Meanwhile, JJ is on the backside, throws the exhaust down onto Mino Haxor, dropping low, but he's got the heal right there. The stun gets procced, and now Mino Haxor's in a world of trouble. A double kill picked up for the Ivern. We're not done yet, though. They're diving through on the Caitlyn. She does flash away, will barely survive.
Yeah, but that's a disastrous start to the early game for CMU. We talked about how the top side was not going well. You're crutching on this Caitlyn pick to maybe get some pressure for you. The jungle, not going well either, and then the bot lane starts falling apart as well. Not much going on the side of Carnegie Mellon University here.
Yeah, you definitely know you're in a bad spot when you get flash auto attack killed by an Ivern. It's not the best feeling in the world.
No, we wish you had your flash. A lot of chain CC. You land the root collar, you get the Braum stun. We already talked about that level 1 coming into effect down the bot lane once again here. And Tiggy just getting caught out of position. They knew the Ivern was wrapping around down the bot side. Probably should have called that gank off way before then. Nice teleport interrupt by Megazero there, but not enough to really change how this was going to go. They're already too far behind. Tiggy gets finished off, and then Mino Haxor still no flash available. The exhaust bringing enough of a slowdown to let Juices land that root collar and pick up their second kill in this bot lane fight.
Yeah, and it just seemed like that after a very, very rough start for the side of Carnegie Mellon University, that Tiggy might be getting a little bit desperate to make something happen on this early game Lee Sin. He has just hit level 6, but as we saw yesterday with Simon Fraser, it was UBC, where Proof of Payment was subbed in game number 2, fell behind early on in the mid-jungle matchup, and was desperately trying to make plays happen all game, but he couldn't even find any. When he did, it was already too late.
I mean, that's the big thing is we talk about Sissus being this substitute player, and it seemed like CMU might have had a plan of just trying to aggressively attack him in the jungle early on with that invade, but it does not work out. And he's showing that he has more than the Kazakhs in his champion pool. Great game on the Ivern so far.
Hey man, 2-0 and 2 on the Ivern, not too shabby. He's picked up the mobility boots extremely early on, so he's able to run around and control both sides of the jungle. Meanwhile, Tiggy, not really going to be able to respond to that. Lee Sin is incredibly mobile, but he's going to be trying to get his lanes going in this one. As Mega Zero on the top side of the map has found himself on the end of a 20 CS deficit as we crest the 10-minute mark, but can't blame him. Renekton's gotten so much gold and so much assistance in that top side of the map. Bottom lane continues to go aggressively for the side of UOT. Meanwhile, Jeesh gets ignited, has to pull away from the Cassiopeia. That's going to open up an opportunity on the bottom side of the map, though. The teleport's coming in from Mega Zero. Galio's Justice Punch gets interrupted by the Braum ultimate. He's going to get a flash taunt, though, and they got the exhaust down on Cog while the focus is swapped to Braum, but he's going to flash away to keep himself alive. Now Kog'Maw turning it around. Bio Arcane Barrage trying to take down Mega Zero. A Q lands onto Caitlyn. She's got to get devoured and run away.
And 2v3 still not being the worst thing in the world for University of Toronto there. They do lose a bunch of summoners, but they get the teleport out of Mega Zero. They were down teleport advantage. They saw Lee Sin up on the top side of the map go for an aggressive trade. Mega Zero, after he clears that wave on the top side, wants to teleport down to punish that, but they're just too far behind in both those side lanes right now to actually make a play, even with a man advantage. And now, University of Toronto has their teleport coming up, might be able to force some action down his bot side.
Yeah, the one thing that has been going fairly decently for the side of Carnegie Mellon University has been Yasui in this mid lane matchup, the Cassiopeia versus Vladimir. He doesn't have a huge CS advantage, but he has been able to force the Vladimir out of lane, force that summoner spell Flash. So even though Vladimir may be difficult to gank because he has his pool, it's still going to be a summoner spell down and could be something that a very struggling Lee Sin Tiggy wants to focus down on next.
It is hard, though, because if your one lane that you want to attack is Vladimir, and he's not behind already, it can be kind of difficult to convert a kill there, especially with Yasui's Ignite going to be down for a little bit longer. Cutting that healing that comes through the Vladimir ultimate is huge, as well as the obvious transfusion, being able to constantly heal him up. So it's going to be really difficult for them to actually get a kill on the Vladimir here. And as we just saw, bringing one extra man to a side lane right now doesn't seem like it's going to be enough.
Yeah, and this is actually a bit of a worrying trend, so to say, for Carnegie Mellon University. We talked about that yesterday in their matchup against Texas A&M University. They were basically a highlight reel of plays. Their laning phase was extremely strong, and they're able to transition that lead into advantages and then continue to push down on Texas A&M. University of Toronto was the one that picked losing lane matchups and then relied on team play, but now they're also winning the lane matchups too, specifically in a losing bottom lane, which is continuously getting focused down on. The teleport being used for a four-man dive, and well, I thought Cassiopeia had advantage there, but Jeesh is just going to get a solo kill on him.
Yeah, Jeesh gets a solo kill. University of Toronto tries to force that bot play I was saying was coming. The teleport by Renekton, not the most well-known champion for his teleport flanks when he's trying to lock people up. Tom Kench able to get them out of there, but at the end of the day, they still are going to lose this turret to the man advantage, potentially the Dragon as well. Tom Kench ulting to the mid lane, trying to get this kill back on Jeesh, not able to do so.
No, so that's going to be a solo kill in the mid lane. They pick up the first tower of the map. They're going to be rotating over towards that Ocean Drake, so it looks like they're going to be taking the first Dragon of the game as well. University of Toronto in complete control here. 0 kills given up, 0 objectives given up so far.
Yeah, but a perfect game so far. Don't want to cast or curse it, but
Too late.
too late.
I see, that's why I specifically avoided saying the perfect game words, because I just wanted to keep their hopes alive.
I want good competition, Tom. I'll say perfect game and
All right.
get a bloodbath.
They got an Ocean Drake, though, on the side of University of Toronto, and after that, they're going to be moving over into the mid lane here just to shove that out. Vladimir's got a decent wealth of gold in his pocket, though, considering he just picked up a solo kill. He was able to shove in that wave against the mid lane.
Going on a little bit of a solo mission there. The rest of his team was not quite in range as he wrapped around the turret by himself.
Just saying hello. Just wants to let Caitlyn know that he's always watching, always behind her. Meanwhile, Tiggy might be caught between a Rift Herald and a hard place. Does wind up getting a little bit of fancy footwork. Has to burn his flash to get out of that one. But the root crawl over the wall is there. Surprise! Ivern's still behind you, Lee Sin, and Jeesh gets another kill.
Really great accuracy on these root callers all game long, starting in the first minute and continuing through. Able to constantly snipe people out and set his team up for these follow-up kills.
Yeah, Sussus, the backup jungler for University of Toronto, definitely strutting his stuff. Of course, when Carnegie Mellon played against University of Toronto in the finals, they did have Yummy Banana as their starting jungler, but it looks like Sussus is more than suffice for this one. Mino Haxor's gonna have to gobble up Coggles as he gets jumped out in the mid lane here. Galio is gonna have a heroic engine underneath the tower, knocks out the Braum, but the tower aggro was on Renekton. They're gonna turn this one around, utilizing that Braum ultimate, and now the Kog'Maw and the Ivern just wailing pain down from the backside. Mega Zero has the Hemo Plague. Pop! Another kill goes to Jeesh.
Just enough damage, and now Yasui off on the side, caught out of position. A double kill going in for Jeesh. Now 4-0-1, seemingly out of nowhere after having a rough time in that matchup early on. Tends to go in Cassio's favor, but as soon as he gets that Proto Belt, he has the Ignite Summoner advantage. He got that solo kill and has not slowed down since then.
Yeah, we've also seen a Rod of Ages buy for Yasui on the Cassiopeia, so he's still kind of in the investment build. He doesn't have any stacks on that Rod. He has the tier, no additional ability power, so his damage isn't quite there yet. And this is University of Toronto just unrelenting pressure after taking that bottom lane tower.
Yeah, and I just don't think that they realized they didn't actually have a man advantage. They saw Yasui coming in from the backside. They try and start this fight off, but G shows up as well, on top of the fact that the Kog'Maw is already much stronger than the Caitlyn at this point in the game, and is able to punish Mega Zero for going in and trying to get that big taunt.
Yeah, and meanwhile, while that replay was going on, we see the University of Toronto doing as collegiate teams like to do and securing themselves a Rift Herald. I mean, we've seen some very powerful Rift Herald, I'm going to call it a Rift Herald power play. I might have just
You gonna coin that one?
I might have just jinxed myself for the entire summer split in the stats department, but Rift Herald was definitely something that cracked open, wide open games. Yesterday we had, in game number 3 of our second series, there was a Rift Herald that was taken about 16 minutes, and at 19.5 minutes, an inhibitor was taken shortly after that.
Yeah, and I think the big thing with the Rift Herald, we talk about how obvious its power is when you see it go flying in and headbutt the turret, taking off 30% health almost instantly. Yeah, you can tell that that's very strong, but what else happens is after you do take that turret, which is usually the case, it's still there and the enemy team has to deal with it, and it buys you time to start doing other things on the map. You get vision control, which will set you up for picks later, or you get a dragon, or you start moving to a side wave that was building as well. How much you get out of Rift Herald really does depend on how good of a team you are.
Oh, we see JJ maybe getting caught out with the Abyssal Voyager, trying to clear out some wards. The Dragon's Rage kick from Lee Sin goes out, but once Ares shows up, everybody else gets the heck out of there.
Yeah, not a great spot for Carnegie Mellon University. Not even able to convert a kill on the Braum, not able to force any summoners out. And they're continuing to pressure up around this top side of the map. Is that Braum with the Rift Herald buff on him?
Braum does indeed have the Rift Herald buff.
Usually not the one that people give it to, but I mean, he's plenty capable of putting down that Rift Herald in this lane as well.
I mean, pretty much anybody can activate it. We've seen AD carries picking it up. We've seen some now supports picking up, but that's more indicative of, hey, we're going to be the ones that are going to group up. As we see him channeling the Rift Herald right there in front of the tower, and it looks like they want to be in a siege situation to utilize their Rift Herald as Herald chunks that tower down just to one shot so Kog'Maw can pick up that kill, but one more auto attack. And now University of Toronto looking for the engage. Braum ultimate lands, but it's only on Tahm Kench. Yasui is here in the front line with a blue buff, so he has the ability to spam out those Twin Fangs. They're going to wait for the Rift Herald, but as you mentioned, Mark, they don't need to push past that first tower. They can just create pressure on that side of the map and make space for Galgai, who's pushing away on the bot side against Mega Zero.
Yeah, you got to look at Carnegie Mellon University here and say, what can they really do? Other than finding a pick with a Lee Sin insect or something like that, it's not that much that is available to them. Obviously, when you have a Braum, Cog, Ivern, that 3-man core is going to be moving around the map. They're pretty hard to deal with the amount of defensive tools available to them. The Renekton, a very strong dueling champion ahead of the game, hard to deal with. Vladimir the exact same way, an extremely mobile mage who has the ability to build a little tankier than some of the other champions.
Yeah, one of the things that we've seen throughout the entire campus series all split long is the fact that a 1-3-1 composition was what a lot of these collegiate teams like to revolve their focus around. But now we have, since MSI, we've had the onset of more protect the carry kind of compositions. You mentioned the 3-man core that wants to be moving around the map of Braum, Kog'Maw, and Ivern. That's everybody you need to protect the Kog'Maw. You don't need the Vladimir, you don't need the Renekton. And then with this, so much of this advantage, University of Toronto can just move them around the map and push down all those side lanes. So they do have a very strong core 1-3-1.
All right, we'll need to see if they're going to keep trying to play aggressive or take it a little slower from now on. They do have all the outer turrets down. This is sometimes the lull in the game that happens while you're waiting for Baron to become a little bit more of a threat where you can actually bait people out. Infernal Dragon is going to be great for them, spawning in the next 30 seconds. You see them already down on that bot side of the map, getting vision control while Galgai up in the top side with his teleport. making sure there's pressure up there as well.
Yeah, well, we have Gao Guy, who is on the Renekton, has gotten an early game advantage, so he's at a very strong point for his pick. Though you would think that the Vladimir and the Kog'Maw at this point in time are usually starting to come into their own around the 20-minute mark. You already have a Blade of the Rune King compared to just a Runon's Hurricane in the AD carry matchup, and 2-item Vladimir against 1.5-item Cassiopeia right now. One of those items like Cassiopeia's Rod of Ages is not fully stacked, but it looks like Carnegie Mellon are going to be trying to attack one of these side lanes here. The Renekton, who is still pretty far ahead of Mega Zero, is just going to be able to slice and dice his way out of there as Kog'Maw's and Hacks are unable to catch up here.
Good idea overall. You can't really contest the Dragon and even man fight. Use your Tom Kench, rotate up to the top side, try and find a pick onto the Renekton. But this is what we were saying. It's very hard to actually lock down a Renekton and get that kill. So he's able to slice and dice his way out of there, avoid that pressure while his team grabs the objective on the far side of the map.
And meanwhile, we saw Yasui utilizing the Paralyzing Gaze to try to lock down University of Toronto near his tower. Fortunately, Braum was there to shake that one up. So now University of Toronto going to get aggressive. A Flash Engage from Braum does wind up landing on Tiggy, but he's got to just jump his way out of there as Mega Zero gets the heroic entrance in under the tower, preventing that dive. But University of Toronto looks like they got the Iron Brushes set up. They're ready to start a siege.
Yeah, I like the idea there out of JJ flashing over the wall, trying to get the knock up onto Cassiopeia. She does have her summoners available, so Yasui probably could have been able to dodge that if the ultimate was actually on track to hit him. But you're trying to force plays, because as soon as you get that flash out, any stray root caller that hits him is potentially a kill. So you're fine trading flash ult on your support to try and get the flash on Yasui.
Carnegie Mellon will have dissuaded the siege in the mid lane thus far from University of Toronto, although they are in an extremely difficult position right now, about a 5,000 gold advantage in favor of University of Toronto. But most importantly, the fact of the matter is the gold is so uneven on the characters that it needs to be closer. On the Cassiopeia, 0, 2, and 0, Coggles has yet to finish in a full attack damage item, now just picking up his first BF sword of the game, let alone the fact that he's nowhere near completing that Infinity Edge, while Kog'Maw already has his Blade of the Rune King, a Zeal, tier 2 boots. Once he finishes that Zeal item upgrade, he's going to be a monster.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about power curves in the game. Caitlyn, someone who's strong early on, needs to stay ahead of the game because she has this mid-game dip where once you hit that point, you're going to be weak and you kind of need to farm up until the late game again. Vladimir, a kind of similar situation, but a little weaker in the early game, then spikes really hard in the mid-game, wants to be ahead of the game to be able to dive backlines for free. He's at that point right now, and you see Carnegie Mellon so scared. They have no idea what's going on. Here comes Mega Zero, finally gets a ward over the wall, realizes it's down around half health, but Lee Sin is nowhere around.
Yeah, well, it looks like Carnegie Mellon may just be trying to force as many people off the Baron as possible. Mega Zero is going to get ignited, flash over the wall, Justice punches himself away, and it looks like University of Toronto have peeled away from this. The teleport was used by Gao Guy, but it looks like they aren't going to wind up falling through. Another Root Crawler winds up landing, this time on the Mino Haxer. There's a quick stun coming out there, a flash over the wall to follow, but the Braum passive is going to pop, and that stuns up Tom Kench. Thick skin or not, he goes down. Next, there's going to be the focus on the Tiggy. He will wind up running away, though, and it looks like UOT free to go back to Baron.
Yeah, this is the kind of team play that we were saying that these guys are so good at. They start Baron off, they don't tunnel on it, it's below half health, don't finish it. You have an easy kill available for Mega Zero. They're able to get that. That pulls Carnegie Mellon University into the river a little bit further ahead than they should be. They turn onto them, get those kills, and now they go back onto Baron. That's basically secure for free for them. So Tiggy is still over the wall, has the opportunity to go for a steal.
Yeah, there's a teleport coming in from Mega Zero as he has respawn. University of Toronto, Jish is zoning away Yasui on the backside, but there's no AD carry in this fight. Mega Zero's in the pit. He gets stunned up, he gets rooted up, and he's going to wind up going down. Now it's all on Tiggy, but he gets knocked up with the Braum ultimate. 2,000 HP on the Baron. He's got the Sonic Wave, but they're holding out for the Resonating Strike to fade. Tiggy's going to have to try to make a hero play, but he's got no flash. That's University of Toronto taking him the class on a Baron take.
Super well played there. Not worried about the pressure of Caitlyn pushing down in the bot lane. Let her take that turret. Be slow around the Baron. Mega Zero comes in, stop damage on the Baron, finish him off. The entire time, Jish playing zoning duty on Yasui, making sure he can't get in there and try and burn down the members of the team. And the entire time, Tiggy's over the wall, trying to time it perfectly. But there's vision. They see him. Kog'Maw is positioned to hit him as soon as he comes in so they can kill him and not actually get the Baron steal.
And so that's going to be University of Toronto taking the first Baron of this best-of-5 series. 11 kills to 0, 3 towers to 1. So the perfect game is gone, but still pretty much a no-hitter.
True. They did have to give up that bot lane turret.
I don't think they're going to be
like a bunt. Like some guy bunted on you to ruin your perfect game.
Sacrifice bunt. That's about it. But University of Toronto very, very strong at this point. You mentioned the Vladimir going to be able to dive through backlines. Nobody's really going to be able to match him in that split push either. Yasui's Cassiopeia is going to be that one that has to try to deal with him. And he does wind up having that Mellon now, so he will be able to cut through the healing of Vladimir ever so slightly if he gets him down below 40% HP to begin with. And with Vladimir being this far ahead, might be a bit harder of a task than Yasui thinks. We see JJ going a little bit aggressive, jumping down forward there, trying to get the stun down onto Tiggy. Will not wind up landing that one for himself. Caitlyn now has finished her Infinity Edge, has the Runon's Hurricane as well, so a very similar power level to the Kog'Maw, despite Kog'Maw's team having so much extra gold in their pocket. Doesn't have it in itemization to really stay that far ahead of Caitlyn right now. But as you mentioned, just the natural character progression and the fact that this Baron buff grouped up for the side of University of Toronto are going to make Kog'Maw a bit more of a scary threat. Kog'Maw has to be careful over there, taking a lot of damage. Jish, in the meantime, is going to wind up proto-belting away from the Petrifying Gaze, so he keeps himself alive, but Yasui taking it to him in the 1v1.
Yeah, University of Toronto getting a little sloppy with this Baron buff right now, going over aggressive, taking bad trades, getting chunked out, and not actually able to convert into a push on some of these inner turrets. Most of them relatively healthy. University of Toronto is pretty much able to same back up Vladimir. That's the same mage, still pushing down with this, but not going to turn into this inhibitor push most likely, though. They're not recalling just yet.
Yeah, the top lane tower is extremely low, so Vladimir got some work done on it before, and this is the question we had before. Are they going to convert into a 1-3-1? Are they still going to utilize Renekton while he's that much stronger than the Galio? It looks like the 1-3-1 didn't work. They collapsed down into the closest lane to the Renekton, and they have a decent amount of vision in the opposing jungle. They wind up going into a 4-1 split. They get that tower, and now they're moving the 4 back on the top side, while Renekton continues to whittle away that bottom lane tower against Mega Zero's Galio.
I mean, we talk about how great they've been playing so far, but they don't actually have the largest gold lead we've ever seen at 25 minutes into the game. Just over 6,000, pretty much right on the dot.
Yep.
That's not an insurmountable comeback for Carnegie Mellon University here. So University of Toronto do want to keep pushing down these turrets, make sure that they're continuing to increase their gold lead here, because it's still relatively early into this game.
I mean, while it may not be a game-ending Baron, it was still an extremely early Baron. You mentioned 25 minutes in the game, the Baron wound up going down around 22.5, 23 minutes. So they've been able to utilize it to get themselves at least 2 towers. They stopped the side of Carnegie Mellon from getting that mid lane tower because of that as well. And they put a ton of pressure on the bottom side of the map where the next objective is available for them, that Cloud Drake. So they can fall back and take the Elemental Drake. They can move down towards that bottom tower that Renekton has been whittling away on this entire time. Or, like you mentioned, they can just kind of sit back and wait because they still have a Kog'Maw and Vladimir, and they're only going to get stronger.
Right, I mean, the big thing that's really important for Carnegie Mellon University and why they are not totally out of the game right now is their farm. They are ahead on both Cassio and Caitlyn by 20 and 30-ish respectively. So really, really important for them to stay ahead. You see that Caitlyn actually is only down 300 gold, which is not that bad at all considering the overall state of this game. So as long as the Caitlyn can stay fed, as long as the Cassio can stay close to the Vladimir, only 1,500 gold behind, there is still a chance that if University of Toronto messes up, you have these late game threats. You can start reaching those huge item breakpoints.
You can see the solo lanes being the ones that are really advantageous for the side of University of Toronto, which is kind of scary considering Vladimir took so much damage from Yasui's Cassiopeia. That's the effectiveness of that Mellon and the healing reduction against this Vladimir pickup, as the Cloud Drake did wind up going over to University of Toronto. Bit of a pink or control ward fight in this blue buff area. Another root crawler meant for Yasui winds up getting tagged up on the Tigby. Now Coggles is stuck on the opposite side of his team. He's going to get stunned up. He's going to get knocked up. He's going to have to flash away, and he will barely survive.
Yeah, it looked like Kog'Maw might have accidentally hit the turret once or twice there at the very end. Either way, Coggles able to flash out, barely able to stay alive, and very risky play there by Coggles. Probably didn't expect the Braum to just walk over and focus him instead. Once he lands that Q, though, the range of Kog'Maw hard to deal with. The University of Toronto going to be able to grab their last inner third of the game.
Yep, so they've gotten that one. Flash forward from Jish, and he just deletes Coggles. His first death of the game is quite a big one here, as now the inner inhibitor tower is going to get sieged down upon by Daisy and the rest of the University of Toronto. That one is already being melted through by Commerce. On the flip side, Gao Guy's just zoning away the entire enemy team as a big, scary Renekton. Bot lane inhibitor is not long for this world. University of Toronto are going to take the first inhibitor of the game 28 minutes in.
Yeah, I love it. They play this aggressive style. We talked about that Braum dive under the turret, not afraid to try and get summoner advantage on the right people. This time around, the Caitlyn no longer has flash heal. If you're able to get in range and drop your damage as the Vladimir, she has no way of outplaying that unless the Tom Kench is right there, but it's too fast. That instant damage from transfusion, able to blow up Coggles, and once he's down, they're able to continue that push and grab their inhibitor.
Oh, Tiggy is going to wind up finding Sussus over by his own blue buff. Sussus is back him away, but so far, University of Toronto putting on a bit of a a class against Carnegie Mellon University, showcasing how, despite having potentially losing lanes on maybe like 1.5 lanes, they'll call the Vladimir Cassiopeia match a little bit Cassiopeia favored. So losing lanes on the bottom side of the map, one advantageous lane on the top side that they got advantages in by picking up a flash burn onto Mega Zero extremely early on, but surviving through the lane phase, beating Carnegie Mellon at the point of the game where they were strongest in their best of 3 yesterday against Texas A&M, and continuing to just not lose those advantages. Sure, they're not immediately snowballing into the enemy base. It is only 29 minutes into this game, but they are slowly but surely whittling away their competition.
Yeah, I think clean is definitely the word for it. They are able to grab the bottom inhibitor a minute before Baron spawns. Perfect timing. Now the bot waves building up on its own down there. You have super creeps, and in a couple of seconds, it's going to start breaking through and pressuring Carnegie Mellon University's base all on its own. They still have the teleporter on Gao Guy, so if they really want to send him down there, he can also start pressuring on that bot side of the map, while the other 4 get vision control up here on the top side.
Yeah, with the 9,500 gold lead in favor of University of Toronto, Carnegie Mellon University are going to be hard-pressed to find themselves a way back into this game. There are still a lot of towers on the map that they can wind up taking, but it's going to be taking at least a miracle fight or two before they can even think about going for some objectives. But of course, you're also in the catch-22 position if you just can't let them get this Baron, because that's going to be game-ending.
I mean, it's definitely a hard spot to be in. They do find Gao Guy, not exactly the target they really want to open up on. Mega Zero in a bad spot now.
Yeah, he wound up just punching in, has to flash away, and winds up getting gobbled up by Mino Haxor. That means they can just jump down onto the carries here. Yasui's going to get exhausted. He gets stunned up. The heroic entrance is going to try to keep him alive, but he does not survive. That's going to be the focus on the Mega Zero. Now they've turned on to Coggles. He gets slowed up. He gets knocked down. And Mino Haxor and Tiggy are the only ones left alive, but University of Toronto don't even need the Baron to finish this game off once they take that fight. A killing spree for Airy, and now the Nexus towers are in their sight. Game number 1, a clean victory for University of Toronto.
Starting from level 1 and all the way through the 30 minutes of the game, they had the advantages, getting that flash on the top side, the early kill on Tiggy on that invade, and then never letting up after that, slowly taking over each lane. Top side early, then bottom, and finally mid, Sheesh on his own, starting to pick up those solo kills.
And University of Toronto, as you mentioned during the cast, already beating Carnegie Mellon to the points of the game where they were strongest in their best of 3 series against Texas A&M, and continuously pushing those advantages throughout the game. I mean, it was extremely impressive to see that every single lane matchup pretty much won, despite having, the unsafe lane on the bottom side of the map that called into the Caitlyn matchup.
Yeah, and part of that was influenced by the fact that the jungler fell behind early on, so he had to, of course, when he tried to go and turn that counter gank early on, the fact that he didn't have that flash caught him out of position, gave up another kill.
Yeah, and so of course, just little mistakes kind of just slowly added up for Carnegie Mellon University, all kind of throughout this entire game. They also took the Tom Kench away from the side of University of Toronto, but despite not having the Abyssal Void to be like that pseudo-global all across the map, didn't seem to impact how University of Toronto was playing around the map.
Right, I mean, that's the thing. We talk about, great, you took away one of their playmaking tools, but can you use it well? Can you make those cross-map plays that you need to? It would have been great to say, okay, bot lane not going well, let's see if we can maybe go up to the top side and get Galio a kill with this Tom Kench, something that they never really looked at.
And for Carnegie Mellon University, this is going to be a game that I kind of have to reflect on because, as you mentioned before, none of their lanes were really in a position to succeed. The best one they probably had was Yusui on the Cassiopeia against the Vladimir. He went for the Rod of Ages early on, didn't get the Morellonomicon until later, so he wanted to get a little bit tankier, get that stacking on him before he could actually duel the Vladimir. But at that point in the game, when he was able to kind of take it to Vladimir in that top lane skirmish, the rest of his team was so far behind that they were just losing pressure on the opposite side of the map.
It's a little too late at that point. You have that Ignite early on. It does give you that all-in threat. The one time he tried to do it, he missed that kill, and then after that, you saw Jish took his own moment to actually use his Ignite advantage to get the kill onto Cassiopeia, and once that happens, it starts getting worse and worse for the Cassio from there.
And there's a difficult matchup for Carnegie Mellon, but University of Toronto take a 1-game lead, so for more on that dominating win from Toronto, let's check in with the analysts.
Thanks, Tom. Thank you very much, Tom, and there are some things that we've got to look at about that game because it was a dominating performance in game number 1. And one big reason that we saw such success was the Ivern.
I really dislike this champion. Just right off the bat, Ivern is a champion that I feel is really easy to play and play well, but then his effect, you don't feel like you're doing too much, but the enemy team, and when you watch it, he's doing so much. What Sussis was able to do on that champion and really shut down Tiggy was pretty much honestly the story of the whole early game, and then that's kind of transitioning to the whole game itself.
Yeah, to touch on that, obviously not Tiggy's best performance. I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, he did good, because he kind of inted hard. But at the same time, I can kind of understand feeling pressured against an Ivern, because in that matchup, Lee Sin versus Ivern, you kind of have to snowball on him, because mid-game, when it comes around, Ivern's got his Redemption, he's got his Locket, he's just going to be way more useful for you with like 1/4 of the effort. So I think maybe that's kind of what happened, but...
Yeah, and like you said, he was feeling the pressure to actually do something here, so he went for the blue invade, but then the Renekton had already pushed up, and the Galio was pushed in because MegaZero didn't have flash, so he didn't want to actually just constantly clear the wave with Q and push up. But then Tiggy goes across the map to try and make a play on the other side as well. This is actually when they get out bottom, and then he comes in and tries to make the return play.
And he saves the day.
Yeah. See, almost a kill did not go over in this fight, but he saved the day. You're absolutely right.
Tiggy checked his bank account right after the play.
But yeah, he jumps in, gets exhausted because they hadn't used it at all in that entire exchange. And then this one here was the one that kind of made me tilt my head, because I'm pretty sure they saw Ivern roaming down from the top side. They didn't even have priority mid, because you can see the Vladimir is just a little bit further on the roam too. So that escape route.
Okay, the thing that actually stuck out to me the most about this play, just to kind of highlight how difficult Ivern is to play, Tiggy had his ult available, or sorry, not Tiggy, Susice had his ult available and just didn't use it that whole play.
No
and
daisy.
it still worked out.
Yeah.
So, I mean, kind of credit to them, kind of like, I don't know. I think that Carnegie Mellon just really like overplayed and got bopped for it. I think they like bit off more than they could chew. That first blue invade by Lee Sin, it's one of those things that looking at it, like, it's really easy to be like, wow, that was just a terrible play. But you don't really know what's going on in the comms, because so many things went wrong in that play, right? Like, Lee Sin flashed before Ivern shot his Q and then got hit by it. He went for an invade while he had no top pressure, and Renekton was already basically at the blue when he started the fight. So it's one of those things where, was it a communication error? Was it just a massive lapse in judgment? You don't really know. But we do know that as a team, they just got smashed. So we'll have to see how they rally. Some teams will either tilt off the face of the planet after a game like that, but I think the more, like, composed teams will just look at that game and be like, all right, guys, 0-0, first game in the series. Like, let's forget that happened.
Yeah. And I think there's an easy fix, too, because they had banned Lulu, Karma, Orianna. You just throw the Ivern up there as well instead of the Orianna. If you think there's, like, the Orianna's going to provide shielding and aggressive power, well, the Ivern provides a lot of shielding power for a bot lane in the first place. So I think it's just something that kind of already fits the bans that they're going for well as well.
For sure. And knowing that Susice is the sub-jungler for
which is crazy.
University of Toronto. Yeah, he played very well that game, but it's one of those things where Ivern's not the most mechanically difficult champion to play, so taking him off that, I don't know if he's going to like go to Nunu or something, because those are two champs that are really strong in this meta that don't take a brain to play. So I think that if you can put him on a more difficult champion to play and then try to outplay him, maybe hope that the pressure of playing on stage gets to him, maybe he'll choke up, just put him on something that can make a bit more mistakes, and I think it could go a lot better for Carnegie Mellon.
All right, we'll have to see if Carnegie Mellon can manage to shore up some of the issues that they had in game number 1, tie this one up against University of Toronto. We're headed for a break right now, but there's more of that series coming right up. When we return, we're going to see if that game 2 does become the tying up match, or if it's going to be a 2-0 lead for U of T. Keep it here.
He has to flash away, but gets tagged by the root crawler, and there's the assist coming in from Gaugai. Blast comes over the wall, but he takes Renekton with him, and this is going to wind up being first blood for Renekton. They want to block it down on the Uri, and the Kog'Maw gets exhausted, but the turnaround is here from Braum. Mino Haxer has to flash away, and now they've turned on to Tiggy. He's extremely low. A flash forward from Uri will pick up the kill.
Turret.
Yeah, we got it.
Get turret. Finisher, nice. Turret. Yeah, go mid, turret.
I have Daisy. I'm just gonna center out.
I'm completely.
Daisy can take.
Yeah.
Watch out for Cass.
DK.
You guys go.
Cass is below.
Okay, got him. Okay.
We can't go on it anymore. We're pretty tight.
I got Kench. I got him.
Go.
Kench.
Go hard.
I got E for you. James.
I'm watching wherever Cassio is.
Bam.
Back up. He gets stunned up. The heroic entrance is going to try to keep him alive, but he does not survive. That's going to be the focus on the MegaZero. Now they've turned on to Coggles. He gets slowed up. He gets knocked down. Game number 1, a clean victory for University of Toronto.
with our starting jungler, we were just getting to a good mid-jungle synergy, and then bringing in a new jungler, that all started over again. In addition to learning how to play as a team for the jungler. So it's just a really big learning experience.
Definitely something you can see is a little bit of a struggle for that team. They don't play a ton around their mid-jungle synergy.
Nah, not at all. And they don't play like a team or a cohesive unit whatsoever. Welcome back to Game 2 of University of Toronto versus Carnegie Mellon University. And while we may be joking between ourselves, Toronto played definitely as a cohesive unit in that game.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think separates them from some of the other teams we're seeing right now in the college championships, is that they still are able to make good decisions even when in even situations or maybe even behind. And then once they have the lead, they still continue to play aggressively, wall controlled. You heard as we were fading out to commercial there, they're telling themselves not to go too deep, turn back on the Baron. You don't need that one more kill. Let's go get the objective.
Yeah, no overchasing, no overstaying, and no overextending whatsoever on their side. And that's what kept their gameplay pretty clean, crisp, and in control. But things have changed up a little bit in this game. Carnegie Mellon are going to be choosing the blue side for game number 2. So now we're going to see if that kind of changes the pick and ban phase whatsoever. Saw Carnegie Mellon throwing out extremely early first ban phase supports. Both the Karma and the Lulu were taken off the table for that. Left the Ivern open. We'll see if they take that away or if they change up those bans.
Right, I mean, Ivern, basically the only champion that can function as a supportive jungler at the level that he can. Obviously, we talk about Nunu being one that can do the same thing, but he doesn't have that gank setup that can really pressure lane and show up and make a big play, whereas Nunu just runs in your jungle and steals stuff. And then even when someone starts diving, Nunu's sometimes not the most effective. You can often bypass him. It's hard to do that with Daisy, being able to provide a knockup with the hard CC that actually comes in from the root caller.
Yeah, and we see now bans already being changed up a little bit. Carnegie Mellon are going to be throwing out an Ashe ban on top of the Orianna, so already no supports in the first round so far. They still have one more ban, but Toronto going to be continuously targeting away that Gragas takeaway. It could be a flex pick in the top lane, could be for the jungle, but they're also going to be banning away the Lulu themselves, so they do not want that one falling into the hands of Mino Haxor.
Will be interesting to see if they choose to go with that Karma ban as well. That's often what you tend to see with the Lulu ban out. You don't want to give away that obvious priority pick. Or they could be setting up a situation where if Carnegie Mellon doesn't ban the Ivern here, they can avoid banning the Karma and potentially trade 1-for-1 with one grabbing the Ivern, one grabbing the Karma. Depends how much power they put on the Ivern. They don't want to risk giving it up.
Now, and they banned the Nunu away as well, so if they wind up banning out Karma, then they would be able to take the Ivern. Now they ban the Ivern. I wouldn't be surprised to see Carnegie Mellon taking that Karma.
That would be kind of the obvious quote-unquote first pick here. Also depends on if they value that Caitlyn super highly. We saw them take it early on, but Toronto has been playing into that all tournament long. They really don't seem like they care about it, especially with the new Doran shield, the melee supports being what they want to prefer, and instead it is the Twitch that was banned away in the first game.
Yeah, so they wind up picking the Twitch away from the side of University of Toronto. That means that the Karma's left available, Tom Kench is still on the table, Caitlyn is there. There's a bunch of different things. We've also seen Sussus be extremely successful on the Kazakhs in the first best-of-3 series. We'll see if they wind up taking that one for themselves early on.
A lot of options for Toronto here. It'd be pretty funny to see them put the shoe on the other foot, so to speak, a little bit, where they're the ones playing the aggressive bot lane now, trying to hold down that Twitch pick and stop it from going off. Instead, they're going to take the Lee Sin away. First time for Sussus on this one.
Yeah, that's got to be very interesting. Sussus has shown Kazakhs and Ivern. That was about it so far. And Tiggy was not the most influential Lee Sin on the map. He
was influential for the other team a little bit.
Okay, that's a different way of using the word influential, but he was very active on the map. And while none of those ganks really succeeded for them, I guess it was something University of Toronto did not want to have happening based off the fact that they are changing up their game plan.
And I mean, when you're an aggressive jungler and something goes wrong level 3 on an invade, and that's your mindset to keep making plays, you will generally tend to look a little bit worse than you really are, just because you're playing aggressively from behind. A lot of things are not going to work out for you. So Tiggy, this time around on the Sejuani instead of the Lee Sin, hopefully has a better game.
Yeah, this is the first time we're going to get a chance to see the reworked Sejuani on 7.9, so this will be extremely interesting. They're going to wind up pairing it with another tanky top laner in the Galio, so that's going to be the second time around for Mega Zero.
Yep, going to be a beefy game for Carnegie Mellon, and Toronto countering out that Galio with the Fiora potentially. They're hovering it right now. That is what a lot of people consider one of the strongest counter picks to it. Good in lane, and then once you get out of the laning phase, you continue to pressure in the side lanes. Instead, it's going to be the Caitlyn. Don't want to risk that getting banned away. And like we said, this time around, University of Toronto will be the team trying to hold down that Twitch pick.
Yeah, so this time around, it's Toronto that has the aggressive early lane. We've seen them, as you mentioned already, picking into the Karma, into the Caitlyn, picking a losing lane matchup. Let's see how effective Ari and JJ are going to be on the bottom side of the map when they can be the ones that get aggressive. And it looks like they are going to be targeting down on the support pool for Mino Haxor a little bit, the Nami being banned away. But he's also a very powerful Thresh, as we saw at the Analyst test this morning. Pretty much all of Carnegie Mellon's plays were set up by his Thresh.
Yeah, and I mean, Twitch definitely can struggle with the fact that he doesn't have great range poke tools, but in an all-in, he's actually very, very strong. So if you combo with the Switch, or the Thresh, excuse me, and you gank for him, or you just land a couple hooks, you get the Ignite off, you get a couple stacks of the Twitch Poison before the Expunge, you do a lot of damage. So it's still an option for Carnegie Mellon here. The Tom Kench will be actually what's banned away. That lane also nice just because you can keep saving the Twitch whenever he might be getting focused down hard.
Yeah, and Toronto ran that one in their first game yesterday up against Simon Fraser University, so they know the power of that Tom Kent and Twitch combination. We actually saw it in game 2 as well, where they were delivering the Twitch into mid lane to assassinate down upon Simon Fraser University. So very effective usage, which is why they take it away. The Fizz also being banned away here is a bit of an interesting choice. It's a little bit of a flex pick ban, as you know, the top lane Bruiser Fizz hasn't necessarily been as hit as hard on 7.9, so that's still a potential option, but also kind of indicative of maybe going for something like a standard Syndra pickup in that mid lane now that the Orianna's been banned away. Yeah,
there's a chance that that's what they're looking at with that ban. The Syndra would be all right with the team comp. There's not a ton of follow-up off the Syndra, not a great amount of hard CC that you can kind of do that chain line CC that you tend to see with things like the Zyra and the Elise, those kind of pick comps. Still would be nice to get an extra point of pressure on the map, given that your top lane, knowing that it's against the Renekton, not great. Your bot lane going to be losing, so if you can get a little bit of mid pressure, that would be great, and that's why you do see them most likely going with that Syndra pick.
Yeah, and the bottom lane matchup looks like they are just in full survival mode now. The shoe's on the other foot. Carnegie Mellon picks up the Janna, which is the last remaining shielding type support, with the Karma taken away and the Lulu and Nami banned away by the side of Toronto. So we have seen the Janna being used yesterday when Maryville ran that one with the Janna Jinx combination to try to keep Prototype as safe as possible. He's a little bit more aggressive of an AD carry than Kagos has shown himself to be, but still the Janna's going to be helping keep that Twitch alive in lane.
Right, and it's not the worst matchup. Obviously, Janna can get abused a little bit by some of those common other Enchantress type supports. The Nami, the Karma, the Lulu all have that little bit of extra poke advantage, whereas Janna mostly just throws a shield on someone, and it's really limited to that. So this time around, though, still providing a ton of protection for the Twitch. If they're able to get him out of the laning phase here, they have so many tools to set him up for success. And it's going to be on University of Toronto trying to find the Twitch and kill him early on. They as well have great tools for that. You have the Kassadin, the Lee Sin, and the Renekton all going to be looking for that AD carry.
Yeah, and the Kassadin pickup coming in last for Jish on the side of University of Toronto. We've seen the Kassadin. It's not the best lane counter to the Syndra, but definitely bullies that pick around in the later stages of the game. You wind up picking up that Rod of Ages, you wind up getting potentially a second level on your Riftwalk ultimate, and that Syndra has very, very difficult times dealing with not just your pressure during lane or post lane, but also dealing with you in a side lane situation, because the Kassadin, always a good late game split push threat.
Right, you think that's probably going to be one of the two most important lanes to watch here, the mid lane, if the Kassadin can actually get bullied super hard by Yasui on the Syndra. And on the flip side, can University of Toronto's bot lane hold down that Twitch?
Yeah, and so University of Toronto, we'll see if they're able to put as much pressure using the Caitlyn and Karma pickup as they were able to absorb when they were running other sorts of scaling late game competition on the bottom side of the map. We'll also see if Gaogai on the top side of the matchup gets the best of Mega Zero. He had a lot of help in game number 1 by blowing Mega Zero's flash early on and picking up a first blood coming in from Tiggy's invade in the early stages of the game. We'll see if things stay a little bit more even, if these teams play a little bit different now that there's no Ivern shenanigans going on in game number 2.
I think Mega Zero is an interesting case to look at a little bit here, because he's well known for being that kind of aggressive playmaker. Back when he was playing in the LCS, he had a great Aurelia, strong 1v1 dueling champion, and hopefully able to transition into the late game with either split pushing or finding backline threats. This time, 2 games in a row on a Galio who's pretty much wave clear and tankiness and being able to protect certain people, and maybe in the right situation find some flash taunts to set his team up, but definitely not that backline dive threat and 1v1 dueler in the top lane that we're used to seeing him on.
A bit more of a utility and for the team pickup here from Carnegie Mellon University. I mean, as you mentioned, Mega Zero known for his carry play. Saw him play Riven yesterday. He played it into the Rumble, and he was dominating on it. Carnegie Mellon had a very aggressive lane-focused style in their 2-0 victory against Texas A&M University. But this time around, University of Toronto got the best of them in the early game, and now with the lane set up for success on the bottom side of the map, maybe a rinse and repeat this time around. But Carnegie Mellon going to be getting a little bit of vision control, overseeing where Sussus is going to be starting in his jungle. But on the flip side, University of Toronto did the exact same thing bot side.
Neither team really having the most threatening level 1. Pretty much no hard CC available for either team. Sure, it's annoying to try and walk into a Karma early on and a Caitlyn, and they have the range to win trades, but not really the ability to get that kill. So a nice little brush camp there, cut off the Janna from being able to get back to lane, get a little bit of harass down on her, and maybe you can get the push going even faster in the bot lane.
That was actually almost super well timed, because the ward had like 1 second left on it when they walked towards the brush. We even saw JJ stutter step right before he walked into that brush to see if they could wind up maybe waiting out something like that or seeing if somebody was in there. But Janna just going to be forced to take the high road all the way back into the bottom lane, but not going to miss all too much, as we are still only at level 1 and the minions have just crashed into each other. You mentioned already that mid lane matchup, Yasui, a lot of not necessarily pressure, but a lot's going to be looking at him in this game. If he gets advantages over the Kassadin, that'll be a Syndra lane snowballing early on with the level 6 ultimate, being able to put pressure down on the Caitlyn. It'll be a very important matchup for Carnegie Mellon here.
Right, and you see Deathfire touch Kassadin. Been reading about some people's thoughts on it. Strong, a little bit stronger than you might think in lane, and able to actually trade pretty effectively with a lot of the play patterns of Syndra. You just go for those Q trades 1-for-1 a lot of the time, back off, and then go back to CSing.
An interesting choice of Keystone Mastery, and we'll see if it winds up picking up one of those kills on like a fadeaway Q or something that the Kassadin potentially would not be getting earlier on. As we see on the bottom side of the map, this lane going pretty much as we expected. Aerie and JJ getting some early aggressive pushes against Kalas and Mino Haxer, even shoving them under tower before they were able to hit level 2. Mino Haxer continuously throwing out those shield spams just to keep his AD carry alive.
And this is what you're going to see a lot of in the bot lane. Koggles and Mino Haxor getting hit, their turret getting hit, and them doing their best to kill minions.
Yeah, we see Sussus pathing his way down on the bottom side of the map. He knew that there were wards on the top side, so after clearing out his red buff, he makes his way down onto his opponent's side of the jungle. We'll see if they maybe wind up opting for an early gank on the bottom side if that lave bounces and resets. Meanwhile, Carnegie Mellon's Tiggy going to blast Cone over the wall, but he will go immediately onto a ward, so Galgai going to slice and dice himself quickly out of there. But we'll see if the charge comes in. It will force a flash away from Galgai, so Arctic Assault blows a summoner spell.
A little surprising to see the flash early there. Hold on, bot play going on. Toggle's caught out.
Sussus waits for the flash. He's going to Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, and Aerie's last flash auto was secure First Blood.
Aggressive play by University of Toronto there, burning almost all their summoners in the bot lane except for the heal to make sure they finish off Koggles there. But hard to say it's not worth it early on. Get that Twitch killed before he can go back, pick up a Vamp Scepter or a Cutlass, the worst case scenario. Here, stuck on the Cole, not going to be a fun laning phase for him.
Yeah, a little bit of an investment buy coming out from the Twitch. Doesn't want to go for a second Doran, instead goes for something that could potentially get him a little bit more gold since he's falling a bit behind. We saw the teleport being used by Galgai though, and there is no ward here to spot out Tiggy, so this is going to be a little bit of a surprise. Arctic Assault lands, the taunt follows after. Megazero is already kind of low, doesn't have a lot of mana, but they are going to wind up getting the stun coming up from Tiggy's passive. Teleport's coming in from Jish's cast, and he was just gone back to base as well. They blow a flash from Tiggy. He's going to want to try to get the Winter's Wrath to slow him down, but Jish flashes forward, picks up a kill.
And importantly, he's able to pick up the double buffs. If you thought the lane was fine for Kassadin so far, even CS with the Syndra, now gonna have additional mana to trade aggressively with the Syndra, as well as some extra regen from that red buff to stop the harass from coming in. So this Kassadin in a great spot early on, and we're saying this is one of the focal points for us to watch early on this game. If the Kassadin was able to get online, I'd say he's online.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he's gone back, gotten a Dark Seal, has stacks on that one, has double buffs. He may not have, the Catalyst and the stacking Rod of Ages, or maybe going for the GLP build. We'll see what Jish decides to go for. But it's definitely going to be a difficult lane now for Yasui on that Syndra. As you mentioned, there's going to be a lot of attention focused down on this mid lane here. It's going to be even more difficult for Yasui to get ahead and have these against double buffs.
And the thing about, you heard Meteos talking about it on the desk, is it feels like Tiggy might get desperate at points. Hold on, he's potentially can make a play around the mid lane.
Yep, Sussus just going to wind up ward hopping over the wall, and Tiggy gets the consolation prize of clearing out a control ward.
Right, and so you saw that Sussus makes that play down the bot lane. Tiggy goes topside early on, gets the flash, that's great, but then because of that first blood, he feels like, I'm pressured, I need to do something, and he goes for a repeat gank on the top side, Kassadin out of lane, not able to get that teleport interrupted, he had gone back to base to get that early Dark Seal, and the next thing you know, he's teleporting up to the top side to turn that kill.
Yeah, it's really not a terrible idea. We saw Megazero low on HP and mana during the gank, but Jish, meanwhile, is going to be the focus right here. The Winter's Wrath and the Fury of the North stun goes through, and Yasui does pick up the double buff transfer there, so he's actually gotten a kill in that cast.
Playing a little bit disrespectfully there by Jish. They knew that the Sejuani was still up on that top side. He could have played back a little bit longer. He was very close to level 6, probably not concerned that the repeat gank was going to come in there, and then once again gives up that kill right before level 6. Did not have access to his flash, obviously using on the top side to pick up that kill. And if he just had a little bit more patience, this would not have worked off.
And we see just a stun coming in from Syndra, and Tiggy just Arctic Assault over the wall, winds up landing the Fury of the North stun, but we're going to pop back into the real game here because now Coggles is getting shut
Nice
down.
placement.
Aries going to cut him off with that Yordle Snap Trap.
Yeah, lands one, so he's rooted up, can't run away, and then put one right behind him. Might not want to walk onto him in a row. Forced to walk into them trying to trade, but of course, no chance he actually wins that fight.
Yeah, and you mentioned the champions like Twitch a little bit better in some all-in situations when you're against a Caitlyn and a Karma that have already gotten first blood on you or this far ahead of you during the lane phase. You've only got a Cole in your pocket, you're not going to be that effective. So now Coggles and Mino Haxer feeling the wrath of this bottom lane here from University of Toronto. We asked how they're going to do now that they have the aggressive matchup, and the answer is 2 kills, sub 10 minutes.
Yeah, very bad start for the side of Carnegie Mellon University once again in the bot lane here. And this was a huge factor for them in their wins yesterday, where they were able to get those 2v2 kills extremely early on. You have to play the game completely different when not only you're picking the weaker laners, but you're also getting smashed in lane. So Carnegie Mellon University picking very different than their play style that worked for them yesterday, and obviously not executing on the same level against the tougher individual players that University of Toronto has.
And it's still less than 10 minutes into this game, but it looks like bottom lane will continue to be a focus of pain for the side of Carnegie Mellon University. Kassadin and Sussus are going to want to come down here, and Coggles may go invisible, but there's only one way you can run if you're trying to avoid dying, and that's back towards your base. And Airy, a 3rd kill on Caitlyn.
Coggles definitely not having a good time this game, and it's getting to the point now for University of Toronto where it's like, great, you have destroyed the Twitch. You will not be a threat for a long time now. What else can you start getting? It's time to break that turret. It's time to get things going in the top side of the map. Maybe it's time to try looking around the mid lane or getting the dragon. Just killing the Twitch for the 4th time, probably no longer the most effective strategy.
We'll have to see where the focus gets laid down. They did want to take in the Scuttle Crab on the bottom side for University of Toronto, so Ocean Drake could potentially be something to look for as soon as this tower winds up falling. Empowered Monster Q coming out from Karma just to zone Mino Haxer off the tower, and the first tower goal goes over to the Caitlyn, and this is just rinse and repeat here from Coggles. They don't know where he is, but does wind up getting tagged there just by the slow coming out from Caston, and able to see that, well, he was just standing still.
Yeah, tough spot for Coggles. Not enough vision control to see them coming through the jungle there. A decent job out of University of Toronto of avoiding the ward that was in the tri-brush and get the angle onto the Twitch.
Oh, well, Tiki trying to get something down the top lane here. Gaga's going to get taunted up. He has Slice, gets interrupted, has Dice, gets stunned, but he has his flash, but he gets stunned up immediately after that as well. Gaugai holds on to the flash, will wind up dying, but his team does get a dragon.
I actually didn't hate the way that was played by Gaugai, trying to save his flash at the last possible second to hopefully dodge an ability, but he had taken a little bit too much damage. His empowered Cultibeak not able to protect him, as we see University of Toronto trying to make a counterplay down the bot side of the map.
Yeah, meanwhile, Sussus going to wind up jumping in here. Twitch gets revealed, lands the Sonic Wave. No Lee Syndrome, doesn't want to dive a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, Sussus showing that patience that University of Toronto has shown over the course of their games so far at this event, where they don't always go as aggressive as some of the other collegiate teams that we've seen, knowing when to pull back and focus more on the map plays.
Well, it's just a little bit of a difference in jungle play style as well. You mentioned earlier, and we heard video saying that Tiki sometimes looks like he's playing like he feels pressured to get something done, whereas Sussus just kind of take things as they come. His bottom lane's pushing up. Why not try to get something done on the bottom side of the map when that wave winds up resetting? Hey, we already have vision control and we're taking the dragon here and they're pushing up at no tower. Why don't we make an appearance down the bottom side? Even his Ivern game, when he was able to just be at the right place, right time, following after Tiki's Lee Sin, didn't even need Daisy in some of those games.
Right, and talk about Meteor saying maybe Ivern don't need the biggest brain to play him. Well, this time he's on the Lee Sin. He's a much more mechanically difficult champion to play, as well as you need to actually execute with his abilities to have an impact on the game. It's doing so far.
All right, note to self, I should learn to play some Ivern. Now Gaugai has been rotated onto the bottom side of the map. He is the solo laner, and the dual lane is down up top, and he's actually in a 1v3 situation, and he's not nearly as strong of a next as he was last game. Actually gets a lot of damage down onto Coggles and almost takes him down in a 1v3 situation. Meanwhile, Mega's here on the top side of the map, not in the same situation here. Airy flashes forward, picks up a kill on the Galio.
Aggressive flash in there by Airy, but showing he knows what he's doing, able to get out of the turret after picking up that kill, trades the top laners, as Gaugai had moved down to the bot lane, now getting bullied pretty hard by the side of Carnegie Mellon University. Tiki finding repeated ganks on him. Sus is in a little bit of a weird spot now.
Yeah, and Yasui actually going to Blast Cone over. Does not want to see him. He's seen it, kicks him back into his bottom lane. Good play there by Sussus, and Aries unstoppable.
Yeah, good reaction. Not expecting the Syndra to actually be up there, but instantly Flash kicks him into his team and is able to drop his damage down. And they blow up Yasui before he can figure out which target he should really be dropping his damage on, if any of them would have died at all.
And this is very scary if you're Carnegie Mellon University. I mean, oh, actually, gonna get a taunt under the tower there as Mega Zero's Galio trying to force him away from taking the second tower of the game extremely early on. Aries very low on HP, but it's only a John and a Galio, so he's not afraid to get a little up close and personal, but they will back away.
Good pressure out of the side of University of Toronto there, not greeting for that turret, backing out when they realize it. Tiggy finding an ultimate onto Jish again. The Twitch is here as well, might be able to find a cleanup kill, but just gonna get the flash instead.
Yeah, Glacial Prison does wind up earning a summoner spell there from Jish, but as I was saying before, if you're Carnegie Mellon University, if you're another team here in the collegiate tournament, and you're looking at University of Toronto, and they look this good with their substitute jungler, you gotta be quick in your boots. Imagine how good they would have looked with Yummy Bananas. Sussus, though,
I mean, who's
right
to say Sussus isn't just an upgrade? I mean, Yummy Banana is obviously an important factor for University of Toronto over the course of the campus series, but Sussus, he's playing great. This is not, oh, the team's carrying their sub-jungler. No. This jungler just putting in work every game.
He slots in extremely well, and we heard Jish just before this game saying that, you know, they had to rebuild that mid lane jungle synergy. They had to rebuild their team communication, and Jish is coming in just for this tournament specifically. They rebuilt that in the course of weeks?
Well, to be fair, and I was kind of joking about this before, but honestly, Sussus and Jish do not play together very much at all. You mostly see Sussus working around the bot lane or trying to find stuff in the side lanes or even just in the enemy team's jungle. Not a ton of him comboing with the Cassin, getting kills on this immobile Syndra as they get vision control together. They did have that nice roam down to the bot lane, but that was one of the few instances where you saw that so far in this tournament.
Yeah, well, the University of Toronto, we mentioned, they were extremely team cohesive in their series win yesterday against Simon Fraser University. And part of that, while it may not be the best mid-jungle synergy, their communication as to where to be and where to go. And as you mentioned, as we heard, you know, going into the commercial break, their communication is extremely clean and they don't overextend and they know where to go and they know what they're going to be able to pick up in what situations. So coming in with, you know, your jungler is your early game playmaker. So having Sussus slot into that slot pretty much effortlessly, so it seems, listening to their comms in these games, is an amazing thing to do. And if you're Carnegie Mellon University, you know, you're thinking maybe that was going to be one of your weak points. Maybe that's why Tiggy was playing super aggressive in game one. Is continuously trying to harp upon getting Mega Zero, his team leader, ahead. It just has not worked out for them so far.
Nope, and University of Toronto is continuing to keep the pressure up. Yao Guy returns to the top lane, able to crack that turret by himself. Meanwhile, you put the Caitlyn Karma mid, and you start pressuring down, set up that 1-3-1. Obviously, Cassidy much happier to be in the long lane than the Syndra. Twitch stuck in the mid lane, having to farm against this Caitlyn, who's going to keep pushing in. It's going to buy a lot of space for Lee Sin to roam around the map and try and find some plays.
Yeah, and speaking of that mid lane here, with duo lanes are now there. Caitlyn looks like she's got pretty much one of every expensive item in the game. Has a pickaxe, tier 2 boots, a zeal, and a BF sword. Meanwhile, Twitch looks like he's gone to
one of every
Doran's
cheap
discount
item in the game.
store. Yeah, he's picked up whatever items he could actually hold on to. Still 23 CS away from popping that Cull, which is more than the deficit he has against his Caitlyn, 124 compared to 98.
Yeah, definitely got bullied pretty hard, though. Not like he was just throwing himself at the enemy team, misjudging his damage. There was a lot of focus by University of Toronto to smash that bot lane. They picked for it in the draft, and they're executing it in game. So a lot of credit to University of Toronto for being able to play the aggressor in that bot lane, not always just looking to farm out to late game.
And also knowing that they had advantage in that side of the map and not trying to help out Galgai, who has been a little bit camped himself this game and now is at a deficit against Mega Zero as opposed to, at least has a CS advantage, but 2 deaths compared to the 1 of Mega Zero, compared to the advantage he had over him in that same exact matchup last game. And now University of Toronto, with their members already having a split push casting on the bottom side and pushing out that mid lane with their duo, are going to be going for a Dragon attempt here on the Mountain Drake, but Carnegie Mellon are going to respond by taking a Rift Herald for themselves, and this could be something they can utilize very effectively to swing things back in their advantage.
Yeah, we have not yet really seen a team take the Rift Herald from behind. This is one of the first instances I'm seeing of it, so we're going to have to track how they're actually able to use it, because much like a Mountain Dragon, Rift Herald is great from ahead. You get to set up, you get to pick exactly when you want to drop it. Carnegie Mellon might have a hard time finding a way to use it, but first they got to deal with University of Toronto in front of their base.
Yeah, Tiggy eats 2 traps in a row, but he gets the Electric Assault down onto Gao Guy. That flash taunt there from Mega Zero is going to lock him up. The Fury, the North Stun comes in, and Tiggy's able to pick himself up the kill.
University of Toronto wanted to punish that Rift Herald attempt by Carnegie Mellon University. They go a little bit too far up after taking the first mid lane turret, and now we talk about when will they find a time to use this Rift Herald, well, right after you kill the enemy top laner.
And dead. One tower goes down in favor of Carnegie Mellon University. It's now the Rift Herald going to be getting aggressive in this mid lane area, and it looks like Carnegie Mellon having a slight man advantage. Gagai does have his teleport available when he respawns, but they're going to be continuously pushing down this mid lane, seeing how much more damage they can get with this Rift Herald. Normally you talked about getting like super lane priority. They're going for super tower taking with this one, but the aggressiveness of University of Toronto is here. Gagai teleported in from behind CMU though. They're grouped up as a unit. They missed the stun coming out from Syndra. There's an archer assault to dissuade Gagai, but he gets a quick ruthless predator stun on the Tiggy, but CMU disengage.
Yeah, second game in a row. Gagai does the team play, teleports him from the flank, tries to start the fight off, and then is on Renekton and gets a single stun.
Nope, pretty much it. Although, to be fair, we had seen challenger teams in North America utilizing the Flash or Renekton engage very effectively. This time around, it's University of Toronto maybe fighting off a little more than they can chew, going for a second tier 2 mid tower when they knew that the Rift Herald was just taken.
Right, and we talk about University of Toronto not overextending too often. This is definitely an instance where they did. It's great. You got the Dragon in the mid turret for the Rift Herald, and you want to escort the minion wave into the next turret to get a tempo advantage, but they go a little bit too far with it and actually start trying to hit the turret, and that opens up their flank for Carnegie Mellon University to move in, pick up a kill.
Well, Gagai now going toe-to-toe against Tiggy in the top side of the map. Does wind up getting the Winter's Wrath. Just a little bit of a stun. The Fury of the North will come in as well. A flash away from the top, but it is going to wind up landing there for Megazero, but Cassidon's here with a turnaround teleport. JJ has rotated up as well, and University of Toronto collapse and assist Gagai.
I mean, Gagai has been getting beaten up all game. At this point, Tiggy almost being able to 1v1 down. There was backup coming from Carnegie Mellon, so Gagai did have to run away, but eventually he made it to his team, able to turn that one back and punish the camp that seemingly is always coming Gaogai's way.
So now Gagai going to get a little assistance for himself on the top side of the map. Baron still not yet available. Only about 2 minutes till that one's going to spawn. So now the big question mark becomes University of Toronto had the early game advantages on Caitlyn. They've gotten her to a 2-item power spike extremely early. The mid-game lull for Caitlyn is still a little bit present until she starts working on that third item and completes it. How are they going to break this inner ring of towers against Carnegie Mellon?
Well, I mean, Caitlyn is, we talk about how she has that mid-game power truffle. She's getting through it pretty quickly here. Already at 2 items. The only person with any substantial amount of armor right now is Megazero. And so that means if you're able to hit the Twitch or the Janna, who you're mostly laning against almost at this point, still pushing up that mid-wave in that kind of 2v2, even if Tiggy comes in, you're still able to do a lot of damage to him. So Caitlyn is in a great spot. Probably going to be able to pick up that last Whisper. If she ever feels like her auto stopped dealing damage, she's in a great spot so far.
On the bottom side of the map, we saw Yasui having to split push against Jish, but Yasui does not have a Rift Walk like the Cassidon does. So, University of Toronto going to collapse on this one. The stun winds up landing there onto Sussus with a flash forward. The slow comes out from Jish, but Megazero's in the area to get a heroic entrance down. Does not have the flash available to follow the taunt, but University of Toronto have to respect that.
And that's what we're talking about, the fact that the Syndra does not want to be in the long lane against the Cassidon. You see him able to just jump in and get these quick trades off. CMU want to punish though.
Yeah, Megazero's in the backline, but Coggles, he flashes forward to pick up a kill on JJ, but now he's a little out of position, gets Dragon Rage kicked backwards. He's trying to kite himself out, but Cassidon Rift walks on him and takes him down. Now Sussus is going to get Justice punched up, and he's going to go down. The Syndra ultimate is used on Jeesh, but he will barely stay alive. His mana bar is extremely low, and Arius running away, but Jeesh picks up a kill down onto Yasui, trying to run away from this, and the Justice Punch will not land, but a Tornado will. There's a taunt to follow up, and a shutdown from Megazero. CMU find a fight.
Yeah, nice 3 for 2 overall, able to get a couple shutdowns as well. Not going to be able to completely change the game around, but the big thing is the Twitch is starting to pick up a couple kills, now at an item and a half, able to cash in that cull momentarily as well. And he's able to start finding these angles. You saw Jeesh jumping in, trying to get a pick and some trade damage down. They lost track of exactly where Coggles is able to find the back line of University of Toronto there. Does get killed off, but the side of University of Toronto had to spend so many resources to actually get onto it.
Yep, meanwhile, looks like CMU is trying to get their second tower of the game on the bottom side of the map, but a Galio and a Janna do not push towers extremely well, and they get forced away by JJ. And this is University of Toronto, like you said, trying to attack the Syndra, who does not want to be in this lane, but Syndra had backup in time.
Right, and it was a nice look. They were able to get a lot of summoners and ultimates out for basically nothing. Here, they want to keep pushing with this minion wave. They're trying to get some poke damage down so they can potentially siege this turret. But here, you lose track of Coggles. He's going to find an opening onto Ari, who's channeling his ultimate. Combos perfectly with Megazero. Now Ari's out of the fight. You focus down onto the Karma, finish her off, and now you start kiting out Sussus, who is able to eventually get that kill. But now they are so far behind in health and man, of course, that they get finished off.
And Yasui there hitting a good two-man stun to make sure that Lee Sin cannot get away, but he thinks he can chase through onto Jeesh, but Jeesh is able to pick up a kill for himself, and he will eventually wind up going down to Mega Zero and Mino Hacks here. A 3-for-2 overall, so in favor of Carnegie Mellon, but not the worst for University of Toronto.
Yep, you're happy for that if you're Carnegie Mellon University at this point, and if you're University of Toronto, you didn't really lose anything in terms of the state of the game. You still have pressure everywhere that you need, and you're going to be able to keep taking away these objectives. But you got to be careful because, like we said, the Twitch is starting to become a threat. If you keep losing track of him in team situations, he might be able to get picks.
It's only a 3,000 gold advantage for University of Toronto. Mega Zero lands a flash taunt and just eviscerates Lee Sin and Caitlyn. Tiggy picks himself up a double kill, and all of a sudden, Carnegie Mellon University, they steal an objective and they close the gold gap to 1,500.
We talked about losing sight of the Twitch in a team fight. Well, how about losing sight of the tanks? They get a perfect flank on the backside after that fight in the bot lane. No more vision for University of Toronto down there. Both Tiggy and Mega Zero are able to hit a nice combo ultimate onto Sussus and Harry, and that's going to open them up to potentially look at this Baron.
Sussus is dead for at least 10 more seconds. This Baron is not staying very healthy, so word 4 was University of Toronto that took an early Baron at 23 minutes. Now it's CMU that are looking to do something very similar, but there are multiple members of University of Toronto here. Jeesh eats the Cinder ultimate, is only down about half HP. Baron is a factor in this fight as well, and double kill picked up for Renekton in just one swift swipe. They are able to pick up the 2 damage dealers down. Now it's all on JJ. Lee Sin is still far away and will not be able to get a kill with this one, but JJ able to take down Coggles. The damage is gone. It's 2 tenths on Baron. Sussus is here, but Sejuani's smite is true. She's able to pick up the smite on the Baron, but will they stay alive and will they save any buffs? She gets rooted up by JJ, and Hero Karma is here to save the day. Now Aerie has joined the fray, and Mega Zero will go down. A double kill and an ace picked up.
University of Toronto punish that Baron attempt hard. They buy enough time. They get people low enough that Carnegie Mellon University could not finish off the Baron and get out. We'll take a look at how this all started. Dragon fight, there's that flank by Mega Zero, able to set up Tiggy to combo in with his ultimate. They get a big 2-man double kill there, and then they instantly transition this up to the Baron. The thing is, when you take all this into account, this actually isn't the worst situation. You pull the Baron buff off the map, you get the gold for it, you get aced, but you traded a bunch of kills back during the time. The gold lead will not grow substantially off the back of this Baron buff now, because otherwise you would be concerned of University of Toronto being able to grab this. A little over-aggressive by Jeesh there. Maybe could have played that a little slower. Baron was still at a decently high health.
Yeah, and then Coggles walking backwards into the mantra Q from Karma, just taking a ton of damage. And as you mentioned, Carnegie Mellon still able to take the buff off the map, so UOT can't take it after this. But still, clutch smite coming in there from Tiggy, but there are no Baron buffs left on the map for them.
Right, so you see them finally get cleaned up here, not able to actually get out with anyone alive. Nice block on that last Justice Punch. Still probably would have been going down anyways. But this is what we're saying now, where sure, it sucks that you don't have your Baron buff to use, but look, the gold lead is down to only 2,500 now. You're starting to get more and more kills. Twitch has finished his Zeal item, and University of Toronto is starting to let this game slip away from them. They can no longer pressure around the Baron. That's completely off the map. Neither team can use that, and Carnegie Mellon can focus on just farming out for a little bit longer, as well as trying to find some picks with their massive front line. When you start looking at 5v5, something we didn't really touch on is the fact that they're going to have a lot stronger in terms of their front line and their CC, whereas University of Toronto is just trying to dive that Twitch relentlessly.
And so University of Toronto maybe have to just keep themselves in check a little bit here. JJ has to flash over the wall, and Sus is actually going to wind up using the Dragon Rage kick. No flash available from Mega Zero, but that's just the respect that you have to give a Galio when he starts channeling that taunt. And CMU, they may have lost the Baron buff, but they're still the ones on the siege here. They push down into that mid lane, take a tier 2 tower, but Galgai is still away on the bot lane as he trades objectives against CMU. But the threat of the push is still here. They're sieging down on that mid lane inhibitor tower. Castanen is still very far away from behind, but you might be looking for a flank right here. Renekton's still pushing down on that bottom side, so they might just be buying time, yeah. CMU, they're trying to run away. Castanen here just on zoning duties, but he will wind up backing away. And a teleport actually being used out here from Mega Zero, so that's one of the globals on Galio down.
The eternal struggle of the 1-3-1 versus the team that wants to group up. Carnegie Mellon University charge up the mid lane while Cassidy and Renekton split in the top and bot lane respectively. Able to trade some pressure back, get that teleport advantage out, and now Carnegie Mellon need to be very careful next time that they start picking a lane to chase up the mid lane potentially. A lot of teleport flank angles going to be available for Toronto.
And Toronto may need to utilize that global advantage in order to wind up taking something down. As you mentioned, the gold count kind of staying relatively even at this point. You know, it's only about 3,000 gold in favor of University of Toronto. They haven't necessarily catapulted themselves further ahead. And as you mentioned, sure, they have Cassin, they have Caitlyn, their late game is pretty solid, but they don't have the very big, beefy front line for their late game carry like Twitch, like Syndra, who could still dish out a ton of damage at that point. There's no Galio to keep them alive, and there's no Sejuani to basically stand in front and be a big, beefy tank.
All right, that's the big concern for University of Toronto here. If they're able to jump on the Twitch and instantly delete him, they probably win that team fight. But if the front line stays in front,
not great.
Not great, no. So the other concern, of course, is the fact that Carnegie Mellon still has a lot of turrets to start cleaning up in these side lanes if they can ever get them. But with the map more open, that means more angles of attack.
Yeah, they're actually attacking the global this time around, going for Mega Zero. He's itemized very heavily for armor, so the Cassin is going to be dealing an okay amount of damage, but still to be able to justice punch himself out of there.
Right, eventually, if Carnegie Mellon can start grabbing these turrets, pull this gold lead even closer, they'll be in a great spot to contest this late game. Both teams trying to find small rotations on the map. University of Toronto made that two-man play on the bot lane. Mega Zero gets out. That buys time for Carnegie Mellon's four-man to move up into this top jungle, try and get this wave into the top turret.
Yep, we see pings going down from the side of University of Toronto, knowing that this is going to be Carnegie Mellon's focus. They want to try to cut them off and not give away some of that global gold that is just resting on the map. But University of Toronto, bit of a man disadvantage right here. It's a 3v4 situation. They cannot contest, and they have to give up that tower.
There you go. Good move by Carnegie Mellon University. Grab their second outer turret of the game, pulling that gold lead just a little bit closer. You get to see, most importantly, the carries in a decent spot. They're the two richest members on the side of Carnegie Mellon University. That was the case last time around. Twitch struggling a lot more to farm. This time was constantly pushed in by the Caitlyn, but the fact that he's 2,000 gold down is unfortunate, but he still is even with the tanks on the side of University of Toronto.
And one of the big points here is that Yasui's actually a couple hundred gold ahead of Jish. So the person who's responsible for clearing out these waves, keeping the pressure off of his team's side of the map, is actually in an advantage over his direct one-to-one lane opponent. So Yasui, I mean, we said this is going to be a focal point of this matchup, and there was a little bit of action when Casting got those double buffs early on, but Yasui's definitely been pulling his weight in this one and potentially just helping keep his team in this.
Right, and surprising to see Carnegie Mellon not trying to contest that dragon. We're talking about how they might have the advantage in 5v5s, especially from a set position. Not walking in there to contest that. It's one of the few times you can really pin down University of Toronto. You've seen them splitting endlessly, and it's hard to get these big engages that you want, but when they group up around the dragon like that, that's a good opportunity to potentially look for a team fight. Maybe they just didn't feel like their vision control was good enough to really walk in there.
Well, at the same time, they've been able to take down that top tower earlier, so they closed the go gap to about 2,000 between that and the fact that they're clearing out mid lane farm, they're clearing out the top lane farm, they're trying to get Mega Zero pushing away on that bottom side of the map as well. Baron's going to be up in less than a minute, so you see already Carnegie Mellon's big focus is going to be around that objective area, setting up vision control and making sure that they are in control of that area. They're getting a red buff over onto their Twitch, who has had a decent amount of time to get back into this game now. Has picked up Ninja Tag to keep himself alive against the multiple AD threats coming out from University of Toronto. More importantly, he's got his Renon's Hurricane, his Blade of the Rune King, and he's almost finished his Infinity Edge.
Still pretty far behind the Caitlyn when you look directly, of course, because Caitlyn is huge, biggest member in the game, obviously behind her, but not too bad overall. You see Renekton only with half an armor item finished at this point. Twitch will still be doing decent damage to him. Lee Sin, single armor item. They're not these super beefy frontline members like you see on the side of Carnegie Mellon University with Mega Zero having two completed here. Mino Hacks are caught way out of position.
Yeah, caught trying to de-ward a little bit. Casting on a rift walk
Fire
forward.
touch.
That fire touch. Nope, John's got shields. She's alive.
Clenching.
Whew. But now that's G's chunking away the vision control, or the person who has the most vision control on the side of Carnegie Mellon University. So University of Toronto going to walk in towards this Baron Pit area and establish vision dominance around the pit. There is still a ward, though, from the side of Carnegie Mellon that sees them starting this one up, but it's already down to about half HP. Tiggy has to get through this Caitlyn line of traps in order to wind up even contesting, but just showing up is enough to make them back away.
They're able to stop that Baron attempt, but you see how quickly University of Toronto can threaten this one, as well as having that pressure down the bot lane here. They're going to start it back up again.
Yeah, so we see Jish now kind of on zoning duties, but he's on the opposite side of the Baron Pit here. Gaogai and Mega Zero are going to be teleporting into this fray. Mega Zero is going to be in the middle of his team. Gaogai is going to be behind it here. There's a quick
Koggles is firing.
Wani and Koggles with the spray and pray. Takes down 2, takes down 4. Can he make it 5? Gaogai's going to get stunned up, locked up, but Yasui takes the pentakill. An ace for Carnegie Mellon.
Yasui steals the penta, but they might have just won the game off that. They have a minion wave to escort up the mid lane in Koggles. once again, untracked in a team fight, gets off onto the flank, and the only person who was really looking at him was Jeesh, but he was getting chunked out way too hard. And this is what we're talking about, the fact that Coggles was able to be relevant to the other members of University of Toronto other than the Caitlyn, and he tears that team fight apart.
Man, who would have thought, but you talked about the better 5v5 competition from Carnegie Mellon University. They harped on getting this Twitch so far behind, but he is the member that eviscerates Toronto, and just in one fell team fight, that is gonna be game number 2. Carnegie Mellon ties up the series at 1 game apiece.
You saw the Twitch ban in game 1, and game 2 it wins them the game. So, seems like that might be a focus point moving forward, even with the Caitlyn Karma lane destroying the Twitch early on. We talked about how he was 0-3 just 10 minutes into the game. You don't need the 4th kill on him. You need to snowball the game. And they tried to do that, but they made a couple mistakes. The Twitch found a couple kills. And after that, some risky Baron calls stalled the game out. And then once they get that 5v5 at Baron, able to win that one.
Man, that's like an AD carry's dream right there, to be harped on so harshly throughout lane phase.
I don't think that's their dream.
No. I'm saying the fight is the dream right there.
Right.
You get harped on so harshly in lane phase, your opponents put all these resources into making sure that you are behind. You have a mid laner that keeps you into it. Your top laner is specifically picked to keep you alive in these 5v5 situations. You finally get the one fight and you say, trust me guys, we got this. 4 kills, pentakill stolen, but you're the reason why that team wins the game.
It's a bit of a nightmare in the early game. This is what you hear a lot of AD carriers in solo queue complaining about, the 5-man bot lane parties, but he gets out, eventually is able to find the openings, and then, like you said, has the whole team comp built around him, and he's able to find some of these angles to really bring the game back in his team's favor.
Yeah, but Carnegie Mellon University, it took them one fight to just blow that game open and wind up taking the win, but they were struggling throughout the early game. They were extreme difficulties once again against University of Toronto, but for U of T, it's a little bit different. They had specifically 2 winning lane matchups, top side and bottom side. One of them, the bot side, won extremely hard. The top side definitely struggled this time around, and with 2 winning lanes, they weren't able to convert those advantages the way they were with 2 losing lanes.
Right, I mean, you can look at the strategy and say, based off the advantages they got in the early game, University of Toronto should have won this game. Gao Guy did receive a lot of attention, probably died a couple too many times, but with how far ahead the rest of the team was, they should have been able to close that game out. There's that big mistake in that bot lane play where they initially tried to pick off Yasui. That was what gave a couple kills to the Twitch, and then once he was back online there, University of Toronto was not able to win almost any fight from that point on, aside from that crazy Baron scramble.
Yeah, and you definitely saw, as you mentioned during the game, the fact that it was a 1-3-1 composition going up against a 5v5 team fight composition. The 1-3-1 composition funnels into a Baron pit area. You said that's what they wanted to do when they gave up that Cloud Drake for free. They're just biding their time for a bigger buff to fight over.
And of course, we said you have to find the Twitch in the team fights and blow him up at the start. That last team fight, the only person that was really looking at him was Jeesh, and he didn't have any cooldowns to really blow him up.
None whatsoever. So now let's check in with the analysts to see what they make of that CMU comeback.
Thank you, Tom. Now that game, guys, we saw a massively different outcome by the end of things. Even though the beginning was still looking shaky, what changed here for CMU?
So I think that CMU's team comp was a lot more solid as far as scaling goes. It looked like Toronto picked kind of... Wait, sorry, which team had the Lee Sin? I'm getting confused.
U of T.
Okay, so yeah, so I was right. Toronto, they went with like a Renekton, Lee Sin, Cassidy comp, which, you know, they're really...
Not a classic comp by any means.
It's really weird because Cassidy's kind of like this weak early game guy who's got a pretty big mid game and pretty good late game spike. Renekton, Lee Sin, strong early mid, then they fall off. So I wasn't a huge fan of their team comp, and they did really well early game. I think Susses was really clean on the Lee. He got his bot lane extremely ahead, so he played well. But I don't know, Toronto just, it seemed like they got a little overconfident or something and just threw it.
Yeah, there's that one Rift Herald take that definitely jumps into your mind where Renekton got killed afterwards, and then the Rift Herald came out and they got some turrets, because this is a composition for CMU, for Carnegie Mellon, that if you drop the ball against them, they get time to scale, then how are you going to kill this Twitch that has a Galio ulti on him? And then there's the Syndra for wave clear, so they're able to stall it out. Whereas U of T, like you said, Cassidy, Renekton, Lee Sin, it's like really lacking wave clear in something that would be a 1-3-1, but then you have to be able to kill people and collapse on them if you do go for 1-3-1 fights, and the Galio's there to prevent that, so it's really hard to play against.
Touching on what you said about the Rift Herald, I actually thought that was an extremely good call from CMU. So they felt like they were losing control of the game, and Rift Herald, you know, got changed a lot recently, and it's just a great comeback tool too. So they traded Dragon, they gave up a Mountain Dragon and a mid turret for the Herald, and then, like, I'd say that's an okay trade, very dependent on what you can get with the Rift Herald. But then Renekton actually killed himself. Like, he knew they just got Herald, so there's no other place they could be except coming toward mid lane from Herald. He used his E, he used both E's, and then walked up for a stun, putting himself in melee range, and he died without flashing. Then CMU was able to push mid with Rift Herald, get the tier 1 turret with no minions, and then I actually thought CMU was going to counter throw because they kept going while Renekton was spawning with TP.
Yeah, it was very close.
They failed the TP play, so it's just what I was talking about. It was kind of a throw. You know, I think it looked like they got way too aggressive. I don't think like running into a team with no E as Renekton is a great idea. And so I think that's what it really came down to.
Yeah, and then there was those fights in the bottom lane where Twitch had gotten to the point where he started 0-3, and then it was the Kassadin trying to find him in these team fights, and him actually playing kind of on the front line, not where you would expect the Twitch to be. And so I think that was something that was a little strange, but it did work out where it's like, it's not so much a throw, but I feel like that's one where you kind of get a little lucky because your positioning is so far forward and the team is looking for you in the back line and they can't find you.
They had a really, really good team comp for Twitch. He can pretty much play as aggressive as he wants. He's got a Janna shield for a ton of AD, so he can do that Bork into crit build. And he had a Galio who went second item Knight's Vow. That's a lot of protection. It's hard to get more than that. So their team comp worked out. They definitely made that first pick Twitch work out, despite a pretty tragic laning phase.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be over like right away. I was like, man, this guy 0-3, 3-0 Caitlyn. They're just going to run this Caitlyn around the map, set up traps, siege, but then they don't have wave clear, and Syndra does.
Yeah, the Twitch ended up getting huge. There were some questionable decisions from Toronto. There were some good decisions from Carnegie Mellon. The team comp ultimately working out for them, and it led to this final result, this fight at Baron that ultimately won the game.
Yeah, I was really kind of questioning like what was going on here where Tiggy was walking up, but because he has the extra resistances on Sejuani, he's just kind of taking some damage here. But then Coggles opens up. He's legitimately 4v1ing as Twitch there, and then everybody else comes up, and this guy is pretty much a pentakill. But
Scumbag gets
Denied. Denied.
I think Twitch has the, I think it's in his right to leave the game at that point.
Yeah.
If you get a quadra
Who
and
does
someone
that?
takes your penta, you don't have to play the rest of the game. It's okay. But no, really well played team fight in my opinion. You know, sitting Sejuani in to bait out a lot of spells by them, and then Twitch opens up on the side. Sejuani also got a beautiful ult. Tiggy definitely rallying. Like I said, not a great first game, but in this second game, he had a lot of good plays. His early game started out a little tilted looking, an interesting path, kept trying to cheese top lane, but he brought it together and he had some really, really good team fights.
yeah, and it was kind of like the bottom lane wasn't playing around the fact that Tiggy was trying to play towards top at the beginning of the game, but definitely Coggles at the end there, the last few team fights, those were positions for Twitch where everybody's looking for you, and like I said, he's on the front line. He's actually away from everybody else. He's doing like one of the most unexpected things, but it gives him a super good angle there, and that's really, it's kind of like that next level where it's like, you know, man, this is bronze. And then you get so high up that the bronze play is actually the best play you could make.
It just
because
loops
they're
around.
expecting you to make the smarter play, but they go for the unexpected there. And it was just, that was such a good Twitch ulti. I really like that play.
Sometimes catching your opponents off guard can be the best call you can possibly make. And with that comeback victory from CMU, we've got ourselves a series. So when we come back, see if it's going to be CMU or Toronto that jumps out to a lead in game number 3. Keep it here.
Bot play going on. Toggle's caught out.
Sussus waits for the flash. He's gonna Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike, and Ares' last flash auto will secure First Blood. Bottom lane will continue to be a focus of pain for the side of Carnegie Mellon University. Kassadin and Sussus are gonna want to come down here, and Coggles may go invisible, but there's only one way you can run.
Shit,
Nice.
what the
Oh my God, yummy
Let's go, baby.
What the?
Yummy banana. Okay, push.
Better than yummy bananas. I'm going bot.
They're TPing, they're TPing. You can look still, you can look still. Go.
It's okay, it's okay. Take it slow, take it slow.
Syndra.
Nice.
They're still
That's
super
good.
chunk. No, they're still doing it.
Look for Twitch.
Gotta kill Twitch.
Gonna be teleporting into this fray. Megazero is gonna be in the middle. We've seen Gaga is gonna be behind it here. There's a quick
Coggles is firing.
Wani and Coggles with the spray and pray. Takes down 2, takes down 4. Can he make it 5? Gaogai's gonna get stunned up, locked up, but Yasui takes the pentakill and ace for Carnegie Mellon. And just in one fell team fight, that is gonna be game number 2. Carnegie Mellon ties up the series at 1 game apiece.
So we played against the University of Toronto in our regional East Coast finals. Unfortunately, we did lose to them, but I think that from that experience, we learned a lot about our mistakes and about how they play. And I think that moving forward, if we do end up playing against them in the semifinals, we'll be a lot more prepared, and I think we can beat them.
Oh, well, Hacks are thinking that they can take it to the side of University of Toronto, but Forecast John is definitely predicting that we got a series on our hands here, Mark. Welcome back, everyone, to game number 3 of UOT versus Carnegie Mellon. And the University of Toronto have opted to go back to blue side this time, even though they had dominating lanes and a very good 25 minutes of game number 2, they flip back from the red side to the blue side here.
Yeah, and the Janna that was on the side of Carnegie Mellon last game, probably not the most influential pick over the course of the game. Got kind of destroyed in lane, and then a lot of the stuff that the Twitch was able to do was independent of the Janna. It wasn't like the Janna was peeling the Twitch off the Twitch there. So I'm not sure they're going to want to go back to that one. Maybe something that's a little bit stronger in lane. The Zyra was something that was open potentially. But either way, you got to give props to that Twitch pick there, that they were willing to kind of risk everything in the early game. It was banned away in game 1. I'll be surprised to see it here in game 3.
Yeah, you definitely hit upon the fact that it was kind of like a 1-3-1 composition versus the 5v5 teamfight team. And the 5v5 teamfight team, even though they were behind, were making the plays and just moving around the map in a way that they had to eventually contest them at a Baron pit fight, at a Dragon pit fight, and it wound up being the Baron that just led to the game victory.
Yeah, and that's the thing is once they had made a couple of those mistakes when they were making plays in the side lanes or when they were pushing down that mid lane and the enemy team had the Rift Herald, they had given up enough openings that once the 5v5 started breaking out, they were no longer far enough ahead of the Twitch, of the Syndra to really win those fights. And the tanks, of course, being such huge front lines, a lot of those engages were great by them opening up the side of University of Toronto to get blown up by the Twitch.
Yeah, and now we see the Twitch is going to be off the table this game entirely to University of Toronto to go back to banning that one here in addition to the Gragas. Carnegie Mellon opting for the same ban strategy they had in game number 1 where they're on the red side, taking away the shields. There's no Lulu, there's no Karma, and potentially no Orianna was the last ban.
Right, and now University of Toronto actually banning Mega Zero's Galio. We were asking, we know Mega Zero's this nasty, brawly, dueling type player, and is he really supposed to be on Galio? Well, that game he had a great Galio game, so University of Toronto is respecting it now. They take that one away. The Gragas being taken off as well. They don't want to keep being at this kind of tank deficit in the top lane.
Now, Ivern's going to be the last one banned away from the side of Carnegie Mellon, so they swap it up. No Orianna ban this time. It's going to be the Ivern, so most of the quintessential protect the carry shielding type champions are gone. The Nunu is still available on the table, but they decide for Sussus, it's going back to the Kazakhs.
Yep, back to the Kazakhs. First pick here, Carnegie Mellon. What do they answer with? A lot of the common picks that we've been seeing not on the table early on. There's no Galio to take. The Karma is no longer there. The Caitlyn is still an option. We had seen a lot of that, as well as the Lee Sin was a bit of a priority for Tiggy. Not sure if he wants to go back to that. It's not a great matchup into Kazakhs early on. Not many things really are, of course, but he saw such success with that Sejuani pick. The fact that it's available again, maybe he takes a look at that.
Well, they have locked in the Caitlyn for Koggle, so he will be the one that has the Caitlyn in this game number 3. It kind of has been, Caitlyn usually extremely lane dominant. Game number 1, Toronto was able to beat it out with the Kog'Maw. Game number 2, Carnegie Mellon suffered through the extreme lane phase deficits in order to come out ahead in the victory. But this time around, very dominant lane play here. Caitlyn and Thresh, and Mino Haxer is very, very scary on Thresh.
Yeah, he put on a bit of a clinic yesterday, getting a lot of solo kills in lane with the help of Koggles, of course. But to take it completely blind early on is a little surprising. Obviously, you're not going to pick something that's going to really counter Kate super hard, but there are things that do well into Thresh, Tahm Kench being one of them, and Varus matching up pretty well into the Caitlyn as well. Now, that said, yesterday they did play against the Tahm Kench and still were able to do great against it in lane. So we'll have to see if University of Toronto can play that one a little bit better.
And this will be the first time we get to see Varus being picked up for the University of Toronto. It's the first time we get to see it actually in any of our casts. It has been banned away as kind of Caitlyn and Varus when they want to get rid of carries or in like that protect the carry kind of composition and force them onto a Twitch, force them onto a Kog'Maw that has a little bit of a weaker lane phase. So now it's up to Ari to show us why that Varus has been banned away from him so far in 2 series.
And the other thing, of course, that should be mentioned about the way that University of Toronto uses the Tahm Kench is it's not just I'll eat whoever you hook Thresh. They actually use the ultimate well when moving around the map to make sure that they're getting odd man plays. And so that's the big thing, is that even if you do counter the Thresh in lane, or maybe the Thresh is still able to make a couple plays, are you going to be ready for Tahm Kench to be moving other members around? the map?
No, that's going to be the big question. In University of Toronto, they made some uncharacteristic mistakes in the last game, but map movement and where their lane should be assigned were very strong points in their victory over Simon Fraser University yesterday, and very strong points into how they almost perfect game Carnegie Mellon in game number 1 of this series. So with the Tom Kench back in their arsenal, it could be a very scary proposition for them. But University of Toronto now targeting back towards the top, or the solo lane side of things, the Rumble and the Yasuo being banned away, while Vladimir and Oriana mid lane focus coming out from CMU.
Right, we'll need to see. The Syndra was a pretty strong pick there for Yasui in that previous game. Able to find a lot of openings, and it's an option here. There are still a lot of those kind of counters available. The Cassin was the one they tried last time. You can always look potentially the Fizz or the Echo as some of the other ones that they'll look for. Instead, going for the Poppy top. Tom instantly throws his head back, lets out a silent groan.
It's actually very interesting to see the Poppy being taken in for the top lane pickup when there's still so much left on the table, and it's the blind pickup here. We have Shen, who's kind of, you think if they were going for like a Galio play style, like a protect the carry, Shen would be the next one in line to kind of do it, but you know, Poppy provides tanky front line. It provides peel in and of itself when you wind up just, you know, putting out the Poppy copter, knocking everybody away. I just don't like, I don't like it.
I know
it's a good pick. I just don't like it.
Well, it's a surprising pick a little bit because it has fallen out of the meta. There's a lot of other tanks that you see being taken over it, as well as the fact that, like you said, it's blind and you don't. It's not necessarily great into the team comp of Toronto so far. As we see a Nidalee lock in, actually, that's a little surprising to see. What I was about to say is Poppy, when she's often at her best, is when she can use her W to deny a lot of movement abilities from the other team. The only one that had one right now is the Kazakh jump, which is great. But now there's potentially another one, as it seems like there might have been an issue with that pick.
Not so sure that's supposed to be a Nidalee. I could think of other champions that start with the letter N that they might want to pick into a tank matchup like Nautilus or something like that, but we'll have to see what that was supposed to wind up being.
I was ready to talk about maybe Nidalee tops coming back. I mean, that was something that you used to see a lot and would really harass tanks pretty heavily, but I'm not too surprised to see that was not the case.
Nah, I mean, Nidalee in the jungle has seen a little bit of a resurgence. She was, you know, the quintessential jungler for a while and then fell off. And now, you know, we've seen a little bit of an onset of a new kind of style of Nidalee. Sometimes you go for the Runic Echo build still. Sometimes you go for like a bruiser Nidalee out of the jungle.
I mean, the fact that you see so many builds shows that people want it to work, but they haven't found a convincing enough strategy. We just heard that they will be remaking up until that Nidalee pick. So we'll have to hop back into that, get the lobby remade.
Oh boy, that gives us more time to talk about a blind Poppy pick.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the most surprising thing to see out of the draft so far. Because like we were saying, you know, it is something that generally gets outperformed a little bit in laning phase by some of the other ones that have a stronger push that we've seen recently, like the Gragas and Galio. Sure, those are banned away, but that's when you start seeing, like you said, that Shen who has the double globals, or potentially the Nautilus who still does have a lot of engaged tools and push. So very, very surprising to see that one. And it is a relatively strong pick still, and if you're 100% confident in how you play it, we talk about this in the collegiate series just being a little bit different, that people will pick Comfort a little bit more often.
Yeah, and specifically Mega Zero. We saw him picking the Riven into a Rumble matchup, which is something that, you know, we haven't seen since his time in the LCS back, you know, in summer of Season 3. So that was, you know, something that he himself had, you know, been utilizing during his pro career that he brought back out to the table and, well, smashed that lane against Texas A&M. Texas A&M's top laner was too afraid to actually move up from underneath his own tower in those matchups, let alone the fact to contest the Riven whatsoever.
Right, for good reason, of course. I mean, Riven from ahead is terrifying. Mega Zeros, Riven especially, best Riven NA.
Yeah.
A lot of those old kind of community-ran tournaments where people were competing to find the most mechanically skilled champions. One of the things that Mega Zero always did well in those competitions wasn't just that he was great mechanically and knew the ins and outs of the champion, but he also had really unique strategies with what he was taking for his summoners, his runes and mastery setups, his initial item purchases, because back in the day, this was with Red Pot and all these different Ignite barrier setups and maybe Ignite Exhaust, and he would always switch it up based off what he thought the enemy was going to do as well. So he was always a very intelligent player on top of the fact that he was obviously mechanically skilled.
Yeah, definitely. I actually remember casting that tournament. That was a lot of fun. You know, they did best Lee Sin
one
as well?
Yeah, he did that one as well, because once again, it wasn't like, oh my God, he's the best Lee Sin we've ever seen, but he had a lot of unique takes on how to actually build that champion.
Do you know who the best Lee Sin in North America was?
What do you mean, based off what?
Like
Stats?
who won that tournament?
Oh, who won it?
It was Smithy.
Smithy won that.
Yeah.
That's surprising. Well, to be fair, that was back in Season 3 era when he was on XDG, and Smithy was a bit of a beast, actually, one of the best playmaking junglers in that era on the Lee Sin pick. So I guess it's not fair to say it's that surprising.
No, you know, that's the first thing that you would come to mind. I mean, there's been a lot of very impressive Lee Sin players, I guess, before the time of players like Dardoch, too, so.
And, of course, the level of skill that you expect out of the Lee Sin rose substantially between Seasons 3 and 4, and where we are now, the Insect being a head-turning play back then, which is kind of like, you can't play Lee Sin these days if you can't make those plays.
All right, and it looks like we have jumped back into Champion Select. It is going to be a Shen going up against the Poppy in the top lane, so no Bruiser Nidalee style. This is going to be pretty much what we expected.
Yep, the Shen pick. It's surprising a little bit to see that into the Poppy. Not going to be able to destroy it in lane. Assuming people are playing this matchup relatively conservatively, which you tend to see in the competitive scene, not always the case in college. It should be mostly a farm-focused lane, but we'll never know. And
Every time we say that in the campus series, we say, this is a tank matchup, it's boring, somebody solo kills somebody, and Gao Guy's very aware of it. He was saying before he did not want to die solo to Mega Zero.
Yep, and here we see Jish taking away that Syndra, does not want to let Yusui get his hand on it again, but that opens up the counter pick. Yusui grabbing the Echo this time around.
Yeah, last time we've seen the Kassadin being picked into the Syndra. This time around it's going to be the Echo, which is kind of the go-to sort of counter pick into that matchup. The Echo has a lot of mobility, and dodge out on the Syndra stuns, able to get up close and personal and just immediately retreat, most importantly disjointing Syndra's ultimate to negate the damage entirely.
Yeah, and I love the way that these two team comps interact in terms of the fact that University of Toronto has 2 immobile 80 carries, Carnegie Mellon has plenty of dive and ways to start off a team fight, but then Toronto, once again, has ways of countering all that out. They have the Tahm Kench to eat a primary target or the Shen Shield to come on top, as well as the fact that if Carnegie Mellon overextends trying to focus on the backline, perhaps Kha'Zix jumps in, the Shen comes in with him. There's so many different ways that these team comps can actually play out the team fight. It's going to be very interesting to watch.
Yeah, so a bit of a different take on these team compositions, a bit of a different bottom lane this time around. Carnegie Mellon University going to be looking for a little redemption on that side of the map after being pushed in so heavily. Plus now we have a Varus on the side of the map for Aerie and the side of University of Toronto. So my focus is going to be on that side of the map. You know, I mean, I always like laying down on bottom lane to begin with because that's where I normally wind up playing the game, but it's very interesting here how it's kind of really dependent on like the flow of who gets advantage on that side of the map.
And the big thing, of course, is that in the previous game, we saw Toronto smashing early on, but after a couple mistakes, Carnegie Mellon is obviously capable of matching up in the team fighting situations. And now that both teams have taken team fight team comps, I'm really excited if we can get into the mid game relatively even and get to see how exactly they're going to execute.
Yeah, so game number 3, the series tied up 1 apiece. Carnegie Mellon, they've already taken down a #1 seed in Texas A&M. Yesterday. It was a 2-0 victory for them there. This time around, it's not going to be a clean sweep. The University of Toronto, #1 seed from their own Eastern Conference. It's a rematch between the finals of these two guys. It was a 3-1 there in favor of Toronto. Can someone make it a 3-1 in favor of them? Or potentially a full 5? Don't know, Mark. We're just getting to game number 3.
People often talk about how important game 3 is. We've seen both teams adapt a little bit. And from here, if you're able to get this victory, you just need one more game from that point. It puts a ton of pressure on the team who falls down in this pivotal game 3. And after the game, both teams actually got back on stage super fast. It felt like one of those games where University of Toronto was mad at themselves for letting that one slip away and wanted to get back on stage instantly to prove that they are the better team.
It's the University of Toronto. Not doing any sort of aggressive plays that we've seen them do in the game 1 and game 2. Game 1, they picked up first blood. Game 2, they counter-invaded and put down some deep vision. Both of these teams this time around, they're taking it rather slow. It's kind of lining up at their own line of scrimmage. We see the mid lane matchup here, Yusui and Jish. This has kind of been not necessarily a kind of featured matchup to wind up watching, but it's a lot of the game has kind of pivoted around this central matchup here.
I think that's a great way of putting it because you see a lot of the jungler attention going in the bot or the top lane, but the mids still are able to find kills and get involved in that action. And they've been a little bit unsung when we talk about, oh my God, Coggles is going crazy on Twitch, or the perfect game of the team of University of Toronto in game 1, but both of them had huge influence over how those games were playing out. And so the mid lane matchup this time, it is a little bit hard for something to happen. Generally, Syndra, like a lot of these matchups, can bully early on, but then once the assassin gets his 6, it's hard for Syndra to really do anything about it, and especially once you start adding in jungler attention, the assassin having that much larger all-in threat.
And we already see Echo getting a little bit aggressive. Wind up warding up over by the Kha'Zix's red buff just to see where he's going to wind up being, forcing Kha'Zix to pull that into the brush. Bottom lane, though, we'll see what winds up happening here now that Carnegie Mellon has the Caitlyn and the Thresh lane. We saw Mino Haxer getting first blood every single game. He had Thresh for his bottom lane duo partner of Coggles. Actually, I believe Mino Haxer got it in one of those games as well. He has taken the Ignite this time around, so he can be a little bit aggressive and play for that level 2. Looks like it will wind up being one more minion until this bottom lane hits level 2, and then we'll see if they wind up going forward with an aggressive flash flay. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Juice is taking a little bit of damage here from Yasui. Early on, you would think that the Syndra could apply a little bit of pressure, but it looks like maybe Echo getting the best of that matchup. We see the level 2 early on from the Caitlyn bully lane down here, forcing back JJ and Eri.
Pains me a little bit to see a Varus with a Doran Shields Q. Not quite what we're used to seeing back in the middle of the summer split with full lethality Varus destroying people's health bars. My, how times have changed.
Wonder what the thought process is behind going for the Dorans and the 2 Biscuit Stars as opposed to going for the Longsword and 3 Biscuit Stars.
Well, obviously, we know Varus scales great with AD, but without having a real range support with him to back him up in auto-attack-based trades, you know that you're going to be taking a little bit more harass than the Caitlyn lane, as well as the fact that obviously Caitlyn just generally outranges other AD carries. So Eri early on will be focusing more on trying to farm up, and if he can get the pokes through, that's great because you do have that sustained advantage. We saw it yesterday in one of the matchups where the Kate Karma was pushing very hard against Ashe, but eventually Uri, who had that Doran shield start, was able to get the sustained advantage around level minute 6 or 7 without either of them going back to base.
Yep, the classic struggles of having a melee support against a pseudo range support and a Caitlyn matchup specifically. But the Doran shield itemization was a focal point of what we talked about in the Analyst Test day 1. They brought it up again on the Analyst Test at the start of the show today, so continuously showing that it is a very interesting item to start off with, specifically in those lanes where you get harassed down. And it looks like that, in addition to that, they're going to be staying relatively even in CS, actually a slight advantage in favor of the Varus. It's maybe because that Coggles is focusing a little bit more on harassment, but he's doing a really good job of blasting deep underneath his tower.
And yeah, this is what we're talking about. You see Varus basically back up to full health, didn't even need to blow a potion yet. That's the strength of that Doran shield and why you see so many people starting it these days.
Galgai gonna get a taunt off on Mega Zero once his minion wave is gone, just trading health back and forth, percentage of HP damage coming through on that Shen Q. Doing a bit extra damage. We know Haxor in the meantime taking a little bit of poke and punishment from himself here. As he mentioned before, Eri may not have additional AD from a Doran's blade, but he's still Varus and his abilities still hurt.
Yep, starting to run low a little bit on mana here. A more active spell user than the Ashe pick that we saw him playing when he had that Doran shield start as well. So he's starting to get a little low on mana. Maybe that will hurt them, but for now, Susis making a move down the bot lane, trying to relieve some of that pressure.
Gets snuffed out as a ward, just gets placed there by Mino Haxor upon the other one fading. So that's going to just be good presence of mind of CMU's bottom lane to keep themselves safe. Of course, now they know where Sussex is going to be. We did see Tiggy just going back himself to complete his Tracker's Knife. Mino Haxor is going to wind up landing a harassment hook down on JJ. The Cupcake Trap will not connect to lock up for more damage.
And a slower start so far in this game than what we had seen in the previous two. Talk about the cheesier level 1s that we saw a little bit out of University of Toronto and Carnegie Mellon University. But this time around, both teams playing kind of slow, kind of standard. The tank matchup is going closer to how we thought it is, though Galgai has a massive CS lead.
Yeah, I was going to say the CS advantage is this time going to be in favor of the side of University of Toronto, but Sus is making a repeat gang into the bottom, and Mino Haxor has to flash, and this time it's the Thresh that gives up first blood. Eri is going to want to pop in his own heal, gets gobbled up by the JJ, so Coggles now is between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't even need to burn his heal. He knows he's going down.
Nice gank there by Susis. He knows that the ward has been put in the tri-brush. That means the river is open. They have a lot of pink ward control down there. It wraps around, comes in through the river, and is able to find an angle to get the double kill onto the bot lane here. Once again, early on, things not going well for CMU's bot side.
Yeah, and we saw Tiggy kind of hunting around the middle lane of the map, trying to get something to happen. We said earlier that he seems to be a little bit pressured to make something happen when his opposing jungler and Sussus gets something done. He does not go to force a gank in the mid lane, but instead gets some counter jungling done on the top side of the map.
Take what you can get, but obviously would have been much happier if he could find his own play. And you see just a very, very fast kill there.
Yeah.
I didn't have time to see what happened.
No, you said that this game was a little bit slower paced. We had to speed things up for you, Mark.
Yeah, it's falling asleep.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Now we see Galgai getting jumped on here. Tiggy made his way up through the opposing jungle. Does wind up getting knocked out by the Poppy ultimate, but Galgai, it's very tanky Shen. Does not take a lot of damage from these double melees because of that dodge field coming out on his W.
Right, and there you see Galgai already potting back up close to full with that Doran shield. super effective. But now JJ finds an angle onto Thresh. That Devour's going to do a lot.
The aggressive Devour, they know he's got
Nice
no
flash.
flash. Eri gonna flash away from the damage coming out from Kagos. Mino Hacks are so close to dead. The flash forward from Tom Kench. Can he land the tongue lash? No, instead he goes to the Caitlyn. Is Devour available? He gets the stun. One more auto. He gobbles up Caitlyn, but the damage is not there.
No.
He can't get the kill. He spit him out too early, and Kagos survives.
JJ being a little too greedy with his summoner usage there. Could have flashed in front of the Caitlyn to finish off the Thresh. Kagos had a nice body block to protect Mino Haxor. Once that tongue lash landed, he decides to switch targets onto Kagos. Isn't actually able to finish him off as Eri had backed off the play, and the teleport coming from Yasui to protect the rest of the team finishes off JJ.
Yeah, we mentioned these mid laners kind of being a focal point, not a feature for these two teams, and somehow winding up getting kills from the side lane to being able to move down there. Yasui with the teleport play is the one that secures the kill for himself. Goes back, he has his completed Hextech Revolver, has a Doran's ring. That's going to swing this matchup ever so slightly in his favor.
A very nice start. We'll take another look at this play. A good brush to be sitting in for JJ. He gets the consume. A nice flash by Eri to dodge this hook. And then here, just you can flash in front of the Caitlyn after that net. Instead, he goes for the tongue lash, does it late. Now it's on cooldown, switches target onto Goggles, gets another tongue lash here and devours him, but not actually able to finish him off. Just barely not enough damage. And then the Shen ult coming in on Eri instead of JJ. Maybe not the best target selection there, but he did not want the Echo to come in and finish off the Varus.
Yeah, so it's going to be a turnaround there from CMU on the bottom side of the map, getting them a little bit of pressure relief down there as they are about a 20 CS deficit. As you see a BF sword compared to a pair of boots and a Bilgewater Cutlass, actually boots for Caitlyn as well. Just ever so slight damage advantages in favor of Carnegie Mellon University, but JJ, undeterred by his death under tower, continues to play up and aggressive in the face of Kagos' Caitlyn.
Yeah, Eri in a great spot now with a big CS advantage on top of the fact that Varus is generally a stronger one-item power spike champion. You can see in the coming minutes, things might get a little risky here for CMU. Syndra as well, a strong champion, early mid-game, a lot of pick-off potential once the Dragon and Rift Herald start coming up on the map.
Well, Tiggy making his presence known in the mid lane. Instead, it's going to wind up clearing out a control ward as the parallel convergence from Yasui's Echo does not connect. Sussus, though, waiting on a control ward, and Tiggy
doesn't know he's been spotted.
No, he's there. The Evolved W gets a good AoE spread of slow, and Tiggy wants to flash away. Fury of the North locks up down on the Sussus, has to pop the Void Assault to try to run away, but meanwhile on the bottom lane, Chain of Corruption lands onto the Caitlyn, it spreads over to the Thresh, and there's still no flash available. Eri picks up Achilles, steps on a trap, going forward, has to sidestep another one, but JJ going forward. One more and the stun can happen, or one more and a Devour can happen, but he's just tanking up the tower, and JJ secures the kill. Thick Skin gets popped as the teleport comes in from Mega Zero, but he decides against it.
Yeah, has to cancel that one out. The bot, or the mid and jungle had roam from that initial skirmish that was going on after they first forced Tiggy out. That makes sure that the teleport from Mega Zero won't find any cleanup kills and will also secure this bot tower for the first blood turret gold.
And they're going to give it all over to Eri on Varus. So 2-0 in 2. He's going to be getting this solo first blood tower gold. Varus doing work in this matchup, specifically against the Caitlyn. Now, might not be all Eri's doing, but it's definitely showcasing why this champion was banned against him.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely putting on a good performance with it, survived their early harass. Now that they have the stronger item advantage, they're able to keep forcing these kind of trades on the bot lane here. We saw such a good Thresh game out of Mino Haxor in the previous series, not having the same performance at all today.
Yeah, well now Eri's on his Varus, and we have JJ playing Tom Kench. He played it 3 games yesterday and was super effective on it in all 3 of them. It was banned away in one game, taken away in another game. This time around he gets his hands on it. He's showcasing why that champion is such a priority for Toronto.
Things are not going to get any easier around that bot lane. A 3,000 gold advantage for the entire side of University of Toronto. When we talk about how their mid game is going to be really strong here, Caitlyn famous for always dropping off, but Varus already having that Blade of the Rune King finish before 15 minutes is a huge advantage, and they can even start trying to roam around the map now. We talk about how good their Tom Kench play has been, especially once turrets start dropping. Here you see they're moving up to the top side already. They put the Shen down the bot lane. They're going to keep trying to snowball this through objectives.
Yep, so now Eri and JJ, top side of the map will be their focus, and it looks like that the rotation coming out from Carnegie Mellon is there to try to match them, but a 2-level advantage, and Kagos showcasing the struggle he's having there, not getting the 90 caliber net over the wall, has to take the long way around. Level 8 Varus, however, waits for him as soon as he gets to that tower.
And overall, great vision control for the side of University of Toronto. You see a ton of wards down the bot side, protecting the Shen from any kind of counterplay, while they have a lot of pink set up on the top side here, where they are really investing their resources on the top outer turret. That is the main objective they're trying to focus down. That's where they have the most vision control. And you can also turn this into a Rift Herald attempt as well.
Yeah, so we see University of Toronto. They had Sussus coming up, however, Carnegie Mellon University had a single ward over the wall that was able to spot him out from doing so. So they are able to back away and just keep themselves alive. The tower lives for now. The top side of the map will be the focal point here from the side of University of Toronto. The Shen Stand United looks to be available, as is the teleport. Mega Zero, however, with that cancel from early on, will not have his. So teleport advantage, global advantage in the favor of Toronto. If they want to go for a dive after this tower falls, they may. The box winds are getting popped there by Mino Haxor, try to zone them away. Ari and Jade are trying to finish off. The Chain of Crushing gets used extremely early as Tiggy's trying to come in. Mino Haxor drops extremely low, has to flash, gets the heal. Mega Zero's Yasui's teleport being channeled in from the mid lane here. Yasui winds up dashing forward, but immediately gets exhausted there by JJ.
Looks like University of Toronto might have been able to play that a little bit more aggressive. G probably could have flashed in and ulted to finish off one member there. He might not have been tracking the heal on Coggles for sure and didn't know if there was going to be some extra health coming in. But instead plays it safe, doesn't blow any kind of summoners, make sure that they just get the chip damage on the turret, and they'll probably be able to take that one in the coming moments.
One of the things we actually did not see on the screen right there is the fact that Mega Zero was by the tier 2 tower, so chasing after Gao Gai's Shen, wanting to make sure that they stop the global from coming in because he knew his teleport wasn't available. Now his own teleport is up, so they could potentially match that global play, but that's just a small little play from Mega Zero there, showcasing maybe why University of Toronto did not want to super commit to that.
I mean, that's the big concern, is that they didn't know maybe they were calling it off from Gao Gai here. Yasui caught a little out, but there's the power of Echo. Get an oopsie button.
The good old chrono break button is now JJ getting jumped on here. Gets the heal off from Ari though after he spits him out to keep him alive. Now they're turning around. Mino Haxor, no flash available, but they will back away from the side of UOT and CMU.
JJ barely able to get out there. Not actually giving up that kill. And that's the thing that we saw last game a little bit, was during these kind of mid-game skirmishes, a couple times University of Toronto overextended a little bit and gave up a couple kills. Not looking like it's going to happen this time.
Sussus coming in. The Stand United is being channeled by Shen, but Gao Gai's not going to be in range for a flash taunt. But Sussus looks like they're just A-okay to try to force Tiggy and Mino Haxor away, because that top lane tower has maybe, 2 HP left on it before it's going to wind up falling.
A very extended sequence in the top side here. Uri has still not
15,
gone back.
I was so close. It's only 13 away.
Almost. Not a real stats guy.
No, dang. If I was, I would have known that.
Yeah, for sure. Here, though, they are able to get their second turret of the game while also starting off on this Rift Herald. CMU not aware of it quite yet, and doesn't look like they're going to be able to really contest it. Too much pressure still by Gao Gai and Uri up in the top lane.
And it's the University of Toronto, once again, having control over the map, control over the vision, and this is resulting in a control of the gold lead. 4,000 in their favor already, with 2 towers and 4 kills to 0 towers and 1. Now they've gotten the Rift Herald for themselves as well. That mid lane tower is the last outer tower alive, and we've seen Rift Herald being extremely good at breaking that one down.
Tell me, Tom, what's going to happen?
Well, let me see here. Well, since Sussus has the Rift Herald, I'm going to assume that University of Toronto tries to group up in the mid lane. They take that first tower, and then they use their super mid lane priority, which is the term I heard yesterday from a very smart individual on a casting desk.
Ah, shucks.
And use that to move around the map.
All right, they have to deal with
Why do I need you now?
I can go.
Yeah, you can just later.
University of Toronto is playing it a little bit slower here. Looked like Sussus wanted to finish farming out a little bit more gold before he recalled, and at the same time, Uri had to run down bot lane to control that minion wave. But that group push mid, you feel it. It's coming. They have that Rift Herald available to drop at any point now to try and get their last outer turret. CMU have moved Caitlyn to the mid lane. In the meantime, they do have that 1-3-1 comp available to them, with the fact that the Echo prefers to split a little bit more, as well as trying to find those TP flanks. Obviously, TP not available right now, but trying to split their pressure up a little bit more and stop University of Toronto from just grouping up in 5 minutes.
Yeah, we saw UOT just kind of splitting up into a bit of a 1-1-2 situation themselves as Sussus is back in base. They push out bot lane, they get them pushing top side, and now CMU going to try to counteract this a little bit, getting that Scuttle Crab and getting some vision control around the Dragon Pit area to see if they can catch that bot lane in rotation. They can keep Varus and Tahm Kench away and maybe force out the Abyssal Voyage ultimate to try to make them group up. They could deny this Rift Herald push, at least for a little bit. They still have yet to pop the Rift Herald on Toronto's side, though. It looks like Sussus might be making his way down towards the bottom side of the map instead. Dragon priority may be a thing. Cloud Drake is on the map. None of the Drakes have been taken quite yet, and they are actually able to utilize this control ward here from University of Toronto. Get around the Scuttle Crab vision, so while everybody is focused on CMU, on prioritizing not letting that Rift Herald take something away, you even need to spawn Herald in order to get some advantage for UOT.
And you see JJ sitting over the wall, ready to help out just in case he needed to devour the Kazakhs to protect him there. That sneak went bad, but they grab it. Next Dragon is the Infernal Drake. And University of Toronto still, with that Rift Herald, able to use that one in the coming months.
I kind of like how that interaction works. I like to think that Tahm Kench is so hungry, he just rips a hole through the wall and devours the person on the opposite
Right,
side.
in case people weren't aware, you can actually eat someone over those Dragon and Baron walls if you're in the right position.
Yep, Yasui looks like he may be able to put that flip push down this bottom lane tower as Jeesh dodging on the parallel convergence, and the Abyssal Void is going to bring in Sussus down at this bottom lane. So Yasui chunked down to about half HP, still has his Chrono Break available, tries to Protobot forward onto Jeesh. He's going to wind up utilizing the Chrono Break to try to run away. Has the flash still available. Fancy footwork from Yasui, keeps himself alive.
Yeah, we talk about how well University of Toronto plays with that Tahm Kench. They're able to find the opening on Yasui, but an outplay there sees him escaping with his life, does lose his flash, but did break that first turret for Carnegie Mellon University, so a nice play overall.
Summoner spell used for an ultimate and a tower being taken. I guess he uses his own Chrono Break, but he still has his teleport available, so there's still utility available for Yasui. Fancy footwork keeps him alive. Looks like a blue buff is going to wind up getting smited away by Tiggy, but they're going to force onto the chase here. JJ has showed up with Airy. Teleports are coming in as well as the Shen stand united. They blocked up on the Tiggy. Yasui actually was the teleport. It's in the back line. Megazero able to use that Poppy ultimate to knock away the Kazakhs, and now it looks like everybody has to disperse.
Yeah, you saw Tiggy moving in there for that blue buff steal since they knew that on the side of University of Toronto had just committed so many resources down to that bot lane play, they thought they could get it for free. Sussus gets a recall off a little bit faster than they're probably anticipating because of that Rift Herald bonus. Able to get involved, get the blue buff for himself, and then Yasui is forced to teleport in to disengage that situation. No ultimate available to him, does not really want to fight there.
Oh, well, the Rift Herald was used mid lane, and they immediately get that tower taken here. Now Gaga and Yasui are going to be the ones splitting one-on-one against each other. Rift Herald has charged into the mid lane tier 2 tower. That's all she wrote for that one, but all the outer towers down now for UOT.
Yeah, and the big thing was while that was going on in the bot lane, a minion wave was crashing into the turret, so they were able to deny some resources as well because CMU had to group up around the mid lane to clear that Rift Herald out.
Super mid lane priority.
The super mid lane priority.
Meanwhile, mid lane is going to be counter pushed up as Galgai and Yasui are going to go head to head here. Jeesh is actually floating around the outskirts as well, but Megazero teleporting in. He's going to cancel out anything, needs the stun to block the Poppy from charging on in. And it looks like just another global usage there from the side of Carnegie Mellon. Shen teleport still available. That Sten United was used in the previous fight. Mid lane push, counter push here from Carnegie Mellon University. Looks like it's going to be snuffed out though. Between the arrows coming out from Ares Varus and the Void Spike upgrade from Sussus, they got plenty of wave clear.
I mean, that's the big thing, is the fact that the Varus was able to win the lane so hard that while University of Toronto is going around the map and trying to force all these plays and ultimately failing, at the very least, the Varus is still able to protect this mid lane turret because the threat of Caitlyn is not very substantial. Only at a BF Sword and Zeal right now. Not the biggest pusher when you have to worry about a Blade of the Rune King Zeal Varus.
Yep, we see 2-0 and 2, 188 CS compared to 143, so 45 CS advantage in that lane equates to almost a 3,000 gold advantage for the Varus at this point in time. One of the big points, though, however, is that Echo getting the first blood kill with, not first blood, getting the kill on the bottom side of the map, utilizing that teleport play, has a small CS advantage now that he is in split pushing mode. More importantly, though, a couple hundred gold advantage over the Syndra, so it's going to be difficult for her to match him in this split push to begin with. But now that he has an advantage, even more difficult to shove him away.
And that's the thing that Carnegie Mellon needs to find a way to get Yasui more involved. It's great if he's able to keep absorbing these map plays, but eventually you want to be able to move someone up to him and potentially get a dive off on the Syndra. It is difficult because they are behind with their AD carry in the mid lane, not able to find as many angles as they want, but Yasui right now is the big shining light for Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, well, he's got the only kill on their team, so he's already
even beyond that, he's the 1-3-1 split pusher with the advantage versus the Syndra. Yeah, he's got that first kill. He got the first turret goal for his team. He does kind of need to be the catalyst for the plays.
All right, well, it looks like the Abyssal Voyage is going to be used, and University of Toronto are going to be the ones to try to make something happen, but good usage of the Thresh Lantern just to keep Caldwell's alive in there. Let's burn the Abyssal Voyage, so now Tahm Kench flanks are not going to be a thing, and the plays on the 1-3-1 setup, they're not going to be able to stop that split push, so That's one of the things we didn't talk about with the Thresh. Normally you think like, oh, Tahm Kench's the lane counter to Thresh. You hook somebody, you gobble them up, or the team fight counter to Thresh. You hook someone, you gobble them up. Thresh, in the meantime, though, can lantern somebody that's getting picked out of position with that Abyssal Voyage quite well. So if Thresh is nearby, he negates that ultimate coming up from Tahm Kench.
Both of them having very strong defensive tools when you talk about protecting another person. Both of them also sometimes struggle a little bit when they're the ones getting focused down. Tahm Kench does have that gray health, but if you're caught out of position, that doesn't do a ton. Thresh, similarly, not very much mobility or shielding available for him.
Can't lantern yourself out of danger, unfortunately. You can hook over some walls, but only keeps you alive for so long. But now, things have kind of settled down ever so slightly. The Rift Herald was the last big thing we kind of saw happen on the map. We saw a couple of teleports being used, bottom side and top side of the map. Those are still on cooldown for Carnegie Mellon University, but they're continuing to play the split push game. Yasui, with his slight advantages he has over Jish, will eventually whittle down this top lane tower. Syndra will be content to sit here and wave clear for as long as possible. Yasui slowly but surely will be able to dash in, chip it down with a Lichbane proc, and then back away.
Yeah, the 2-item power spike on Echo is extremely important. It gives you a huge extra burst, and he actually was able to force Jish's flash up in that top lane by himself, and now you see just how scared they are. They're actually putting the Shen up there to match him, also because they don't have the teleport with this Infernal Dragon coming up. But Yasui is starting to get stuff done on the map. It doesn't look like they're going to contest this, and they're instead looking to trade objectives on the top and mid lanes.
So they get an outer tower down, so the second one of the game for Carnegie Mellon, but an Infernal Drake will be picked up there for the side of University of Toronto. But at the same time, that leaves that very low HP middle tower exposed. So now the towers are all evened up, so it's 2 towers for the price of an Infernal Drake.
Carnegie Mellon doing a good job trading objectives so far. They have to deal with the fact that they keep falling behind in these early games, but they've done a better job after game 1 of finding ways to stay relevant. Game 1, almost that perfect game, like we said. Their first objective trade coming late into the game when they were basically saying, all right, take Baron, we'll take this bottom turret. This time doing those trades a little bit earlier on, finding more favorable trades as well.
It's definitely a testament to Carnegie Mellon and their adaptation. Not only the fact that they were able to stay in it in game 2 and find themselves a team fight that was super successful, the fact that they bounced back and won after nearly being perfect games. You mentioned the fact they traded their first tower objective for a Baron buff in game 1. They had 0 kills and 1 tower. They had come out here, they win a game-deciding team fight in a clutch situation where they were behind in gold, and now they even up the objectives. Sure, they're still behind in gold, but it's about a 2,500 gold disadvantage now.
Right,
Not the worst thing in the world.
You can talk about some of the mental fortitude for the players on Carnegie Mellon University. These guys have been in big game situations before. Megazero and Yasui, like we talked about, experienced in the LCS and Challenger Series. So they know what it means to play a best of 5. Games are not decided completely. Series are not over in game 1 just because it didn't go well.
Yeah, I'm being able to talk to the players and hearing them say that Mega Zero as an in-game presence is not just, bringing a wealth of League of Legends experience and knowledge to the game, but also just working as a mentor for some of these younger players on the roster. They too have multiple freshman members, very similar to UBC. UBC, however, knocked out of this tournament. Carnegie Mellon University trying to upset people as one of the wildcard seats.
Yeah, talking about Mega Zero, he's not just a League of Legends pro. This guy has been a pro in a number of games, always in the kind of esports scene, and he's won championships in other games as well, so he's just one of those kind of phenomenal esports athletes in a sense.
Well, the Abyssal Voyage is back up. Mega Zero, however, is going to whiff on his Poppycopter, but the ultimate coming in from Sejuani will lock up on some follow-up, but Mega Zero still wind up going down as Syndra picks up that kill. Yasui, in the meantime, is split pushing away on the bottom lane, trying to get that tier 2, but it looks like University of Toronto is going to be A-OK to group up as 5 and push away on the top lane. The top lane tier 2 falls down after Mega Zero.
Yeah, with Poppy no longer available to try and really frontline for them, they're going to have to do something to stop the University of Toronto from continuing to walk forward.
Ooh, but they find a primary target there. Tahm Kench coming in clutch though to devour up Airy, but he splits him out into the opposing side of the base. It's going to be a bit difficult here. Galguy going to get a lot of damage pinned onto him. He gets re-locked up here. Now the teleport comes in for Yasui. He stops split pushing duties to start wrecking face. The chrono break brings him all the way back down to the bottom side though, but Carnegie Mellon University are still pushing in. They've been able to pick up a kill on Varus, but now they pick up a second one on Tahm Kench as Caitlyn was able to stay alive, so they turn that one around.
Yeah, Yasui ended up behind. Oh wait, here's Mega Zero joining once again.
Sus is trying to get out, but Poppy's gonna get the last auto attack on him. Now Jish is gonna get shut down, and that's an ace for Carnegie Mellon.
Actually very important that they were able to clean up the Caitlyn there, stops a lot of their pushing power, but Yasui, you say maybe he jumped back a little bit too soon, left that team fight, but he was able to get back down to this bot lane turret, grab the inner, working on the inhibitor one now, gets a huge advantage for Carnegie Mellon University.
Yeah, he's got 5 seconds left before Shen or Tahm Kench get down there, but it looks like he's gonna wind up backing away, so Carnegie Mellon, now a 1,000 gold lead.
Hilariously enough, the catalyst for that play was the bit of the commentator's curse. Mega Zero here getting picked off right as we were singing his phrases. Good idea to try and charge the Poppycopter. Animation a little bit confusing. You see the Tahm Kench arrive before his hitbox really does, so he shoots that a little bit too soon. Would have been able to save his life, but blessing in disguise, this baits University of Toronto getting too aggressive overall. They're trying to get an inhibitor turret down before you see Yasui recalling or trying to teleport in, and they just go too far forward.
Yeah, once this hook here from Mino Haxor lands onto Varus, sure, they eat him up with Tahm Kench. They think they can keep going, but their auto attacker is down, and Sussus is tanking up the tower. Then they spit Varus back on the opposing side of the wall.
And then here comes that teleport from Yasui. Now that they find themselves caught out of position under the turret, he's able to get a lot of damage down and, importantly, absorb a lot of cooldowns as well. He takes his ult out and kind of leaves Tiggy alone in the middle of 4 people, but at this point, everyone else, like we said, is so low that it gives time for Coggles to start running wild here. And now they just need to chase them down and stop these recalls. Mega Zero teleports back in, and the rest is history. Yasui takes down that inhibitor turret.
Well, now a 500 gold advantage for Carnegie Mellon. This is one of the first times I actually think they've had a very solid gold advantage in this entire best-of-5 series so far. 28 minutes into the game, Baron is going to be a very real thing for them to try to contest, as they do have some vision on the top side of the map, but it has yet to be pushed all the way forward to the Baron pit area. Still a minute left on the next Elemental Drake. That would be an Infernal Dragon, which would be very great for University of Toronto to get, because they stack 2 of those on top of each other now.
And we talk about how both these teams are kind of team-fighting team comps. Carnegie Mellon University, of course, has the option of going for that 1-3-1 setup, but for the most part, we were saying, both teams can dive on the back lines, both teams have ways of protecting their back lines, both teams have ranged AD carries with utility that they can have a lot of chain CC. So there's a lot of different ways these team fights can play out. But what's important is that if University of Toronto keeps stacking up these Infernal Dragons, that's a non-refundable advantage. They're going to permanently have those, and even if the gold lead stays close like it is right now, University of Toronto will always have that bonus AD and AP.
Well, one of the things that Carnegie Mellon has on the side of University of Toronto is a very proactive split push threat right now. Amal Shen will, he's known as a split pusher himself and can use the global presence to their advantage. The Sunfire Cape tank split push not going to be nearly as effective as the AP Echo Mage that can chunk down towers utilizing that Lich Bane. So a little bit more effective or speed split pushing on the side of Carnegie Mellon. University of Toronto kind of identifying the fact that they need to group up for a fight. Shen trying to taunt him down onto Mega Zero's Poppy. Does wind up getting stunned up by the Syndra. Yasui going to wind up dashing forward. Decides to back away from this one. A bit of a messy kind of situation here in the mid lane here. It seems that everybody's just trying to push and pull for priority around this Infernal Drake. No
ultimates used, though, so both teams are still at full fighting capacity. University of Toronto starting up this Dragon, but I'm not sure they really want this.
Well, they saw the poke coming out from Varus. They have a front line here in their Shen and Tahm Kench. JJ taking a little bit more of the damage than maybe he would like to. Parallel Convergence is going to wind up landing down on the carries on the side of Toronto, but they are going to stop Yasui from going in. But Mega Zero charges forward. They have to gobble up the Kha'Zix now. Gao Guy's in the focus here in the front line. Taking as much damage as he possibly can. Has to flash away. The hook winds up landing on JJ, and Jish has to try to back out of here. Everybody is super low, and the first kills go over to the Syndra. A force of will goes through. The Chrono Break goes forward from Yasui, trying to execute somebody. His Zanyas gets used as well, but Tahm Kench will gobble him up.
A small outplay there on the side of University of Toronto. This is exactly where the Infernal Dragon becomes so important. That was a super close team fight where, for the most part, both teams were fighting front to back, meaning that they were just hitting each other's tanks. The thing is, University of Toronto, being a little bit further ahead on that Varus, as well as having the extra damage, were able to get through the front line first, and then Syndra lands that huge W, gets the double kill. A nice play by Yasui trying to clean up, but while he was in his invulnerable states and his Zanyas, we didn't see Caitlyn in range to be free hitting. He bought himself some time, but they weren't able to DPS down the members hovering over Yasui in his golden form, and now that opens up University of Toronto to take down this Baron.
Yeah, there's no chance for a steal as Tiggy has only respawned, and Mino Haxor tries to throw out a hero hook, which gets blocked up by JJ, so Baron buff and Infernal Drake in one fell swoop go over to Toronto.
And here you see both teams kind of bumping into the front lines. A good attempt by Mega Zero on soloing out the Kha'Zix, but we talked about the defensive tools. JJ able to save him there. And we continue to walk forward. A nice hook onto Jish, almost is able to get him down, but he's able to get away. And now the front line of Mega Zero and Tiggy are too far forward. They've been burned down over the course of this team fight. They're able to get finished off. Yasui gets back in range, but this entire time, you see that the Caitlyn has been running away, not in range to try and pelt down some of these low members camping over Yasui. And so he comes out of his Zanyas, out of his stasis, and is just finished off.
Well, the first lead that we may have seen Carnegie Mellon University have in this best of 5 is quickly evaporated after that. University of Toronto, off the back of a Baron and an Infernal Drake, shoot themselves back out to about a 3,000 gold lead here as we're at 31.5 minutes into the game. And the big question was, how are they going to wind up breaking inner towers? They wind up brute forcing down one in the top lane and then sticking around a little bit too long as a force of 5. This time around, the Baron buff is on them. Varus has already gone back and finished 4 complete items, so they have that 80 carriages pelt away on these towers if they still want to siege. Plus, now the Shen has something to match that Echo in that split push side lane here. He has Baron buff in addition to a Sunfire Cape and Titanic Hydra.
Want to see University of Toronto be aggressive with this Baron buff. We said in the first game they were great with that. Obviously a much larger advantage, but here they need to start getting the gold lead larger. They are ahead already, about 3,000 gold, already have the double Infernal Dragon, but it's not something that you can ease up on. The Caitlyn will continue to scale, only at 2.5 items really at this point.
Yeah, and it's very interesting that both of these teams kind of have to keep the foot to the gas pedal and keep the tempo going. We mentioned game number 3 is a very big deciding game in just momentum in a best-of-5 series. You don't want to be the team that goes down 2-1 and has to try to come back 2 games in a row. You want to be the team that's in control in the driver's seat. And both of these teams putting, pedal to the metal in this one, showcasing back and forth that they're not afraid to make some of these plays, getting a little bit sloppy every now and then. As we see Tom Kench getting caught out and stunned up, rooted up in the mid lane here. Looks like everybody from the side of University of Toronto is eventually going to try to collapse down onto this one. So the 4 core members strong with the Baron buff are still pushing away on this one while Shen is away on the bot lane. Does force Yasui away from that tower for a bit, so Shen will free reign hitting that, while University of Toronto continues to push down mid.
A little surprising to see them put so much focus down on this mid-inner turret when they have a top lane inhibitor turret available to them to potentially take that one. You want to break the base as soon as you can. Once you get that map advantage, it becomes much easier to play the game out from that position. They do get the inner turret, but they still got some work to do.
Yeah, Mega Zero had to go up and deal with the wave that was shoving down into said top lane inhibitor tower. And while he was away, the rest of Toronto decided to shove away in the mid lane. Now they're rotating down to that last outer tower on the map. 40 seconds left on their Baron buff, so they can potentially go for this one. Shen gonna get hooked up, but that's okay, because he's pretty tanky. Meanwhile, Mega Zero getting jumped down, stunned up, and shoved out. Now Tiggy in the front line is gonna get jumped on by Kha'Zix and just deleted here. Poppy will be able to knock him back out, but they've eaten up Echo, and he gets spit out and dies before he can even use the Chrono Break. Abyssal Voyage now into the backlines here onto Coggles and Mega Zero. Galguy trying to chase him away, but the Thresh Lantern keeps him alive for now. A Flash Road from Aerie will not get a crit shot to knock down Coggles, but Kha'Zix and Shen are chasing forward. The hooks are there from Mino Haxor. The Ignite goes off. JJ's gonna just gobble him up. Meanwhile, the rest of University of Toronto are like, guys, you got an inhibitor to go for. They're gonna take that one down.
I mean, one of the things we were praising University of Toronto was their objective focus, losing their mind a little bit right there going for Coggles, but if they were able to kill him, they might have been able to end the game. Now they're still trying to do it, but Coggles is alive.
Yeah, Coggles is alive, and Yasui up still in 15 seconds. Tiggy's going to be available, but does not have his Glacial Prison. They're trying to split focus in this tower and potentially going down into Coggles. Aerie trying to cut out as much as possible. Mega Zero taking a ton of damage to that Lord Dominic's Regard by and the Infinity Edge. We see Tiggy going forward. He gets gobbled up, though, by Tom Kench, and the hook comes in. Now Aerie is going to get spit out and wind up falling down. The teleport is coming in here from Yasui as he is on the respawn, but it looks like they are going to wind up giving up the chase for now. Yasui might like to pursue, gets slowed up by the Void Spikes, so University of Toronto may have overstayed their welcome. Can they get collapsed upon Thresh and Echo are on the opposite side? Carnegie Mellon are trying to collapse. Glacial Prison locks down onto Jeesh. It does not get the stun, though. He has the flash away. Chrono Break has to get used just to survive through that Syndra ultimate, but now Tiggy's Arctic Assault in the front line. But Haxor's wind up gone down too far. Galguy turns down on him. Carnegie Mellon University, they gave chase to this, but are they going to be able to execute anybody? Yasui winds up getting exhausted up by Jeesh and taken down. So Carnegie Mellon, now they are the ones that chase too far. This Ace in the Hole gets channeled, but is blocked up by Sussus. He gives his life for his Syndra, and he gets taken down. Now they've locked down on the Galguy, so Carnegie Mellon finally finds some kills, but it's at the cost of Tom Kench and Varus respawning. Here they come. They're in the fight. They're out of the fight. That's why I hate Poppy.
Times that one correctly. Mega Zero saves his team's life with that ultimate, knocking the Tom Kench back to where he came from. And at the end of all of that, University of Toronto, it may have seemed like they were greeding out for kills, going for Coggles there, but if they were able to finish him off, they are actually able to win that game. They don't get him. They do get the bottom inhibitor, and as a result, we get this crazy long chase down sequence where CMU just really couldn't find an opening onto any of the members they really wanted to. Yasui was forced to blow his ultimate extremely early on. Jeesh, even without that ultimate, still does a ton of damage. So when Yasui tries to blow up Susi's here, the exhaust comes in. Hex Drinker is also popped, so he's able to stay alive. And Jeesh is able to keep threatening the side of Carnegie Mellon.
No! Kha'Zix just in front and blocks the ace in the hole, but already more action as Tiggy's getting chunked away from this Elder Dragon pit. Of course, there are 3 Elemental Drakes stacked up on the side of University of Toronto, and that's going to be double Infernal Drake with an Elder Dragon. Could seal the deal in one more team fight for the side of UOT. Carnegie Mellon do not want to wind up giving this one up. We have gotten Tiggy being healed up, utilizing those honey fruits. However, Yasui coming in from the side, trying to go for a flank. This Elder Dragon's down extremely low. The pop ultimate was already used. Guy's in the back line. It's going to be Kha'Zix. The smite is true, but Jeesh gets locked up. The Glacial Person goes wide, though, and they're now trying to fight in the back line. Caitlyn's being taken out by the Shen and Sussis. Shen getting locked up, but he's very tanky, and Airy untouched on the back line, able to get a crit shot down on the Tiggy. Now the Shen Stand United goes forward as Sussis leaps forward onto Carnegie Mellon. Elder Dragon burn in tow. The Abyssal Voyage is cutting them off as they're on their way home. Yasui dashes over the wall, but Mino Haxer has no such way to do so. He's going to be cut off, and the rest of his team as Yasui gets exhausted up. The Tongue Lash will not land, but the rest of Toronto is in the base, and they're looking to end the game.
Jeesh caught out of position, goes down, but then the next target Carnegie Mellon can turn onto is Guy, who's still extremely tanky. He's unable to be finished off, and now University of Toronto focusing down with the Elder Dragon burn, able to finish off the remaining members of Carnegie Mellon University and grab Game 3.
Whew, that was quite a interesting, slightly messy end to a game that looked like it was University of Toronto's favor. Carnegie Mellon started to turn things around like they did in game number 2, but there was no miracle team fight at Baron. There was no almost pentakill there for their AD carry. Instead, it was Toronto the ones taking the fight and then controlling the pace and having a bit of a scatterbrained base fight, but eventually ended with the Nexus exploding.
Yeah, I mean, a somewhat similar story to game 2. Fall behind early on for Carnegie Mellon University, start crawling their way back in the game. It looks like things are going well, but then one 5v5 doesn't go their way. They give up a couple too many advantages to really find a way to fight back. And even though you can see that in terms of team play in the mid to late game, they are very well matched up against University of Toronto. They tend to fall a little bit too far behind and give up too much stuff.
Right, and one of the things we were talking about just at the beginning of the day was the fact that their lane phase play is extremely solid, and that's what usually gets them through into these later stages of the game. Toronto, time and time again so far, has been coming out ahead in their lane phase matchups, save for the one matchup of Guy versus Megazero's Galio in game number 2 where he fell behind, or sorry, his Renekton versus Galio in that game number 2 where he fell behind. University of Toronto are continuing to impress even in some of these matchups that may not be super, super hard winning matchups.
And you have to look at Coggles a little bit here. He's been losing his lanes after winning them yesterday, struggling a little bit. And then in that critical team fight where they had the Syndra get the double kill, Yasui was able to get a lot of damage down and get his Zanyas off. And Coggles had basically abandoned the fight at that point. If they were more on the same page, it's not fair to put it completely on him. You don't know what the communication was like. But if he was in there to start pelting them with that range that Caitlyn has, he might have been able to find a kill or two, stop that Baron from going down. Unfortunately, that doesn't happen. They lose that game.
Yeah, they're also faltering in the fact that Coggles is now going up against like a 2-0 and 2 Varus at, 10 minutes into the game because that lane phase is going south for them. Mino Haxer's Thresh put on a montage of plays yesterday. This time around, looked okay.
Yeah, he looked fine, and the issue that we said was while University of Toronto was kind of floundering with those side lane plays where they're trying to lock down Yasui, the fact that the Caitlyn was so far behind was that with that man advantage that they should have in the mid lane, they actually couldn't push it at all.
All right, now for an in-depth look at that game, let's send it on over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tom. A third game and a third strong early game performance by the University of Toronto. Now to start the discussion off here, Meteos, I know you wanted to talk about the early presence coming out from University of Toronto, especially Sussis as he goes for that gank in the bottom lane with the Kha'Zix for the first time. We've actually got a replay with the vision of CMU to show what happened there.
For sure. So I think it's important to look at this because Sussis has gotten first blood in every game, and that either comes down to him doing really good routes or CMU disrespecting.
Yeah, because I think they're safe here because they actually have the Tri-Brush warded and they have the Raptors warded. They just went all the way through. And that's like one of those simple ganks there, too. That's super easy to pick up once you're in that position. But the fact that he was able to get there and circumvent all the wards is really cool.
I do think it was probably Sussis making a good play here rather than CMU disrespecting because they did have a ward and try. So I think they figured that Kha'Zix wasn't even on that side of the map. So A really interesting route by Susses, and it paid off huge. Got their bottom lane very ahead.
And he's also looking at things like what lanes are actually going to be pushing and what lanes are going to have an advantage, because he's visiting that one that's a Varus versus a Tahm Kench, which is not going to shove up against the Caitlyn and the Thresh, right? The Caitlyn Thresh is going to try to poke you out of the lane, try to push you back as soon as possible, maybe rush level 2, and then he takes advantage of that.
Now, even though University of Toronto had that solid early game, that's not to say their entire game plan wasn't without some mistakes. We actually saw a fight that they forced underneath their opponent's inhibitor that ended up getting them aced for only 2.
Yeah, this is actually such an interesting fight as well, because they're actually answering a split push of Yasui on the bottom side of the map. So they're trying to force the issue and force a fight. They get a quick kill there, but then they don't immediately try to revisit Baron, and they try to push down. And this is where they overforce, because what they're trying to do is answer turrets, because Yasui's going to get that bottom turret because nobody's there to answer him from the side of U of T. They got the kill. They think they can flex on him. But if you throw this fight, you lose actually way more than you would have gained.
For sure, this was a definite overextension by U of T. And I think what it came down to was, like you were saying, they felt pressured by Echo being bot, because in that situation, Echo's going to guaranteed take your turret. Like, there's not much you can do about that if your whole team's top. But what you have in turn is a 5v3 under their turret. So I think what they should have done is either played it slow, tried to focus that turret down, or, like you said, just go back to Baron, because it would have been very, very hard for CMU to defend Baron here.
Yeah.
But I think maybe what had a factor in it was the fact that Tiggy won the Smite fight in the game before. And I know as a jungler, that can really have a toll on your brain. You're just like, wow, it feels so bad to get Baron stolen. I don't want to put myself in that situation again. Let's go for the safer play. But I think they felt a little bit pressured, maybe shows some inexperience on these players, because, you know, they're just college players. These aren't LCS players. And very easy mistake to make, just overcommitted a bit, thought they could get some kills, and they threw really hard from that.
Yeah, I think they had to look at their comp a little bit more as well, because they have a composition that looks like you want to kite back a little bit. You have the Shen, the Tahm Kench, you have people who you want to, you know, protect as opposed to engage. You don't have something like a Sejuani to go for those long-range engages. You kind of force the Tahm Kench to use the Abyssal Voyage to get in. And so I think getting a kill, going back to Baron immediately, forcing the other team to come to you, might be the ideal play there instead, because they were just going underneath turrets and diving, which is definitely an overextension. But the pressure from Yasui with the 4-1 split was exactly what they needed. And the fact that even Chrono break back was actually the better play to make, because it put him back there to get turrets again.
That was cheeky. I like that. that was good.
Now,
I think he did it at the very last second.
Yeah, it was great.
But despite these mistakes coming out from University of Toronto, this wasn't a game-ending mistake. They didn't actually end up throwing the entire thing. You can see here we have one more replay, the game-ending fight at Elder Drake that propelled them into the victory.
I actually had to see this one again because it happened so abruptly, where it looks like it's going in favor of CMU, but then it just gets turned around at the end, I believe, by the Syndra just going back in. Actually, no, that's the previous fight. Sorry about that. This is one where...
It was a crazy game.
This was the one where they actually did have the 50-50 chance there on the Smite for the Elder Dragon steal. So both teams kind of throwing the cards on the table.
Right, and, you know, Kazakhs won that Smite fight, so
Yeah.
I think it just goes to show they've been a little biased as a jungler, but I think Smite fight...
Don't like 50-50s.
It's a little bit lucky. It's a little lucky.
Absolutely, and I feel like that's what you shouldn't be looking for in terms of like high variance plays. If it's a 50-50 and you're ahead, you shouldn't be taking 50-50 plays. You're ahead. Even if you take a team fight and it's 60-40, it's still a better play to kind of go for.
Yeah, it's always a risk. When you're ahead like that, it feels bad going for something that could just as easily go the way of your opponents, who you've been working so hard to put behind in the game. But we'll have to see if Toronto can manage to lock this one away in the next match. It is going to be game point for them. So meet us back here to see if they close out or if Carnegie Mellon are taking us to game 5. Don't go anywhere.
Sus is making a repeat gang to the bottom lane. Mino Haxor has to flash, and this time it's the Thresh that gives up first blood. Ari is going to want to pop in his own heal, gets gobbled up by the JJ. So Coggles now is between a rock and a hard place. He doesn't even need to burn his...
Go. We can keep going. Keep going. I'm almost there. Yeah, go. I'm almost there.
I ulted back, but I'm bottom again. I'm bottom again. I'm just pushing.
Yeah, go. I got Varus. Okay.
I got the Kha'Zix.
Okay. Nice. Yeah, we got her.
I'm stunning him.
Good job. Oh my God. Go mid. That's an
I get an inhib. I get an inhib.
Yeah. Go mid.
I have ulti.
Keep hitting. We're winning.
I have ulti.
Chase.
Go.
I'm ulting behind. I'm ulting behind. Going. Echo.
Mellon can turn onto is Gaogai, who's still extremely tanky. He's unable to be finished off, and now University of Toronto focusing down with the Elder Dragon burn, able to finish off the remaining members of Carnegie Mellon University and grab Game 3.
Welcome back, everybody, to game number 4 of the University of Toronto versus Carnegie Mellon University. And in a do-or-die game for Carnegie Mellon, they have opted to go back onto the blue side in this game number 4.
Yeah, I think it benefits them a lot. The other team will then be forced to ban some of those shielding supports. They're going to be forced to ban potentially the Ivern, potentially the Twitch. There's a lot of different things that have kind of risen in priority over the course of this series and event so far. So I think the blue side would be pretty good for Carnegie Mellon, assuming they can find something that's going to work for them.
Yeah, that's very true. This is the game that actually wound up winning was game number 2 when they were on the blue side and in them themselves. And the pick and ban strategy was definitely an adaptation they did. They wanted getting the Twitch overall as the first pick, and it won them the game.
Right, and I see that they've been struggling a little bit in laning phase, not necessarily just in the 2v2, but with the jungler's attention as well. So whenever they get the lane dominant AD carries, it feels like they struggle to really exploit them as much as you should be able to. So if they try and focus more on the hyper scaling AD carries, like that Twitch pick that they got in game 2, that could be beneficial to them because it doesn't seem like Toronto, with their leads, aside for game 1, have been super clean in closing these games out.
Yep, Carnegie Mellon opting to go for the Ashe first ban overall on the blue side once again. Has not been touched when they're on the red side. However, they see it as a priority ban when they're on the blue side here. The Caitlyn has kind of been the go-to pickup between these two different back and forth teams. You saw Kog'Maw in game 1, the Twitch in game number 2. So we'll have to see. We saw the Varus sneaking through. So lots of looks at different AD carries, but specifically no Ashe here.
And then Toronto keeping a couple of the same bans. The Gragas taken away. Makes a lot of sense. It's extremely strong. Playmaking tank, good in lane as well. Mega Zero has been struggling a little bit, I think, this series to impact the game the way that we would have expected coming in. Playing mostly tanks, but tanks with playmaking ability and still not able to find the best looks. Last game, very hard. Had one decent flash wall slam, but then at the same time, the Tahm Kench was right there to devour the Kha'Zix, so couldn't actually turn it into a kill. Yep,
we see the Gragas ban also being there because of the fact that the explosive cast knocks people out of position. When you're playing like a protected carry, you have very immobile carries on your team, like the Syndra, like the Kog'Maw, like the Varus. You don't want them being blasted into the enemy team, but you also don't have to deal with your opposing team's carry as they do ban away the Twitch. But this may be the first time we wind up seeing Lulu and Karma left untouched. And Ivern. They can only ban 2 of those 3 left.
Right, and we've seen the Karma once, at least I believe, and it's something that I don't think Toronto is going to deal with pinching the support champ pool. You'll most likely see the Ivern ban here in a trade of those 2 supports. The question then becomes, what does Carnegie Mellon prioritize with the first pick? Because you don't need to take the Lulu, though it is better. Maybe you still look for the Caitlyn. Maybe they still want Koggles on that champion. Perhaps they look somewhere else. Toronto, though, still, yep, they go with the Ivern.
Yeah, the Nunu ban over there kind of forces their hand. If they ban a support, then Carnegie Mellon winds up taking the Ivern overall, and then maybe they get Caitlyn and the other support, but Carnegie Mellon's happy to play the Thresh, happy to play the Tahm Kench into one of those situations. So now, as you mentioned, for Carnegie Mellon, do they go for Lulu? Do they go for Karma? Do they go for Caitlyn? Looks like the Lulu's going to be locked in. We'll see if Toronto responds with Karma and Caitlyn. It was a very, very heavy bully lane, but it's the only game they lost.
Right, I'm not sure Toronto needs to go for that Caitlyn pick. One, Carnegie Mellon has not seemed super dominant with it themselves, and Toronto, on the other hand, has used other AD carriers extremely effectively. The Kog'Maw was something that has worked. The Varus was great there. We've seen the Ashe in the past, though it is banned away this game. So I don't think Toronto needs to get baited into that Caitlyn pick. Maybe they look for their jungler here instead. We've seen some early Kha'Zix priority. Instead, the Galio trying to keep Mega Zero off that one because they were on the red side this time around. They couldn't ban that one out. They went with that Ivern last ban instead. But they will still grab it to keep it out of Mega Zero's hands.
Yep, and that, of course, means that they can, like you said, take a jungler in the next rotation. If an AD carry gets picked up here by the side of Carnegie Mellon, they can wind up taking one for themselves. And then we'll see what winds up getting pinched off in the second pull. So Carnegie Mellon, maybe not expecting the Galio to be taking extremely early on, will respond by taking a jungler of their own. The Sejuani's been pretty solid for Tiggy.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. I think of what Carnegie Mellon's going to do here. They'll probably go with the jungler and the AD carry, meaning Toronto can only take one of those 2 positions, and then they'll pinch the remaining one. We have seen Susis on Lee, Kha'Zix, and Ivern. 2 of those all 3 of those could get banned out here, and he'll be forced onto something completely different. They do take the Varus away here, potentially, something that Toronto used extremely well last game.
Yeah, so they're taking the Varus away from Aerie, which leaves the Caitlyn available. It still leaves the Kog'Maw open if they want to try doing that, but there's no Lulu to pair with the Kog'Maw this time around. They already take the Karma, so there's no Braum that they took like in game number 1 with that champion. And don't think they're going to wind up locking that in, but...
Yep, that's most likely a hover just to distract. And I do like the fact that both teams are kind of dropping the Caitlyn priority a little bit here. Neither team has needed it. They haven't smashed lane because of it. It's more been because of team plays with the junglers getting involved. Both teams are going late game for the most part. I like the fact that Carnegie Mellon taking a little bit more utility, able to find Koggo's ways to get involved. And then we've seen great stuff out of Aerie for the most part. So get him the Kogma, get him that late game threat.
Yeah, now I'm actually wondering here as we go into the second phase of the band, the Karma pick could technically be flexed into the mid lane. We saw the Braum being used with Kog'Maw in game number 1, and if the matchup so dictates that they have the last counter pick overall for the side of Toronto, I'm interested to see, do they pair the Kog'Maw with the Braum, or is the Karma going to be enough to keep that Kog'Maw alive?
I'm not sure against Lulu you want to risk doing that. Potentially you consider that if the other team already had a melee tank locked in, you can say, okay, well we can take a melee tank too and now flex the Karma to continue supporting that Kog'Maw while having a strong mage in the mid lane. If Carnegie Mellon flexes the Lulu mid, maybe you do the same thing with the Karma, but a little unlikely. Here you see that Yasuo ban continuing to come in against Carnegie Mellon, and they did not choose to pinch the jungler pool. I guess they're saying Susis is going to perform no matter what. Don't bother taking the Lee and Kha'Zix out here. Let's try and deal with Jish a little bit because he has struggled in a couple matchups versus Yasui, and maybe that's something they want to attack more aggressively here.
Well, they have actually banned away the Kha'Zix, so
never mind then.
Might want to go back to that Lee Sin here. They may be thinking that they're going to pin Toronto's mid laner Jish onto playing that Syndra for yet another game in a row, but there's been a lot of different kinds of looks at what they could play, and Sussis this game actually going to want to go into something completely different. He's going for the Olaf.
Kind of like the look of that one. It's an extremely aggressive early champion who, if he lands that first axe, can kind of run train on someone, and they have the Karma to speed him up. He's happy with that. And
have the Galio to jump on top of him.
Yeah, they have the
can't
Galio.
stop him.
Right, so there's a couple synergies here that work well with the Olaf pick, as well as just being an early game champion who can try and get the Kog'Maw going early on, potentially even go and fight the Sejuani in her jungle. Of course, she will not get slowed by that first axe, but that's the great thing about Olaf is that second axe is coming soon after if you're actually chasing her down. So it could be a matchup that works out well for Olaf.
Battle the Freljord out of the jungle here. It looks like the Cassiopeia going to be locked in blind, and then the Riven potentially being hovered here. Don't know how that does into the Galio, but we saw Mega Zero playing it. It will be locked in with their potential tournament lives on the line. The best Riven in North America is going back to his namesake.
Do or die time. Go with the comfort pick.
Is he going to be a Mega Hero, or is he going to be a Mega Zero, Mark? We'll
have to see. The Galio is something that we talk about, even though he has the magic resist synergies, is not someone that can't build armor. Like we said, he goes triple Doran's ring in pretty much every matchup, does not counter build with his first item. It's after those three that you might see a difference in what he goes. In the physical matchups, can go Ninja Tabby, extremely efficient itemization there, and he often does fine, but haven't seen it into the Riven matchup before, could be extra difficult.
Yeah, to be fair, we haven't seen Riven in a while until Mega Zero busted out
He
yesterday.
played into Rumble, but Rumble is a little notorious for losing to some duelists. You know, they lose to things like Aurelia, can lose to things like a Fizz and a Riven.
Yeah, and we do wind up seeing the Syndra will be the go-to here for Jish in the mid lane. So yet another game for that for Toronto's mid laner. This time we're going to be going up against Yasui's Cassiopeia. We saw Yasui on Cassiopeia in game number 1. Unfortunately, he didn't necessarily have what it took to go through the Vladimir pickup, but with that banned away, he feels comfortable blind picking that and taking it into this Syndra matchup.
It's a little surprising considering that, for the most part, Syndra is considered favorite in that matchup. But Cassio is one of those champions where if you feel extremely confident on it, it can kind of win some matchups. You get some really fancy footwork, you dodge out on a stun, potentially, and then you're able to chase down that Syndra who can't peel you off for anymore. So there's a chance that it works out, but it's a little risky and a little bit of an all-in.
Yeah, so now you see the coaches shaking hands, walking off stage, what could potentially be the last game of this best-of-5 series. Toronto currently ahead 2-1. Carnegie Mellon, however, they're looking to bring this one to a full 5. Last time these teams met was in the Eastern Conference Finals of the Campus Series. It was a 3-1 in favor of Toronto. They're looking for the repeat here, Mark. But Carnegie Mellon, they're bringing it all, laying it all on the line, busting it all on the table right here. Cassiopeia, Riven, solo lanes, do they got what it takes?
It's going to be tough. We talk about the power of the Olaf combo with the Syndra. They have a much stronger mid-jungle 2v2 here. Haven't seen the most synergy out of them so far, but this wouldn't be a bad game to prove that one and potentially move into securing their spot in the finals.
Game number 4 is underway. Carnegie Mellon on the blue side and Toronto over on the red side. Mega Zero's Riven. Even got the championship Riven skin on. We'll see if he's a champion of the collegiate tournament this time around. He's still got 2 more games to go if they want to try to do that.
Right, and you see, once again, University of Toronto potentially setting something up.
No, they are actually stacked in here as a full force of 4, with Syndra showing in the mid lane. Kind of a fake out line of scrimmage.
Right. In the second game, we saw Carnegie Mellon going in for that kind of grouped up push in. This time around, not looking like they're going to go for it. University of Toronto have an extremely strong level 1. Olaf, a complete monster in the level 1s, as well as the fact that Syndra's not bad, Karma not bad. Carnegie Mellon not going to face check this time around.
Yeah, it looks like that University of Toronto's ploy will not work out this time. Game number 1 and 2, there were some aggressive invades on opposite sides of the map, one resulting in first blood in game 1 for some vision control. But in game number 3, they decided to line up in the line of scrimmage. And it looks like, ooh, Tiggy, patience pays off. Able to put that ward in afterwards. The Sussus will end up grabbing the undertow at level 1. Chain Axis does connect. They may want to chase it down. The Winds of War come out as well, but Tiggy just going to take a little bit of damage for his problems.
That's what we were talking about, the benefit of the passive from Sejuani, negating slows for a little bit of time. Able to get away from the first axe of Olaf. Not going to always work in every situation, potentially, but right there, maybe the difference between life and death.
Yep, that's true. Or at least summoner spell usage in death is now Galgai going to walk up in here. Mega Zero, Broken Wings at level 1. He's going to get a good combo down and already having to choke through his first health push, and Galgai down below half HP.
Yeah, definitely not the start he wants. Dropped pretty heavily there, but he's potting back up. Galio may be able to sustain back up in that lane, just focus on CSing. Obviously, he is going to be the one playing on the back foot in this laning phase. Mega Zero will be the aggressor. And here you see Yasui once again. He did it the last time he had Cassiopeia playing extremely far forward, level 1. Jeesh has a hard time contesting him early on because of that crazy damage that Cassiopeia can spam out with her Twin Fangs.
Yep, let me see Yasui getting an early level 2. Jeesh not that far behind. Bottom lane, though, for University of Toronto, even though it's a Kog'Maw and a Karma lane here, getting an early level 2, forcing Koggles all the way back, but he does hold on to both of the summoner spells, but it's not holding on to a lot of his HP.
Yeah, but this time around, both AD carries have gone with the Doran shield start. Kog'Maw just wants to farm up, doesn't want to risk having an unstable matchup, and then it seems like potentially Koggles was aware that he was going to be eating a lot of harass by the Kog'Maw and the Karma, so he also takes it as well.
Yep, so those Dorian shields we talked about this morning on the analyst desk definitely come into full effect here in game number 4 between University of Toronto and Carnegie Mellon. Top side of the map going to be in favor of the side of Carnegie Mellon, though, as Yasui in the mid lane here, just ducking out of vision, just hanging on, waiting for Jeesh to push up a little bit. Decides to just walk forward and continue to get some CS. Already advantages in both solo lanes in this matchup here for the side of Carnegie Mellon. This is about 5 CS advantage in the mid lane, but almost 10 in the top lane here after Mega Zero chunked out Galgai coming in the lane.
Yeah, having a tough time early on there. Riven having a lot of mobility to dodge out on everything. Here, though, potential dive coming in from University of Toronto.
Pretty early on, Sussus is already back here. Koggles only level 2. They're going to wind up starting this one off extremely early. The exhaust goes out and the flash away from Jadel. He just tanked up that tower shot. First blood goes over to the Kog'Maw.
Nice heal.
Haxor tries to get the kill on Jadel, but the heal comes through from Eri to save his support. And Sussus still trying to suss this one out, but now they see on a ward that Tiggy is in the area and they decide not to go for a second dive.
4th game with that first blood. Sussus, for the most part, getting the better of the jungle matchup early on at least. And a nice dive overall. The fact that they waited till they were basically standing on top of Koggles before they actually went and engaged that. Koggles, I thought, was going to save his summoners and just give his life up there, saying, all right, you guys got me, but he actually did blow all the summoners trying to live. Unable to do so. And University of Toronto strike first once again.
Yeah, so Toronto on the bot side. First blood for themselves. We can see a replay of that one right here. Koggles getting chunked out early on at level 1. He has to flash
that's where his flash went. All right.
Maybe wave clear out that back line.
Because I didn't think I saw him flash in this dive. That's why I thought he was going to hold it. And then I saw it was on cooldown, so I figured he must have flashed into the wall or something. But even worse than that, blows it, says, hey, please dive me to the side of University of Toronto. And they say, if you want.
Yeah, I guess that makes that dive an easy call there. Is now Jeesh taking a lot of damage here. The Miasma from Yasui making sure he can't flash away. He has to just walk through that one to take a little bit more pain for his troubles.
Good job by Yasui, winning this matchup, 10 CS ahead already. Sussus, once again, we see the priority that he has in ganking the bot lane, getting that in their favor. Koggles far behind again for the, feels like the 4th game in a row, but we want to see Sussus move around mid a little bit more here. Maybe they can try and influence that Cassiopeia. No cleanse, no defensive summoner, has the exhaust, which can negate some of the Syndra burst, but still does not have as many movement options to get away from Olaf, who's just going to be training you down at 6.
And it's very true, but Yasui, of course, does not have to go for a boot spot. We have seen some players take early magic resist items. You know, the Banshee's Veil could be something that we see a very early rush coming up from the Cassiopeia, but Yasui looks like he might be going for a similar build he did in game number 1. He got a very early Tear of the Goddess, but then he went for a Rod of Ages afterwards just to make himself tankier to live through some of the burst damage.
Unfortunately, it did not work out for him that game.
No,
but
not really.
not a bad idea. This time, Uri bumps into Tiggy, hits the blast cone, says, nope, not for you.
No, so Eri, good boy, hits that blast cone, does not let the Zubani come into his zone. Mega's here on the top side, though. The one thing here is that he's content just to kind of sit back and let Galio use those abilities to kind of wave clear and continue to push the minions in, and then content to just last hit them right in front of his tower. Riven, of course, with their Valor Shield's going to be able to tank up some of that damage, keep the wave in a position that is unfavorable for Gao Guy, and give her the ability to chase him down in that long lane. Now both junglers continue to go over towards that mid lane matchup, which lets this 1v1 the top lane continue to happen. And yeah, Mega Zero maybe get a little too aggressive, a little too antsy up there.
Yeah, might have missed some of the stunning abilities. If you don't actually stop the Galio from getting that taunt off, pulls you back in, has that damage reduction afterwards, can actually win those trades. And that's one of the things that makes Galio such a beast. We've seen people try counterpicking him with so many different champions. We've seen it with Jarvans, with Renekton's, Kennons, all these different things. And it feels like if the other person is not playing that matchup super well, the Galio can still come out ahead.
We did see that Tiggy used a ward to spot out Sussus and Jeesh in his bottom side jungle, so he did not face check into a brush and wind up dying. Bottom side of the map now, Carnegie Mellon University, after giving up first blood, a Cull and a longsword buy for Coggles compared to the finished tier 2 boots of area. Flash forward, actually, the aggressive flash void, whose Coggles is once again trapped against the wall. Mino Haxor can do nothing as his AD carry falls.
Yeah, no way to really save the flashless Varus there. So many slows, so many summoners still available for University of Toronto, able to open that one up, pick up a second kill onto Coggles, and once again, nowhere close to his item power spike. Has to go Cull for what feels like, once again, the 4th game in a row, always taking these later game scaling builds because he can't test or even pick up the items he would need to be able to in the laning phase.
Now that means Toronto's going to be able to transition these advantages on the bottom side of the map into an extremely early Elemental Drake. This one going to be a Mountain Dragon, which will definitely help them push this advantage into that first tower.
And one thing you can say for Carnegie Mellon is that for the most part, during the laning phases, they have been getting CS advantages. Here we'll take another look at that gank attempt down the bot lane. Kago still no summoners, does have his heal, but that's not going to be enough of a speed boost to get away from a ghosting Olaf. Uri is going to start this one off. Once Zeus is in range, gets the flash, slow down, make sure the Karma Tether left. Here we go, another dive in the bot lane.
Poor Coggles. Why are you picking on the guy from Jersey? Another dive down onto that carry. Almost takes out Jeesh with him as you're tanking the tower, but this is going to be looking like first tower for the side of Toronto.
Yeah, Toronto makes the 4-man bot play. We talk about the jungle mid synergy. There they go, roaming down to the bot lane, get that dive off, want to grab that objective. And one of the things about Galio is with his excellent wave clear, he is someone who's reasonably hard to trade objectives with. He can deal with clearing the backline minions and make it difficult for you to get that minion wave in to really pin him against the wall.
Yeah, and we did see the blast cone over the wall was taken, but the minion wave is in no position to try to dive down on Gao Guy, specifically because he has the splash still available. The first tower does wind up going down to the bottom side of the map in favor of University of Toronto, and a very beefy 3-0-0 and 23 CS advantage Kog'Maw.
And like I was saying, for the most part, Carnegie Mellon has been getting advantages in some of their other lanes. This time around, Yasui with a good advantage, as well as Mega Zero. Despite, we said some of the trades not being great, like you said, he had the wave pros on his side. It's difficult for Galio to walk up and really last hit like that, having to rely on his Winds of War for the most part. But now, because of that early turret taken down before 10 minutes, you see already University of Toronto moving their bot lane around the map. And Mega Zero is going to have to try and follow this Galio around if he wants to keep bullying this matchup.
Yeah, well, it looks like that they are going to keep Varus down on the bottom side of the map for the side of Carnegie Mellon. Well, Gao Guy's happy and content to move his way back down onto the bottom side of the map. No longer going to be bullied around by this Riven, who he is a couple hundred gold behind, but most importantly, a 2,000 gold advantage for Kog'Maw directly over his lane opponent in Varus. That is a huge lead at this point in time, and pretty much all the gold advantage that Toronto has over Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, and it's been a combination of better 2v2 laning and trading on the side of University of Toronto, and then once they get a health advantage, or potentially a summoner advantage, they are able to convert with playmaking. They bring people down to it, and they get these good dives off.
Yeah, now that they have their bottom lane on the top side of the map, that tower is going to be taking a bit of damage. They are going to wind up rotating Mega Zero back down to the bottom side, so while he was winning that top lane matchup, they want to continue to match the Riven against the Galio. So that means that Varus is still going to be a little bit worse for wear here, as the hop, skip, and jump of Mega Zero is able to dodge out on the Justice Punch from Gao Guy, but once you get him taunted up, there's no way you can get out from that. But a flash away here as we wind up popping the ultimate coming out from Riven, just having to flash away, run away.
He was so close to death there. I think if that knock-up on the third Q from Riven had actually hit Gao Guy, that would have given him enough range to get another auto attack in potentially, and then the ultimate would do significant more damage. Here, Mega Zero getting a little too aggressive though.
Good combo coming out from Gao Guy. There's still no execute there on the ultimate from Mega Zero. He used that already. Gaby getting a little bit too feisty underneath the tower.
Yeah, trying to make sure that minion wave got in there, trying to harass Gao Guy a little bit more. Wasn't ready for the taunt to come in. And despite the small advantage getting in CS, it's not enough to really offset the huge advantages that Uri and JJ are getting for the side of University of Toronto.
Yeah, so there's going to be top lane advantages now. All right, technically duo lane advantage in the top side going over to the University of Toronto.
Ghost pop.
Saw a ghost pop by Sussus. He just kind of makes a quick little hello visit into the mid lane here.
He needs to get down to this Raptor camp extremely quickly.
I guess he really wants to. There's no one else to pressure on the map at this point in time unless they really want to try to set up a dive on this top lane, but that tower is already super, super low. And Ari and JJ will take that one down potentially in the next wave or two of pushing, which means that Coggles is going to be left exposed once again. They do have a decent amount of control wards down in their blue side jungle though, so let's see if there's one of those flanks coming around. Let's see if there's another dive coming down onto the Varus.
Right. So you expect to see University of Toronto at some point here try to use that mid-jungle synergy that they have, get up to that top lane, start clearing some wards out potentially, or pressure that Varus, so he has to back off the turret, and they can grab that. Instead, looking like they want to go for the Rift Herald, though this is spotted out by CMU. They're moving up to potentially contest this.
Yeah, they didn't exactly take anything in exchange for trying to go for this Rift Herald, so instead they're just trying to brute force it down, saying, hey, we are stronger on this side of the map, we have more stronger members than you on this side of the map, we're just going to try to take this one and brute force it down. Of course, Rift Herald, very long leash range as well, one of the more patient jungle monsters, down to a below 3,000 HP already. Both the junglers have their smites available. Jish is now rotated up. JJ taking a lot of damage, has to flash away from this one, and that's going to be a Rift Herald steal here for Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, it's one of the things. Uh-oh, Yasui caught a little bit out of position here. Olaf's moving in.
Yeah, he gets exhausted. A flash forward from Jish. He's going to end missing on that last orb. The paralyzing gaze comes out, but that's going to be Yasui chasing him down. The Galio ultimate wind up coming in on Sussus just to make sure he had enough resistances to live. So they pick up a kill, but they give up the Herald.
And that's one of the things about Rift Herald, much like a Dragon steal, is that you have to be able to actually secure it and pick the buff up. So here you see Carnegie Mellon kind of getting gifted a Rift Herald here and might be able to use that to swing some of the gold advantage back. And this is kind of the story of the series. University of Toronto winning bot side, having good plays. Small mistakes start happening as the map opens up, and CMU finds their way back into these games.
Yeah, so that's going to be Rift Herald buff onto Tiggy, so you can utilize that one to potentially push down this mid lane, which will be the first tower of the game for Carnegie Mellon, but be a crucial tower because that gives them the priority to move around the map.
And one thing to note is Eri not going for the kind of standard Kog'Maw build at this point with the, Blade of the Rune King first, actually going for Ginsu's Rage Blade first.
I think that's because he just got that far ahead.
It's definitely, ultimate, very angry at that part of the Summoner's Rift. I don't know what happened there. Maybe he tripped on a pebble, got very mad.
You see what happened was he was trying to distract them from Rift Herald being thrown, so he's like, look, Snow.
Don't want to say that was the most efficient usage I've seen out of a Rift Herald.
No, I don't think so. Now Tiggy blast cutting over the wall to try to help out Mega Zero, but Gaga's just going to teleport down and wind up taking that. So Rift Herald was stolen away. It was a good play to steal that, but they wouldn't use it proactively, and they kind of just sacrificed it for half tower damage mid lane.
Yeah, now Tiggy caught out of position, forced to flash away. Felt like Tiggy meant to use the Rift Herald, probably fat-fingered, used his ultimate over there on the corner, and then still dropped the Rift Herald down. And without that Sejuani ult, it's a little harder to pressure with the Rift Herald, because when they're pinned there trying to wave clear, you have this big AoE ultimate that maybe you can snipe somebody out with. This time, Toggle's caught out a little bit.
Toggle's caught out. He does wind up using the Chain of Corruption, but with that Rift Herald gone and the Sejuani ultimate gone, that translated into pressure. It translates into an Ocean Drain coming out from the side of University of Toronto. Mega Zero, though, chanting a teleport in. Yasui is coming in from behind. Sussus has to pop the Ragnarok and roll the heck out of there. Mega Zero winds up completing that teleport, and University of Toronto back away.
Yeah, Carnegie Mellon not getting anything off it, though, and losing their global. But here we go. Mega Zero making a play.
Dashes in, flashes in, does want to getting the stun down, and Sussus one that falling. A good 4-man taunt from Gao Guy, but where's the rest of the team? They're slowly funneling in. Gao Guy's tanky, but not super tanky. A flash throw from Eri, though. They're trying to catch that onto Yasui. One last auto attack, and Eri is on a rampage.
Yeah, he's got that Ginsu Rage Blade completed right now. Didn't have a good chance to use it in that team fight, but once he starts getting more and more attack speed he's going to eventually get that Hurricane. They'll start synergizing together, and he'll become a huge threat.
Yeah, so now it's a 4-kill Kog'Maw already. Nuno Haxor has to try to flash away from this one. So Eri continuing to apply the pressure on Kog'Maw in ways that you don't normally expect to see from a 15-minute Kog'Maw pick.
But he is completely online, arguably the most important part of University of Toronto's team comp. And it's going to be hard, really, for the rest of Carnegie Mellon to find a way to kill him. Sure, they have the backline dive of Mega Zero, but it's hard without anyone else being able to really join in. Here, he makes a play, able to find Susius, chunk him out, get him low, but then the Galio with the 4-man taunt, able to lock up enough members and make it hard for them to really disengage this team fight as the rest of University of Toronto collapse. Uri coming in, flashing in with the help of Karma, speed up, being able to finish off, trading 1 for 1.
Yeah, so that's already 5 kills now for the side of University of Toronto, and 4 of them are on that Pokemon. It's picked up already that Ginsu's Rage Blade you mentioned, now going towards that Blade of the Ring King, has the recurve bow and a Vampiric Scepter in his inventory. It's a very, very scary combo to have to deal with this early on, but it's still about a 3,000 gold advantage for the side of University of Toronto. They have been able to take down all 3 outer towers, but they have struggled a little bit to break the inner tier of towers, and while a lot of that advantage is on the Kog'Maw, you know, we continue to mention the fact that their solo lanes, relatively even, slight CS advantages, big CS advantage actually for Yasui in the mid lane despite him dying twice, is starting to scale up, has a Rod of Ages, stacking his tier away, will eventually become a force to be reckoned with, and could potentially wind up taking it to this Galio and Syndra in a split push game, but the question is, can they team fight versus this Kog'Maw?
All right, and that's kind of the point I was getting at there with the Riven pick. Usually you want it to be snowballing ahead of the game and then able to solo out someone's backline. And the problem is here, no one is good at really joining him. Maybe if the Sejuani finds a really good angle or Yasui can follow up with a flash, but for the most part, he's going to be trying to dive a Kog'Maw against a Karma and a Galio. Right. Not the easiest thing to do. No,
not at all. And it will be a difficult task for Mega Zero. He was the best Riven in NA, and we'll see if he can live up to his namesake here, as it will be do or die at this point. Carnegie Mellon University, they lose this game, they're out of the tournament, and we're going to see University of Toronto in the finals. Toronto, like I said before, they want to wind up sealing the deal here. 3-1 victory over Carnegie Mellon was how they won the Eastern Conference and became the #1 seed coming into the Campus Series Championship. This time around, let's see if they can make history repeat itself, as they're going to get stunned up down on the Gaga. And Jeesh, though, this is the thing we were talking about. Syndra can't really go into these side lanes and split pressure the same way that this Cassiopeia pick can.
Yeah, barely able to survive there. That E just knocking back to Sui as he flashes in, able to protect himself with it. Almost that solo kill, but enough pressure for Yasui to keep pressuring her, pushing up on this top side and potentially get their first turret of the game here for Carnegie Mellon.
Yasui's going to stay up there and try to pressure it down with a bunch of minions and hit toe for him. The University of Toronto are going to be utilizing this Kog'Maw pick in his range to try to force down that mid lane tower. Meanwhile, on the backside, Mino Haxor gets cut out by a taunt, has to wind up using the Wild Growth on himself. Taking a lot of damage as well. Ares Kog'Maw, only level 9, now level 10, doing a lot of damage, and Gaogai wins the War of the Wall, secures the kill onto Mino Haxor.
Yeah, you talk about how they're 2 melee champions, but they both got ranged skill shots. Able to get that cleanup kill onto Mino Haxor, caught out a little bit on the side of that turret, and now University of Toronto with that kill, hoping that they can continue pushing down, want to get their first inner turret of the game. Grouped up as 5 here.
And with that fight and that kill pressure in the mid lane, they've pulled Yasui down from the top side, so he's no longer split pushing. There's no threat from the side of Carnegie Mellon there anymore, and they have to bring everybody down to this mid lane, and that tower still gets chunked below half HP.
Carnegie Mellon able to trade pressure, though. As much as they would have liked to have held on to their mid turret while Yasui took the top one, they are able to defend their mid-inner turret after Minor Haxor goes down. University of Toronto going for that reset. Dragon spawning in a minute, so most likely wanting to get down there and set up some vision control. You see Gaogai heading up to the top lane right now.
So going to basically reset from the side of Toronto. There will be another Mountain Drake spawning in about 50 seconds. Baron will also be available on the map in about 15 seconds for themselves. And Toronto already has one of those Mountain Drakes on their side, so if they have a little bit of troubles breaking those inner towers, second Mountain Drake is definitely going to help out with that, adding 20% extra damage to those objectives and to neutral monsters.
Yeah, that's the scary thing, is with the Kog'Maw, he's already a bit of a terror around Baron buff with his percentage health damage, but then you factor in the double Mountain Dragon, and all of a sudden, you know, just a couple minutes past 20 minutes into the game, they might be sneaking it from you at any moment in time.
Yeah, and the best part about that, if you are University of Toronto, is you could potentially do that from over the wall as Kog'Maw. Once you pop his W, you just wind up shooting from so far away. It's a very, very dangerous proposition. But you know, we're talking about Barons, we're talking about late game Kog'Maw damage. It's only 20 minutes into this game, and Kog'Maw's already at a 2-item power spike. Now Jeesh, though, being caught out in a side lane here by Mega Zero. This is the problems we had with Syndra picks before. Mega Zero, easy solo kill.
Syndra in the side lane. never where she really wants to be. Mega Zero camping that brush. Geesh kind of felt it out, but he thought his team was maybe around enough. They were starting to get vision control around that dragon. Didn't have the patience to wait for them to flush anyone out of that side lane. Ends up going down, but they're still going to be able to grab this mountain dragon. The most important thing, Mega Zero not actually able to find the turret after that one. Instead, CMU moving up to get some vision control around the Baron buff.
Yeah, Mega Zero used his ultimate in order to execute down onto the Syndra there, so that means it wasn't available to try to chase after a team fight, nor did he really have any members of his team in the area. So 2 Mountain Drakes now on the side of the University of Toronto. Baron buff becomes a real big threat now. The Scuttle Crab was taken by Carnegie Mellon, though. Has just expired, and we see University of Toronto moving their focus up to the top side of the map. They're all about establishing vision right now. Or maybe getting a pick.
Yeah, they can go for whatever they really want here. They have a lot of options. Mega Zero still wants to be aggressive down this bot side. He wants to do anything he can to draw more attention to himself. Even if he's not getting kills, he just needs to stop the 3-4-man core of the rest of the University of Toronto from getting stuff done on the map.
Yeah, looks like he's going to be continuing to pressure down on Gao Guy. That tower is down extremely low. Would be the first one of this game number 4 for the side of Carnegie Mellon, and a much needed boost in gold. And while University of Toronto have been making moves, taking a second Mountain Dragon, moving around the map, picking up a couple of kills, Carnegie Mellon University are continuing to keep up farm on their solo laners. And I mentioned the fact that there's a 3,000 gold lead before. It's still only about a 3,000 gold lead in favor of Toronto. A lot of that on that Kog'Maw.
Yep, that's like we said, the scary thing. Kog'Maw, the pick to watch here. Went for the Blade of the Rune King second. A little surprised at that. Often when you see some of the Ginsu's Rage Blades, you see the Hurricane come in second. Not going for that this time around. Wants to make sure he can melt down a single target. Not too surprising given the fact that we were saying that there's not going to be too many people diving in on him at once. Maybe he wants to have that for a little bit of extra kiting and sustain against the Riven who's going to come flying at him, because if he can survive that, his team probably wins the team fight. So not as aggressive as you might see, but probably not a bad purchase overall.
Yeah, there's also the Knight's Vow picked up for Galio. So normally you see him going for a completed resistance item first, then moving in towards more of a supportive role for these protect the carry compositions. Knight's Vow picked up as his first completed item here after the triple Doran, and the Spectre's Cowl, despite being in a matchup against Mega Zero's Riven, he has gone for the Spectre's Cowl because of the amount of damage that Cassiopeia will provide. Could be going towards that adaptive helm, which is what we saw Galio building yesterday in some of our matches against this sustained damage threat, where they were applying the same damage over and over again.
Yep, definitely would be a good item against Cassiopeia. Even, potentially Sejuani, always using that W. A lot of different tools potentially that you could look at, but right now, I think he wants to make sure he doesn't die to the Riven.
Yeah.
And once he feels comfortable surviving against her, he can start worrying about the team situations.
This may be why he's having a little bit of a difficulty in this split push situation one-on-one, is Mega Zero's itemized damage, and he's itemized magic resistance at this point.
Definitely an issue, and here's the thing is Mega Zero is starting to get to the point where he's able to pressure the Galio off the turret. He's gotten the Death Dance to increase his sustain so that the Galio's Qs are no longer really impacting him at all in this side lane, and he can start just going for trades and then sustaining back up. Gao Guy, he can kind of clear the waves, but at this point, you're starting to get to that Fiora territory where Riven's just going to take some damage under the turret, get a couple chip hits in, re-sustain off the wave, and then while you're clearing his wave, he tanks you and the turret.
Yeah, so Mega Zero putting the team on his back in this one, 1-0-1. Picked up his Riven and is now trying to split push his way to victory. One of the things that the side of Carnegie Mellon University is doing extremely well at this point is, I mentioned the gold lead continues to stay relatively even. They're taking the fights to the Syndra whenever she's out of position from the rest of her team and trying to deal with the sideways split push. And then between Yasui and Coggles, they're continuously keeping up this wave clear. So 3 towers down were early on pre-20 minutes. Now we're approaching 25 minutes. University of Toronto still have not gotten a second tier tower.
Definitely struggling a little bit with getting good control of that Baron buff. You think that's what they're going for, but they haven't found an opportunity to really force CMU to face check, or have they pushed them back far enough to be able to rush it down. And we see the Adaptive Helm is finished by Gao Guy here. Will have a little bit of a benefit first, Riven. Her Broken Wings are technically, I believe, the same spell, so should see some damage directly from that, but small all-in by Mega Zero here, not able to get the knock-up.
No, Galio's going to wind up getting a taunt, getting a run away from this, and he also have been popped by Mega Zero, so he still wants to try to chase this one through, but unfortunately does not land the key strike stun right there. Will not be able to chase down the Gao Guy, but still back and forth in this bottom lane. Eventually, Mega Zero will slowly chip and push away this tower down. You mentioned it's like the Fiora effect. We saw Fiora being used to great effect in our games just yesterday. So this Riven pickup can definitely be a split push menace. Meanwhile, the gold lead has fallen from 3,000 to 2,500 in favor of the University of Toronto. So a small advantage being gained, including the fight here. They continue to pick on this Syndra here. Jeez got caught out with that Glacial Prison, has to flash, has to try to run away, will barely survive. It did actually wind up blowing the teleport coming in from Mega Zero, so he's canceled that one. So while he is split pushing away on the bottom lane, they don't have that global pressure. Sussis is going to want to pop the Ragnarok and running forward. Meanwhile, Galio's heroic entrance. Yeah, a little bit behind that one, so it's more of a heroic here I am, as opposed to an entrance to the fight, and they had to back away from Toronto's side.
You understand what University of Toronto is thinking there. All right, they just blew a lot of cooldowns trying to pick the Syndra. They failed to do that, as well as the fact that the global is down. So Mega Zero is going to be stuck in the bot lane. Let's force the team fight right now. They failed that one, and now they're trying to still get something off it. They're forcing around the Baron buff.
Ooh.
Fine, Lulu stepped too far forward there.
You know, Haxor gets deleted by this Syndra. Malkama was hitting the Baron, it was being chunked down. He stops DPS for a little while just to kind of push it down here. Mega Zero's going for an inhibitor tower. This Baron's at 2,000 HP. They're trying to wait out for the Sejuani to come in. It's down to 50, but it's not going to be Smite stolen. It's going to be Smite secured. They pick up a kill on Sejuani, and they have to hightail it back to base because Mega Zero has cracked an inhibitor tower.
He gets the inhibitor turret, but critically does not get the inhibitor. So even though it's nice to get that bonus gold back, at the end of the day, you did not generate that much more pressure for your team. Maybe you start getting some crazy backdoors and things like that, but at the very least, University of Toronto with the teleport still available on Galguy can put him down there. He doesn't need to try to push out a super creep. He'll be able to do that pretty easily with his current build, and then he can join in with a teleport. Mega Zero will have a hard time matching him in that sideline.
Well, mid lane Coggles actually took down that tier 1 tower as well, so despite the Baron going in favor of University of Toronto, the tower advantage now, it's 3 down in the bot lane and 1 in the mid lane in favor of Carnegie Mellon. But now University of Toronto, they've chipped down that mid lane tower, so that's going to even things up a bit. And they're a little bit more hard-pressed to get something done with this Baron buff now because they did give up a lot of pressure on the bottom side of the map to do so. Looks like they've already taken a tower, so that's successful. They can secure a dragon, and Galio is already pushing away on the bottom lane, can group up with him and push down on this tier 2 bottom lane tower.
Yep, University of Toronto looks like they're going to flip the map around a little bit. Galguy pushed out that bot lane. The rest of the team going to kind of move down there as they secure this dragon. Probably going to try and use that minion wave while Galguy works up on the top side, setting up that 4-1.
Galguy does have his teleport available, whereas Mega Zero's Riven does not for about a minute or so more. He also has the heroic entrance, so if he decides to split into a closer lane, he can just kind of enter with that ultimate ability. It does look like they will be focusing down on the top side of the map, and they will rotate back towards the mid lane and meeting up with Galio on the top side of the map. So with the dragon off the map, they don't prioritize the bottom lane anymore. They say we could just wind up going back to the top side, grouping up with Galio since all these lanes are pushing. And Mega Zero's on that opposite side of the map with no teleport available for a couple more seconds, so they might be able to get this tier 2 top.
A little surprising to see them going with this option. It's true that obviously they're a 5-man comp. Really, they all want to be grouped up together. They want to use this Baron buff, and they know that Carnegie Mellon's engage, while good from the front, they should be able to disengage it once again.
Catches Mino Haxor out and bursts him down through the wild growth. That's instead of going for the top tower, they just rip through an inhibitor tower in the mid lane. Mega Zero might be able to trade inhibitors on the bot side, but that's an inhibitor mid lane going down.
Minor Haxor having some positioning issues here, keeps getting caught out of position. Now potentially Tiggy trying to defend that inner turret getting caught.
Yeah, he gets stunned up, he gets pushed against the wall, and he's barely gonna knock it out of there. Sussex picks up the goal. Flash taunt down onto Coggles and trying to get down onto Yasui. The paralyzing gaze was used trying to disengage, but Coggles gonna fall down to Eri, who is now unstoppable. Mega Zero could not even finish that inhibitor. Yasui's actually the one getting a kill onto the Olaf, and Mega Zero has now joined the fray with his teleport. They are just going to back away from the side of Toronto, however. They got what they came for.
They're able to get the mid inhibitor. Almost thinking that they might be able to finish out the game. Actually, the minions are going to finish off that inhibitor down the bot lane. Not the end of the world for Carnegie Mellon University. When you saw them getting aggressive there after finishing off Tiggy and getting Coggles as well, you're concerned that maybe University of Toronto might be able to end the game out. Mega Zero teleports back in once again, gets 1 kill back onto Susis, which is just enough to push University of Toronto out of their base.
University of Toronto, Baron buff will not last them much longer, but they've gotten themselves a decent amount for it. They gotten 2 towers in the mid lane and an inhibitor down. As you mentioned, though, Mega Zero, the split push and the minions able to kind of equalize that on the bottom side of the map. So University of Toronto still firmly in control of this game, but Carnegie Mellon scraping by, trying to get what advantages they can. Their core 4-man group without Mega Zero is just not close enough in goal to protect the Kog'Maw style that University of Toronto is running to be able to kind of push them off these objectives and buy time and build space for what Mega Zero needs to do on the opposite side of the map. Yusui's Cassiopeia, who is ahead of the Syndra in CS and has a decent amount of gold in his pocket, has completed his Rite of Ages. It's fully stacked. The Saris Embrace is there. He has a bandage to try to keep himself alive, but the Sejuani is not able to keep them alive. They keep picking off the Lulu, and they don't have that wild growth to keep the carries alive once they get turned upon when Sejuani falls.
Not many situations this game where Carnegie Mellon has really had their ideal team fight where they're able to hit the front line of Seuss as he runs in with potentially the Galio. They want to be able to either combo onto the Kog'Maw and Syndra with their ultimates or be able to kite back a little bit. It's not quite happening, as many times Haxor or Tiggy are getting caught out of position way too early on, especially around objectives, trying to get that vision. So it's not like they're just totally in the wrong place, wrong time, but overestimating how safe they are.
And we see now University of Toronto sieging down on this bottom lane. They still have 4 members strong. They're pinging on the fact that Mega Zero's Riven has left the top lane. He has to walk all the way down to try to fight Toronto because his teleport still halfway through its cooldown. That means that Galgai's Galio on the top side of the map is free to split push away on that tower. They've already done an okay amount of damage to. Has his teleport available and has his heroic entrance. Mega Zero stops off in the mid lane just to push back against these super minions that are stacking up. And University of Toronto are A-okay to siege away on the bottom lane. They are pushing against super minions of their own, however. So Carnegie Mellon University are well equipped to defend against this lane. But like I said, they're probably just buying time for Galgai's Galio on the top side. Hanging down on that tower, it's sure to fall.
Yeah, great lane setup here out of University of Toronto. The mid lane will push itself. You have super creeps in the bot lane, so you put your 4-man group down there to make sure that that's constantly pushed in. Those super creeps of your opponents aren't doing anything. And then you leave the Galio with the teleport advantage alone as far away as possible to take down that top inner turret.
Nope, they wind up getting a stun down onto Yasui. He has to try to back away from this one. Oh, and the Chain of Corruption winds up getting just a little bit short. Tried to go for Ares Kog'Maw right there, but it's just a little bit too far away.
Not a terrible idea. Even if you don't get a kill off that, you know he has no summoners. If you connect that Varus ultimate, you can probably chunk him down low enough to force them out of that situation. You're trying to stop your last inner turret from going down. But with that Varus ultimate no longer available, University of Toronto will be even bolder when they try and go for this.
So on the opposite side, Galgai actually going to get caught out here. They decide to try to turn onto the Galio, maybe punish the Global. Gets stunned out of his heroic entrance, though, so he tried to make a heroic exit. Instead, heroically falls down as Mega Zero picks up a kill. But Toronto, they're chasing down on a Kog'Maw. He was kind of left all by his lonesome. They're trying to just dive through on the 80 carry. He's rooted up, and he will go down.
They're trying to end the game.
Meanwhile, the Super Minions and Kog'Maw are taking down the Nexus Tower. The Nexus is going to fall. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, they were distracted by the Galio, but University of Toronto are going to take down Game 4. They will move on to the final.
In an absolutely crazy finish to this game, you think it's just a simple pick onto the Galio, but the team runs straight through the inhibitor turret in the bot lane. They don't even finish it off. They meet up with the super creeps in the mid lane, and they go and finish the game. Crazy play there.
Normally there is a game-ending team fight, but instead there was a game-ending sacrificial Galio ultimate. That was not the way we expected this series to end. However, it is a repeat of the Eastern Conference Finals. Toronto able to come out ahead 3-1 in the best of 5. And as I mentioned, they will find themselves in the Collegiate Championship Finals.
University of Toronto showing that they are the better team. They won pretty much every early game. We talked about how in the quarterfinal matchup, Carnegie Mellon University often relied on getting these big advantages, the counter picks, the 2v2 kills in the bot lane against the strongest individual team in terms of their players in University of Toronto, the only team comprised entirely of Master and Challenger tier players. They can't find those advantages. They lose the early games. And even though their team synergy seemed to match up decently well for the most part against University of Toronto, they just fell behind too far every game.
Yeah, Carnegie Mellon University put up one heck of a fight against their Eastern Conference rivals. Unfortunately, history repeats itself. They even brought out the Mega Zero Riven pick. Was not enough to kind of carry them through into their first collegiate finals, but they did put on quite a show. They stomped through the Southern Conference finalists, or #1 seed in Texas A&M. They took a game off of Toronto, who they have struggled against in the past, and they definitely shown that they have what it takes to kind of match up against one of the teams that, as we mentioned, has some of the best team cohesion and teamwork together.
Right, I think I'm definitely excited to see how University of Toronto will perform in the finals. Not sure who they're going to be playing against yet. I'll have to find that out tomorrow. But I would still say, for the most part, I have been impressed with their teamwork throughout this tournament. And Carnegie Mellon, No need to hang your head. To finish top 4 of the entire college scene, that's pretty good.
Yep. And the Eastern Conference showing how dominant it can be. You know, we've been talking about historically it was the West that was super dominant. They unfortunately have no representatives left. The Eastern Conference will get their first finals appearance, and the last standing Canadian team is in the finals here for Toronto.
Yeah, and I think that's pretty fitting because even though they're not the Western Conference, it always feels like Canada does amazing throughout the campus series. And here, once again, so they might not be able to take it to the Western Conference. Maybe they bring it back to Canada.
That's true. Well, to hear more about that series, let's send it back over to Captain Flowers and the Analyst desk.
Thank you, Tom, and great cast on the day, guys. We've got an interview coming up in just a few minutes, but first, let's go ahead and talk about this game because it was yet another good early showing from the University of Toronto.
And another good showing from the jungler, Sussis, who apparently was the sub who came in. Yummy Bananas was their original starter and was touted as like the heart of the team, the guy who brought morale up, the guy who was one of the best players on that team. It's like, oh, superstar jungler's gone. I actually discounted Toronto as one of the teams that would make the finals because I thought they were up against some pretty heavy competition. And it turns out, not the case.
For sure. I think that University of Toronto had a really good showing because I think that Susses and Airy were both just better than their counterparts, for sure. I think they played better overall in the series, and they got a lot of advantages, mostly through bot lane ganks. Looking at it, I think Susses had some really interesting routes. Almost all of his ganks bot were at pretty unexpected timing, and it didn't feel like CMU was fully disrespecting them. I think that they kind of just got pressured because it seemed like Susses had just better pathing, better knowledge of where he could pressure than his counterpart jungler, and just kind of got him a lot of leads.
And he knew how to, it was kind of like he wasn't punished enough for these types of plays either. His jungle camps weren't taken, and his routes, like you're talking about how interesting they are, starts Raptors, red, then he goes to his blue on the other side, whereas Olaf, you're talking about it, you usually want to start that blue buff so you have that clear, but the Raptors are just really high priority, and he just gets himself on the bottom side of the map, even takes the Krugs that are still up on the opposite side, and then goes for the dive at level 4 because it's set up appropriately.
I think some of the most interesting things he did, in my opinion, was normally what junglers do is like they'll clear top side, and then they'll have to clear their bot side, and then like you'll look for a play bot or your recall, then you'll go back to your top side because those camps are respawning. But what he actually did a lot is he would clear his top side, clear his bot side, and then he would just go back bot. So what that can do actually is open up your top side to be counter jungled, and it didn't feel like Tiggy really pressured him enough for it. Olaf, oh sorry, not just Olaf, but pretty much every game, Susses made these inefficient routes, but in exchange he got these really good ganks off. They were super unexpected, but it just felt like Tiggy didn't quite capitalize on it as much as he should have been able to, in my opinion. So Susses definitely played well, but maybe if he's up against a stronger jungler, he might get punished for the things he was doing.
And also a stronger bot lane in terms of having control or vision, because if you're spotted there, you lose your topside jungle and you don't get your team that 300 gold or that kill, and then your team, the other players just play safe, right? So there's a world where the bot lane's a little bit better, then that means you get better punish onto Susses, or that Tiggy has the courage to go into the jungle and just take those camps away and get himself ahead.
Well, to hear more about that game from a player perspective, let's go ahead and send things over to Tom and Toronto's sub-jungler.
Thanks a lot, guys, over at the desk. I'm here with the winning jungler, Sussis, or as we've been mispronouncing it. So I guess the first question is, how do you say your name?
Well, it's a Czech word, and in Czech it's a town. It's called Sušice, but my team's been calling me Susais, but I know the cast are calling me Sussis, so I mean, that's fine too. I'll take anything.
And well, we may mispronounce your name, but your play definitely speaks for you. I want you to talk to me a little bit about coming in as kind of the substitute jungler. Toronto had been playing with Yummy Bananas for most of the campus series, unfortunately could not make it to this tournament. What was it like integrating into the team, and how did you guys actually prepare for the tournament?
The first few weeks that I subbed in for Yummy Bananas were definitely pretty rough. He has a very aggressive playstyle, and the idea for the team is to pretty much just follow on what he does. With me coming in, I'm sort of playing more of a conservative style. I like to farm a little bit more. I don't like to invade as much, and so we need to sort of focus on our macro decisions, rotations, and things like that over just kind of skirmishing all the time.
Well, you say that he plays a more aggressive style than you, but you want to getting first blood in basically every single game, whether it was you or for your team in and of itself. So you mentioned that the team cohesion, the comms were very important for you. I mean, what was that you kind of leading the charge into those, or is the team kind of helping guide you throughout these first blood plays?
Beforehand, it was I was kind of playing a solo queue mentality, so I didn't really trust my teammates. But then when you have your teammates telling you that they have mid priority, bot priority, you know that they can follow up. And so if I find the other jungler, I can just chase him down. Comes an easy first blood.
Yeah, you guys definitely have some very clean calls. We've been able to hear a couple of those calls throughout team fights and such, but I want to talk about more about the Campus Series Championship, the collegiate finals here. You and the University of Toronto, guys are a club team. You have very strong representation at your school as far as the students go, but you guys, this will be your first final and the first final for an Eastern Conference team. So tell me a little about what that means to you and to your school.
It's great to be representing U of T. You know, we have these jerseys right here that are provided by Riot, so we don't even have our own really sponsored by a club. And we're really looking for people in the Toronto area just to come and support us out, looking for more infrastructure, looking for people who are interested in league to try out or get positions just to help us out, you know?
So you're looking forward to getting a jersey with your name on the back?
That's the dream right there.
All right, well, I want to congratulate you on your victory and good luck in the finals. Thank you for the interview. And I'm going to send it back to you guys over at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Tom. Our pronunciation of his name may have been off, but that man's plays were on point throughout the series. And that interview does bring us nicely to our player of the series, which will go over to the U of Toronto jungler, Success.
Is that how you say it?
I believe that's how you say it. That's how we're going to be going for now, because I don't think I can quite nail the Czech pronunciation with that little bit of preparation. But it was a victory for Toronto. Much of the team's early kills and pressure throughout all of today was off of his early play. We've got two junglers here on the desk. So what were both of your thoughts on this performance?
I think that he played really, really well, especially considering the situation he was in. He was their backup jungler. He hadn't played with them a ton. And these teams he's going against were really good. You know, these are the top college teams. So I think he got his team ahead, mostly bot lane, every single game. And he was just able to carry that momentum and just played really well.
Yeah, I think he had some really great plays. And it was interesting as well because we saw him kind of play a wide array of types of junglers in this series because both junglers had played Lee Sin, he played Ivern, he played Olaf. So he played some junglers that were aggressive early, but then he even played the Ivern in a way where he was making sure he didn't get counter jungled, and then he went for an aggressive play bottom on the enemy Lee Sin to counter gank. So he was playing kind of multiple different styles, one where he was very aggressive, one where he was countering and kind of not making the plays, but the plays were kind of falling into his lap, and he was playing them out appropriately from there. So I do think that he seems to actually be a pretty well-rounded jungler. I just want to see if he's able to play against a more controlled style on the enemy team, somebody who's not taking as many risks and somebody who's trying to control his jungle.
And we did give the player of the series to him, but we also want to throw out an honorable mention to Ari, the AD carry player, who did put up some fantastic score lines, many of which were enabled by that jungle performance, that focus on the bottom lane early on that helped him get rolling on those scaling champions. But with that win, the University of Toronto promotes to the finals on Sunday and await the winner of our next semifinal match, and that's tomorrow. The Battle Arena plays host to a rematch of the Northern Region Finals as Robert Morris University and Maryville University take the stage. It should be an epic showdown and another good best of 5. That's going to do it from us here. So on behalf of myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
For University of Toronto, we saw their team cohesion in their series yesterday. We, of course, saw them beat Carnegie Mellon University in the Eastern Conference Finals, but game number 1 here, this is a rematch of these two teams. He has to flash away, but gets tagged by the root crawler, and there's the assist coming in from Gaugai. Blast comes over the wall, but he takes Renekton with him, and this is going to wind up being first blood. He gets stunned up. The heroic entrance is going to try to keep him alive, but he does not survive. That's going to be the focus on the Mega Zero. Now they've turned on to Coggles. He gets slowed up. He gets knocked down.
Shit, Jacob. What the? Yummy,
Let's go, baby.
What the?
Yummy banana. Okay, push.
Better than yummy bananas. I'm going bot.
They're TPing. You can look still. You can look still. Go.
It's okay. Take it slow.
Syndra.
Nice.
They're still
Let me teleporting into this fray. Mega Zero is going to be in the middle of the scene. Gaga is going to be behind it here. There's a quick
Coggles is firing.
Kwani and Coggles with the spray and pray. Takes down 2, takes down 4. Can he make it 5? Gaugai's going to get stunned up, locked up, but Yasui takes the pentakill. He stops pushing. Judy to start wrecking face. The chrono break brings them all the way back down to the bottom side, though. But Carnegie Mellon University are still pushing in. They've been able to pick up a kill on Varus.
Watch out there.
Elder. I got it. Take back. Terry's, keep hitting. I'm with you.
I killed it.
This is already back here. Coggles only level 2. They're going to wind up starting this one off extremely early.
Burn. Nice. Go. Nice. Recall. Run up and recall.
as Mega Zero picks up a kill. But Toronto, they're chasing down on Akagos. He was kind of left all by his lonesome. They're trying to just dive through on the 80 carry. The Nexus is going to fall. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, they were distracted by the Galio. But University of Toronto are going to take down Game 4. They will move on to the final.